And we should be live, Leo. Say hi, everybody. Say welcome to Fearlessly Authentic. I hope everybody's doing well. I really got I hit a nerve when I saw some stuff in, the headlines recently, and something that affected, me very close to home to do with children. And so I wanted to kind of go into that a little bit and talk about how it's all of our responsibility to do I have echo? Do I have weird echo or anything? All right. Yeah. Well, Popeye said there's an echo. Is there still an echo, or was it just for that second? Yeah. All right. 1 second. How is that? Testing? Testing? Let me know how that sounds. How is that? Testing? Testing? And I'm back. Sorry about that. When you're doing this live, sometimes you get a little stuck and you have to go back. So I wanted to talk about how as adults we are basically failing the children, and how it's everybody's responsibility to step up and help them. And this covers like every angle and every topic, because it's like it goes from like the school shootings and to religion and how that affects them and different like organizations, and to then the healthcare and a larger picture of that. It's probably yours, yeah. Does that sound better now? All right, Peaches. Peaches is very excited tonight. I don't know if I'm seeing like all the comments. I also need to see something. All right, hang on, guys. I'm just gonna pop off there. All right. Now tell me how that sounds. Sound right. Oh, I hope so. Oh, Charlie, you already went over and signed that petition. You're so awesome. Thank you. That's like super important. I just can't even. Is it this one that's. I'm confused which overlay thing this is. Oh no, I like the background thing. Where's sorry. Oh, yeah. I'm gonna get that off for a minute. Yeah, no, other ones are fine. Okay. Just so we can read it. But yeah, thank you for going over and signing that petition. So the petition that is for that school shooting, I'm gonna pull it up. Is it showing it on screen? Yeah, right here. I got it. So this petition is on change.org, and we put a link in. So this is for, let me see if I can go over here real quick. I want to go to the history of what before I go to the petition. Can you see this one? Do you see the NFA article? Okay, no, I gotta share this one then. All right, hang on. I want to. Yeah, I just didn't know if I could jump to the other one and it would, if it would show it. I think it did before, but all right, that's the one I wanted to share. All right, I can go in a little bit on how, let me see how that looks. All right. Oh, where did I go? All right, this should be where we're at. Is it showing the Newsbreak article? Yeah. Okay. So this article right here that I'm sharing is, I think this one in particular is from like 2 days ago. Let me see. Do I have to click on do I have to click on this to get the whole thing? Because I don't see all the. You probably have to go back to that page and click on whatever's next. This is all right. Well, this is basically, this is the school that there was a shooting at right in our town. It's Norwich Free Academy. So they went into lockdowns on Monday due to a possible threat, and suspects were identified. The Norwich police said they responded as soon as they were made aware of the possible threat. The result of the investigation was this discovery. I think I'd have to go to. Does that do it? Okay, yeah, that shows the rest of it. Can you see this new screen? Is that showing up? Okay, so I have to. Yeah, I have to go back in and share the other screen file, I guess. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to. Okay, yeah, there we go. I had to open the actual whole article. So this is about the local school. Let me see where I was at. Okay, so the police said they responded as soon as they were made aware of the possible threat. The result, this is quote, and the result of the investigation was the discovery of fake firearms that only could shoot blanks. Oh my gosh! Now I completely went off quote, but so they can't discharge live rounds, but they can produce a loud sound. So the superintendent, who I've met, yeah, this, I mean, like, okay, I'll let me read more of it. So the two students are questioned, and they're going to have disciplinary process and with the police department. Let me see if this does actually. No, that doesn't really have anything. Okay, so, and then they go on to talk about an unrelated incident. And I want to pay attention to how much they focus on this. So it occurred at the same time, which is interesting. right there. But our campus safety team was investigating potentially concerning conversation overheard by a student to one of the other bus routes earlier in the morning. So kids had a conversation and they determined it was harmless and not connected in any way. So it wasn't related to the other incident at all, but they're going to put this in, in there. So the lockdown was lifted at 11:15 and officers remained at the school afterward for their I'm seeing Leo out of the corner of my eye trying to get in my my greaser flannel and try to get turned around and around in circles to get comfortable, and he's been doing it for like 2 minutes straight. It's distracting. So this is not a situation they're saying they're taking lightly. The campus safety team did its job well, and the support of the Norwich Police Department was instrumental in the resolution of the situation. So then they go back to the student by the bus, and the events were not tied together, but as an institution, we will begin to immediate internal review of our policies and procedures and that relate to all aspects of school safety. Okay, that's their article. And so my first reaction to this is what the hell did the rest of that have to do with any of the other things? Like what did that have to do with a school shooting? Okay, there was another incident that day that literally was some kids talking and you guys investigated it to make sure that it wasn't part of that. Okay, that maybe you mentioned, maybe but it sounds to me oh yeah, well the security, they do their job, right? And so their interpretation, this is what the local news, this is how they're covering it. Okay. No, I don't need that one. So, there we go. I'm going to pull up the petition and show you that, because this is why there is a petition that I really want to get, knowledge out to. Holy shit. That was our neighbor. So, yeah. So this is on change.org, and it's demand better safety protocols for Norwich Free Academy campus. And it looks like they have almost, they're getting close to 2,000 signatures. They just want to get to 2,500, which pretty sure that won't be hard. So this is people that came and signed this petition because they need, they have demands that they want something to change because, well, I'll explain here. So Norwich Free Academy entered a lockdown approximately 10 a.m. this morning. The lockdown ended at approximately 11:10, and without incident. The safety of students and staff is the number one priority. Is part of what the Norwich Free Academy social media pages posted today. That was left out. What was left out was the experience of the teachers and students. It's clear that after today, there needs to be retraining for lockdown drills in order to keep both teachers and the students safe. So they were placed in a lockdown after they were originally told it was a stay put. And that is a very, it's a very specific thing, which is insane that they did this. Okay, so it means that there is unsafe weather outside. The lockdown was allegedly due to students bringing weapons onto campus after rumors were spread around throughout the student body, and the students had guns on campus. And when they're talking about on campus, they're not just talking about a school on, property, and it's a small school. There's a couple buildings. No, this is huge. This is set up like a college campus. It's a lot of really big buildings. It's historic buildings. They have like a museum on property. Like it's a big, it's actual campus. Um, like it takes up more space than the local community college. So, after rumors were spread around and throughout the student body about students had guns on campus, the school administration did not give any context to the situation, did not announce the police were on campus searching for suspects during the lockdown. The miscommunication made it extremely dangerous for students who were roaming the halls, since they believed it was just a stay put. Oh my gosh. And then later scolded by unknowing staff to quickly get in a classroom. Many teachers originally thought it was weather related, and the classroom doors stayed open. This is horrific. Um, Doors being left open was a common problem, NFA students said. Me and another student were sitting in the cafeteria, and the teachers didn't do anything about the locking the door for over 30 minutes. Teachers should have known what to do and how to behave in a lockdown situation. My parents went to the NFA Facebook page to comment their concerns about their experiences. Parents complained that the school did not communicate uh, what was happening at all, and we were told what was happening by their children, or what was happening and what was happening by their children. One student mother even explained that her child was coming into school late and was allowed to walk onto campus past security guards and police. NFA staff should have known to make sure that everyone was out of harm's way, including people that could have been walking onto campus. Once the lockdown was lifted, most students went home. They received an absence in the classes they missed. And you can only get so many absences like at the school. And there's like a panel, and like it's a whole thing. Uh Students also had a hard time exiting campus if they did not want to leave right after the incident occurred. NFA will cancel school for the power going out, but will not cancel after students are scared for their lives, texting their parents that they would love them just in case they didn't make it home from school today. NFA should care about the well being of their students. They cannot expect a group of 14 to 18-year-olds to be able to focus on their school day after a traumatic experience. Norwich Free Academy needs to make clear communication a priority in order for students to be safe if that happens again. NFA was extremely lucky that today was not added to the ever growing list of high schools with shooting victims, especially after the Oxford high school shooting that happened only 4 days ago. Students need to know that they can feel safe at school. Today stripped many students of that safe feeling, which is why it is extremely important to make sure during lockdown situations there is clear communication from the administration for the safety of staff and students. We were not the next, but we could have been. We could be the next if we don't fix it now. So the students are petitioning for better communication with staff in the lockdown situations, better communication with the parents in lockdown situations, and retraining for staff and students to how to stay safe during an active shooter threat, and a place for emotionally affected students to voice their concerns. I mean, how insane is it that they even have to have a petition for this, and that this is a regular thing? That is this is so common that this is just. I'm going to read just a couple of these. You guys can go back and read some if you want, but just to see the context of what the media and what the what the people that went through this are saying is just, it's so glaringly obvious. When this first happened, I was walking from a library to my guidance counselor in Bradlaugh, And then I heard there was a stay put in place. So I went to the nearest office and then heard over the speaker that it was lifted. So I left and continued to walk outside to Bradlaugh because there's different, they're different buildings. They have to walk outside no matter like what the weather. It's not covered. I walked into Bradlaugh and then a security guard came up to me and shoved me in the office because apparently it was now a lockdown, even though the office staff of the other building told me it was safe to go. Overall, the communication between staff and students was horrible. I was so confused. Extremely mishandled. Mistakes happen. However, when it's the safety of children, this is a situation where it cannot. Let me see. There was some that my daughter pointed out. I was terrified, scared for my life, for my friends' lives. What was supposed to be a good day where I was taking pictures for my photography class ended up being a day where I had to run to the nearest office to hide with a friend. The situation has caused so many parents and students alike to be terrified of what may come next. I don't want to have to attend a school where my life may be in danger due to incompetent adults. They were taking students' phones away. They weren't letting them call their family. So this is another one. I'll read this one and I'll jump out of this. It was handled super poorly. I was the kid in the cafeteria with many other students who were also scared because the teachers couldn't lock the doors for the longest time. I tried to suggest going to a classroom in the back of the cafeteria or upstairs to the office to help, but the teachers didn't know what to do. If there was an active shooter, it would have been too easy to get to us, and that's not okay. That's just absolutely, horrific to me that not only, like the fact that it happens, like that is so awful and horrid in itself, but then on top of it, they handle it this badly. And it breaks my heart. It breaks my heart to see that students are saying like the adults failed us and the news covering it as if it was fine. Like that's just insane to me. I'm going to come over and say hi to you guys in the chat and see how everybody's doing. We have Steve, of course, and he is right here too. But he's staying on the chat right now. We got Popeye. And we got Charlie Brown, and we got Oz and Otto. What is that? Yeah. Arm the kids, maybe the teachers will stop. Wow. Oh my gosh. Oz. Ban starting pistols. Hey, this isn't nice. Oh my God. NFA thought it was the cops behind them. Ate all their stash. What? I'm like, yeah, you guys are talking about something else. I'm going down. I'm like, yeah.
Yeah, no, I made a Cheech and Chong reference.
Yeah, I was like, okay, you guys haven't commented about that.
Everybody commented on the Cheech and Chong. It's like, yeah, well, I got my Cheech and Chong in like 1980. It was already like a decade old by the time.
Oh my god! So at the Evil Empire, they call Walmart. I couldn't get organic soil anywhere else, unfortunately, except for a big box company. So I had to get some organic soil there, and I'm walking back there, and they have chia pets, and they have Cheech and Chong, and they have Willie Nelson too, and they had another one. Oh, Bob Ross and stuff. But yeah.
You know what Yona was smoking last night?
What, chia?
No. Yona was smoking Willie Nelson bud last night.
Oh yeah. Because we talked about how we went to the Willie Nelson show.
He was like, I don't want to end up like Toby Keith in a fetal position on the floor.
Oh my god. So the reason, this shooting in particular, I don't know. The reason like it hit home so much is because my daughter went to that school. It's right down the road, and I'm, she goes to a different school right now, and to me, it's so insane. I can't imagine as a parent finding out that a school handled it that badly, that students had a better idea of what to do. Like, how bad can adults fail these children?
Pretty badly.
Like, they have campus security. I couldn't get on that campus without going up to a security guard and going to get a visitor's pass. Like, they make it seem like, like there's at least some safety level there because they have security there all the time.
No safety for you.
And it's insane to me. Like you're supposed to be protecting our children, and it's awful that they even have to be trained, to do those things, and until we stop the culture of what's happening and all the things that contribute to it in a larger way, then we're it's going to continue. The cycle is going to continue, but just so the fact that even they have to train and do that, and then the fact that they're not trained properly to do it.
I think we ought to just train all the children's and make sure they have proper training.
Well,
and
I mean,
they can the cops, the teachers, and the kids give everybody the same amount of guns and training. Turn them loose. The only way we're going to get a hold of this thing.
No, I don't.
All right. My views on it may be radical. I don't know.
You got to make the banner thing be able to pop up somewhere different, because my label thing there covers it. It looks weird.
So you only put it there when you don't have all the things on there.
Well, I have my name on here.
You can there's another banner that goes up in the top corner right there.
Oh. So. Well, anyway.
A couple of them.
Yeah, I was just seeing.
So,
something that's, so the reason, this is hitting home so hard too is not only because it's so close, those are kids that, are in my community and that I know, and I care about all the kids everywhere, and I want to stop this from happening. And I mean, we have the, oh my gosh, what is the name? Oh, Sandy Hook. Yeah. That one is in our state too. And there's a lot of trauma that happened around that. And then I looked up the statistics of, how many we have. And to me, it's just what's also insane about this is that um it's just become that it's a statistic.
Statistic.
I cannot use my words, I guess, tonight. Let me see. There we go. So it's pretty insane how high, like the numbers are, and like where they are, and like this is nuts. We shouldn't have these kind of numbers for our kids for getting uh for being at school. Well, that's going to be an odd thing, isn't it? Oh, that's weird. Okay, there we go. So it's like the kids have all been in lockdown, like on and off all over the place. And then like as soon as they're back together, this starts right back up. That just shows like we are sick as a society. It is like we are sick, and we need to address the fact that we are not okay. This is not okay for this to happen every day, every school day, basically.
Those three things: your negative thoughts, and your fear, and sense of belonging. All of those three things are fucked around the children, around people.
I mean, the permanent trauma that these kids are going to have, and thankfully it didn't happen the way that, those kids, I don't know what their intention was, but, like imagine if those were real, if that really did happen, like this is a huge, like, warning. It's like, pay attention now. But I don't know that enough attention will go to this. So I really feel like we need to try to push that petition out there and um really just speak up about this and stop failing the children. Whether they're your children or not, we're still failing them as a society, because as a whole, you know what I mean? Like these are all like these are this planet is our tribe, like we all live on this same place, and we need to watch out for all of them, not just the ones we know, or not just the ones we like care about. Okay. I'm going to see what you're saying over here. Um, yeah, as you're saying that you don't get that stuff there, there is no guns. But I'm not saying our schools are any less toxic than yours. Guns expose a symptom, not a cause. Absolutely. And that's what I'm always like trying to talk about is the larger picture of why things are happening, and why we are a sick society. And imagine if people had health care so they could get, treatment for mental health. Imagine if there was social services, so people didn't feel, so alone. What if there was like more parenting, mutual aid, and children weren't sent to school to memorize things and see how well they remember them? It just makes me sad, for this generation, for what happens to them with the people that, you know, you're supposed to trust. You're supposed to be able to trust, like the teachers that they're going to keep your kids safe. I mean, they're with them for how many hours? You expect that they're not going to be abused in at a church or put into, extreme danger, or like the religious organizations where children are not safe. And I'm not saying everybody is all of anything, but there are known patterns to what is happening. And a lot of things happen everywhere, but the culture of school shootings in the United States is awful. And how are these kids getting these guns? And I'm not against people having, guns or their right to have them. I'm not against the Second Amendment. But I feel like they need to be kept safe. There needs to be, like some accountability, like where are they coming from? And a lot of times it comes that, they're coming from the parents or someone within their household. As far as I've seen, I haven't heard much about, these guns coming from like, back alleys. I don't know. I could be very wrong with that. And if you do know, please let me know. But I mean, I don't think that people need to have as many guns as they do. There's a lot of people with a lot of ammunition, a lot of that. And I mean, but there's extremes with everybody. And, you're not going to get all the guns back from people. So we need to figure out a way to come to a solution with this. And I feel like being reactive all the time, and then, it happens and then everybody has a visual or a petition or, all this good intention in the aftermath of something happening. And we need to prevent these. We need to we need to educate, and we need to figure something out so that this is not happening. Like, parents need to be able to be involved with their kids and, be part of the school system. I mean, like, I did volunteer work at my daughter's school. She went to public schools, and that was her choice. I gave her the choice of being able to do a homeschool network or going to school. And we checked in about this, quite a bit. And she preferred going to school, a public school. But that's not where the teaching ends either. Like, like the last bell or their homework, that's not where that ends. And people are so disconnected from their children, and the amount that people have to, it's like you're disconnected if you're on the lower level of like poverty, because a lot of times you have to work so much that it becomes like school is your daycare. And then, it seems like the people that are richer, they have a different culture and lifestyle with their children a lot of times, because there's not really as much of a middle class anymore, and as that, dissolves more and people have to work more, the more disconnection happens between the parents and the child, or the caregiver and the child, like whoever it is that is around them that is influential. It's really hard. It's really hard. So, Oz, what are you saying? We have abandoned the practice of child nurture by extended family. This puts all the strain on parents, and things break. Mental pathology becomes inevitable. It's so true. It's so true. Exactly. Like that's exactly basically what I was saying in a like much longer much longer rant about it, but yeah, like that's basically what I was saying. And you said your children cannot be safe when they are entrusted to the care of strangers. It's crazy how we have normalized this. Hi Trish. Thank you for joining us. So, yeah, this is really true. Like how many parents know who their kid's teacher is besides like just the parent teacher conferences? Like do parents still go in and volunteer? I know that um there was some times where the teacher had somebody else or something, and I would always try to do like the field trips whenever I could too, to participate in everything that I could. And there was, I think it was in third grade, my daughter's third grade. um I would go in every single Friday and I would make some kind of craft with the kids, like right in the classroom that related to whatever it was that the teacher was covering. I would just, find something really simple to do with them, an activity. And she would just stay in the classroom, but like she was doing, catch up stuff or whatever she needed to do. It gave her a break, and it was awesome because I loved going and being with the kids. And so imagine if we actually had like parent volunteers, like family volunteers, like in the classrooms where like you're getting, the kids get to know you, and there's more of a presence. Obviously you have to make sure the person is not not an awful human with bad intentions, but I think that we need that connection back, between our communities. It just shows how terribly sick we are, how much the propaganda it has worked. And the way we know it's worked is that it's become completely normalized for kids to be in school with strangers all the time, and then for these school shootings to happen, or abuse in the school, and what everything that's happening now, and all the kids that were on Zoom, and then like lockdowns. We need to be there for these children, no matter if they're like I said before, we are a tribe. And those are the children, that is the next generation and the generations to come. Like we need to treat them with respect. We need to stand up and be the guiding light for these children. Like it breaks my heart. My daughter is going to be 18 this month in a couple weeks. And that's like, mind blowing, like if you have children or a child in your life, uh treasure every single moment of it, and don't try to rush it, like enjoy all the steps, all the places that that you go through as a parent, whether it's like the terrible twos or like that preteen stuff, like just don't rush them growing up because it happens so fast. But she decided that she doesn't want to have children. She doesn't want to bring a child into this world because of the condition that it's in. And I think that that's going to be something that is going to happen. Hi, Jilly. So I think that, I think that kids are gonna, they're gonna start making those decisions to say like, no, I don't want to have kids because I don't want to bring them into this. I don't want to bring them into what has been passed on to us and, and to you before us. And that's sad because that's taking something away from my daughter, you know. Two of the third, sixth grade teachers at my school lived in my neighborhood. Yeah, I mean, how awesome would that be? Like, if you knew your teachers and they were part of your community otherwise, and they didn't have to struggle so much. So, Jilly, you're saying leaving children at home to earn money to buy what you can make or grow or barter for is unnatural. It is, but the way that, that things are right now, and the way that people's brains have become like completely melded, melded together, and like the whole, it's like the wrong kind of tribalism, right? It's like the backwards, tribalism. It's not what we want. We want an inclusive tribal, like a tribalism, we want an inclusive tribe so that we can build on that and have, and be healthier together. And it seems like the culture has become be like just being completely the backwards opposite and being the sickest. It's like our goal is to be the sickest. From the food we eat, from the way that children are taught, the way that we are separated from each other, from the land. It all circles back to that, that universal energy. Oh man. Oh, we got Popeye coming in, guys. Look at that. That is fantastic. Look at those eyeballs. Oh my gosh. Oh, I love it. That thing is so creepy.
Yeah, I phoned this in, so I made a hat for it.
Oh my gosh, the eyeballs. So how are you?
I'm all right.
Yeah.
Why am I getting a delay here?
I don't know. Are you watching it on the StreamYard?
Oh, there we go.
If you're in the studio, then you should see it live. So,
yeah, I was on the StreamYard a minute ago. Yeah.
Oh, we got Oz coming in too. Yeah, if any of you guys want to join us, please come in and join us. Let's have let's have some real talk and enjoy this time with each other. Yeah, if any of you guys want to join us, please come in and join us. Oh, we're getting an echo from someone. Have some real talk and enjoy this time with each other. Oh, we're getting an echo from someone. Let me see. Was that Oz? Yeah, I think that was Oz. Oz needs to close the YouTube, maybe.
this echoes. I can't play to that.
Is it echoing?
Mm.
I'm not getting echo on my end. I don't think.
No,
Oh,
I'm getting a big delay on like what I say and then when it shows up. But
oh, okay.
yeah, I mean I can't.
Oh, Julie says she's not getting an echo either. Yeah, that's weird. Are you playing it on YouTube and on the StreamYard too? Oh. We lost them. I'm sure they'll be back in a minute. Jilly, if you want to join, or Trish, I know Charlie said that he might come in after. Yeah, I hope your sister's doing well, Charlie. Oh, please send her our love. Oh, man. Well, Oz came in and bumped back out. Steve went upstairs to go lay down. Who else is in here with us tonight? I know we got more of you guys in here. Oh, there we go. There we go. You're back. How does that sound now?
Yeah, but I can't. Do I? Let's see if I mute the sound on this.
Yeah, sometimes you have to do that. How's that sounding to you? Do I sound okay? You can hear me? You're muted on my end.
Yeah, I went to the Streamlabs and so what about? Oh man, I don't know how this works.
You got to just keep the StreamYard open, but close the YouTube one because you'll get a lag on that one. So just stay in the studio on the StreamYard.
All right. Yeah, because I can't really see that well on this one. That's what it was. I don't like that echo. It really bothers me. I already got delay on my amp anyway.
I know. Right?
It doesn't have reverb, so. But
Yeah, Oz says, play us your favorite tune, Popeye.
I don't play tunes. I just. I'm not really a guitar player. You know, I just I learned how to play some blues and learned how to play slide, and then my hands. I can't straighten my fingers. So, you know, and but then I thought, well, shit, I could still play slide. So
yeah, that's awesome.
So I started playing slide, and I was like, well, all right, cool. But that's all, you know, I'm kind of limited on what I can play. I only, you know, really only know blues and stuff. So, but I got an electronic drum set too.
Oh, nice.
Just.
Oh, that's awesome.
I'm knocking everything over here. I have a laptop. I just don't like using it. I'm not really. I don't know. It's too small. I like having a desktop in front of me. So.
Yeah. The laptops can be like pretty tiny. Yeah, I'm usually on like my iPad, and then we have a a MacBook, but that's
Yeah,
that's about
I've
it.
got a 2012 MacBook with an i5 in it, and I got it's totally loaded with stuff, and it's got like everything Logic and Photoshop and all this stuff. And I bought it that way, and then
Yeah, they come with a lot.
on the outside of it says property of New York City School District or something like that. So I was like, I just why I bought it because it was like, wow, that's cool.
That's awesome.
But
we got
I had
ours.
to.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I got Logic. I paid for the license for the Adobe stuff. I never use this stuff anyway. I don't know. My brother got a job offer from Adobe. They wanted him to be their art director.
Oh, wow.
He turned him down. So, eventually he ends up getting poor and he had to go back to college to get a teaching credential. Now he teaches in Austin, teaches art there. But
oh, that's
there's
awesome.
no money in graphic design anymore. They can get somebody in India to do it for pennies for what you do it for. But,
yeah, well, it's easy too. Like I see Steve do it, and I'm like, that's amazing that you can do it. So that he can do it so quickly. I'm like,
yeah,
that's insane. Like all the
basically
ways they have it set up.
the job that I used to do, which I got into because I was a bike messenger there, and I'd pick up artwork from ad agencies and go deliver it, and they would photograph it, and they'd use a photostat camera, and they would photograph the art and change it to whatever size they want, and then they take all the different sizes and put them together, put them on a board, and then I would photograph that board, and we would make a negative, and that's what they would send to the printer.
Oh wow.
And it's like they would have to buy pages and pages of alphabets of whatever typeface they wanted. Everybody calls it a font. That's incorrect. Font means it's displayed on a computer screen. Whatever typeface you like, I don't know what that says. I don't know what font that is, but since it's on a computer screen, you call it a font. But it's an actual it's a typeface because they had typesetters. We had a typesetter down the street, and oh man, it was a trip. And then around April Fool's Day, 1986, the boss hands me my paycheck when I came in the morning. And goes, "I no longer need your services." I said, "Fuck, I could shoot twice as fast as that computer has camera." He goes, "Yeah, but that camera's got better lens." So,
yeah, you have old cameras, right?
Yeah. No, this thing. I mean, this was huge. This is like completely rolled out. It was like 10, 12 feet. It's got these bellows and on these tracks, and you had to move them to get different size. It was a trip. It was like very large format. And we did like Bartles and James. Remember that? We got to try that before it ever hit the market because we did overtime and we did help them with their ad campaign. They would do storyboards and we'd photograph the artwork and then paste them up on boards so they could do the presentation and stuff like that. And then I lost my job doing that, and I was like, well, what the hell am I going to do? And I went and lived at mom's house for about a year, trying spinning my wheels. And I went on tour with my old drum corps that I was in, and I went on national tour. That was the hardest fucking cooking job I ever had, and I cooked for 30 years. Man, you're in Alabama, and you're in a mobile kitchen, and it's easily 120 degrees in there, and you're cooking for like 200 people on tour. And then I got back.
People
and I
get
went to my mom's
hungry.
house.
They want food.
So I got a phone call. A friend of mine goes, "Hey, you can get a job up here at Lake Tahoe. So I go up there, and I go first place I go to is Harris, and I go try to apply for a job. And I said, "Hey, what was this you were cooking? Do you want to be a cook?" I'm like, first thing that popped in my head was, "Shit, I'll probably get to eat for free, and I'll learn how to feed myself."
Yeah, it's a skill they can't take away.
Especially at a casino. And I show up, and it turns out the first day I show up, there was this guy, the substitute guy was on that day. His name, really trippy old dude. But my chef walks up and introduced himself because he wanted to know me or whatever. "Hey, how you doing? My name's Dave." And he was my sous chef. He was the instructor for the culinary school at Harris, which was a 3-year program. And we would take, when we weren't, they would every 6 months they'd take 3 students. and you have to pass a math test to get in all this shit. But he showed me, I would go down and get the food, bring it up and put it away. And then when I wasn't doing that, they'd show me how to do things. Here, cut this fruit, cut the fruit and do it so the wait staff can put them on for garnishes and stuff. I'd have to slice oranges and all kinds of,
Yes, yes.
And he's like, here, let me show you. And he pulls out his knife, super sharp. He showed me how to sharpen a knife. And he noticed that I picked that up right away. And then he showed me how to cut a cantaloupe. You cut off the 2 ends, stand it up, and then you take your knife and he would turn his wrist like that to where it goes from the heel of the knife to the very tip of the knife. And then boom, then there's your slice, and then you go like that, and it goes off the table into the garbage can. I was like, oh yeah, shit. I picked it up right away, and it was like, oh shit. So he was showing me all this stuff, and I was in the back, and I'd always be asking the dinner cooks. That was what they called the saucier. How do you do this? Why are you doing that? What's this? What's that? I didn't give a shit about what was going on in the hotline, because it's like that's just pumping out, stuff anybody can do. And he saw what I was doing, and he would show me how to do things. The first thing I learned how to do was barbecue sauce.
Barbecue?
Yeah, they showed me how to make barbecue sauce. I found out why. You end up with red spots all over you. But now I would make it in a big tilt braiser, and I would just, I would go, hey, you guys need anything downstairs or whatever? I'm going to pick stuff up, and they write me an order. Oh yeah, I need this. And pretty soon, I'm learning all kinds of stuff just by asking questions, and then I borrow books, and I'm checking things out, watching whatever they had on TV when it was the Discovery Channel, when it was actually, and asking questions. And then we go to the bar after work, and he would have a stack of drink tokens, and I just tip the bartender, and he'll pay for your drink. When we all got drink, we'd sit there and drink, about 6 or 7 beers each. All you just pay $1, a beer, and I'd ask him questions, and that's how I learned how to cook, and that's how he learned how to cook.
That's awesome.
Then he ended up as the banquet chef, and then I left, and then I heard he was the executive chef there, and then he moved on to the pepper mill, and he was executive chef of the pepper mill, and then he went to Carson Valley Inn or whatever. But then I looked online, looked him up, and it turns out he was the vice president of the American Culinary Federation for 2 terms, because I always knew about that. So it's like I joined, and it's like I made a couple of connections, but it's like he wasn't, he would, like you said, that guy on TV with it, Gordon Ramsay. Oh, God. Man, I'm surprised that guy has any teeth left, man. He's, this guy, the first day online, I'm all nervous, and I go, and I go like that, and he goes, come on, man, you just spit on the fucking guy's sandwich. He would say things to you in a way that would make you go, oh yeah, or like he'd just tell jokes, and just, he'd ridicule you, but it'd be so damn funny. You couldn't, you always remember it, walking home to go, oh fuck, I can't believe he said that to me, and then, you're getting up in the morning, God, I can't wait to see what he's going to say tomorrow,
Yes.
And it's like, and then you look at, like, the drum instructor we had in the drum corps, he was like, yo, dudes. I said, hit or miss. You missed. The guy had his own terminology. He would, he's real tall guy, almost 7 foot tall, and he, like, hey, yo, man, what it is, and they guys would write books on his terminologies, and they were just unbeatable in the drum line, and
awesome.
so then after that tour is over, I go to work for a guy like that, and it's like all of his cooks go on to be chefs, and it really clicked in me. It's like, you got to have a good time, and then when and then I have kids, and it was like, that's how I'm going to raise my kids, like Tom Float and Dave Goodwin did, just crack them up, just treat them, besides,
such a good example. Well, such a good example, like, you had those positive people.
Alienates all your friends, so you have to make your kids your best friends. She was a gambler, and she would, tell lies, but I get to work overtime tonight because she worked graveyard shift. And I started, wait a minute, why is she working overtime? She worked she's a really hardworking lady and everything. I'm not mean to her any at all. I'm actually really nice to my ex-wife, but I would put a dot on the calendar, and then I'd look at the bank statement. I'm like, wait a minute, where the hell is Brooks, California? $300, and then half an hour later, another $300 as soon as it gets past midnight. I'm like, she's blowing all her money and using my money to pay the bills, and just like, oh, that's my money. It's like, no, it's our money,
Oh
But it's like, yeah,
man.
I was married to her for 18 years. She left with some sugar daddy. He treated her like shit. So that's what she gets. So I get charged with raising two kids from one was in sixth grade and the other one was no, one was in seventh grade and my son was just starting high school. So I had to raise them by myself. And it's like, I don't know, man. It's like all kinds of bad shit happened. I got hit by a car and
Jeez.
and then all this stuff. So then I got the settlement. So then I paid for the rent for like 3 years and 4 years, whatever. And, bought him a car and, paid for my son to go on tour, because it's pretty expensive, especially for them. It's like 3,500 a year. And, sent my daughter to Hawaii and stuff like that. And, now it's like I spend all the money, but it's like, it was worth it, man. I mean, they turned out great, both of them into college and, so it's pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm a pretty proud parent. I raised, my daughter, she'll be 18, and I raised her basically by myself. When she was little, her dad and I split. And
Yeah, she said she plays baritone.
she plays baritone, she plays trumpet, she does a little guitar.
You got to take her down to the 10th. Go down to New London. Go audition for the 7th Regiment. They're really good. They got a really good staff.
Yeah,
they would, we used to compete against them in the B Corps. They're like, one of the top open class drum corps in the country. And the other one that's was a little bit better is the Spartans.
My stepdad went to the Coast Guard Academy in New London, and it was a long time ago. But he was in band there, and he played trumpet.
Yeah,
and so that's why I played trumpet, because it was like my great grandfather's trumpet, and so I played it like when I was in, like, I don't know, 5th or 6th grade, and they had given it to me. So, like, I always thought I would have it, but then they took it, and my mom said that
you grew up in Connecticut and you've never seen a drum bugle corps? Oh, no, man, it's amazing. Well, I'm not sure. I think the July the 5th, I think it is, the Bean Point Invitational, which is a pretty big drum corps show in Boston. I'll get you guys some tickets. You got to go see it. I mean, I know the Boston Crusaders and the Cadets are going to be there, and the 7th Regiment, and maybe the Spartans will probably be there. But it's like, fuck, man, you got to go see it, especially the Cadets, man. It's like you got to go see that stuff.
Yeah, I've seen like the Coast Guard Academy and stuff like that. Like they do like concerts and stuff like that. But yeah, I haven't really gone. I mean, my daughter's school, I've gone to her school performances, which are intense. We'll have to play one or something. I know.
I tried to download the PDF. I guess you have to contact them to get the PDF of the audition materials, but it's you got paid to audition for the Blue Devils. It's like $150, but if she thinks she's good enough, I'll pay for the audition. We could probably find her a place to stay, but you got to think like open class first. You got to do at least 2 years before you even try to tackle one of the big drum corps. It's in the 60s and late 60s and early 70s, it was bigger than Little League. There was a drum corps in every other town, man. It was like, when I joined, the Blue Devils was a drum and bell organization, but they were kicking everybody's ass. And they decided, okay, we're going to come out with bugles and join other drum corps, a drum and bugle corps. And Santa Clara Vanguard had came out with a drum corps in 67, and they started in 70 in exhibition performance, and I got to see them. And I was like, holy shit. And then my mom took me to go see Buddy Rich. I was 8 years old. And I said, oh, man, she took me to go join up the following October. And I was just about to turn 9 or whatever, right around my 9th birthday. and the guy goes, here's how to play a role. And I got it almost completely closed first try, and then I tried it the second time, and I got it almost. And he was like, "Damn!" He goes, "How old are you?" And I said 9. And he goes, "Oh, you got to go wait over there." And I was with all these other little kids, and they're like, one girl was spinning a rifle. I'm like, "Holy shit, she's in there." And I go, "What are you doing?" And they, "Oh, we got to wait out here because we can't be in. We're too young." I said, "Bullshit. No way." And I forced them to start one for all the kids. And I didn't really realize it at the time. I was the one who created the whole thing. I'm sure it would have happened eventually, but now it's the C Corps, and it's like 50 years old. And, a lot of them, they don't know that I'm the one who created it, so.
That's
and I tell
awesome.
them that, when I meet, and my son teaches for him now, so it's like, and then when I meet some of my son's students, like, "Oh yeah, I started the C Corps." No, what, you mean you were in it? No, I fucking started it. And I'm like, whoa. So, and it's really weird because, I'm walking down the street one time in San Francisco, and I just happened to be wearing a jacket, Concord Blue Devils. The dude walks up to me because he asked me for my autograph because I was in the Blue Devils. It's like, it's a global brand. The 19-time the world champions, never come below 5th place in 75. It's like, man, I don't know how they did it. I didn't know it was going to be that good when I started, It was just, they won in 75, came in 3rd place after, they started a new league called Drum Corps International in 1972. And, the first one was won by the Kingsmen from Anaheim, and it's like an East Coast Midwest thing, It's like, that's, they're really fucking hardcore about it, and they couldn't believe that, like, this West Coast Corps wins, and it's like, and then the next year Santa Clara wins, and then they win again, and then by 73 the Blue Devils started, and they came in 22nd, then to 9th, and then to 3rd, and then they won, and then they won again, and then Santa Clara won, and then the Blue Devils won 2 years again, and then Santa Clara won 2 years. It went back and forth, but it's really hard to explain if you haven't seen it. You have, it's a whole community online of people, but I finally got kicked off of one of the websites just from just saying what is actually true, but like, people didn't want to hear it.
Was it too much truth? People don't always like that.
Yeah, people don't like hearing the truth, man. Jesus.
If I could give the world one thing, it would be truth, though. Like, that would be it. Like, if everybody would just start telling the truth, man, imagine what a better world
some people
we would
can't
have.
handle the truth. I don't know, man. But
that's all I know, though, is truth. Like, I don't know. I can't do that. I can't do the averting, lying, or whatever. Like, you're gonna get honest truth. Like, that's it. So you said before that you used to cook, and you cooked for, like, some
I cooked
famous
for the Blue
people
Devils
and stuff.
And then I went up to work at Harris in Lake Tahoe, which happened to be 5-star, 5 diamond at the time.
Oh wow!
And I befriended the guy who was like he was their ringer, and he taught the culinary school, but he was a sous chef because of something he did in his past. And I heard the rumor was that he peed on the governor of Nevada's lawn.
No way!
It's like, that dude, yeah, that's the dude I want to work.
That's a hero, man. I'd want to work for him too.
But that's why they didn't make him executive chef right away or something. I don't know. But he was one of them kind of people, He would, me and him just became really good friends, and man,
they're like, we don't want this guy to make a habit out of this. We better.
At a casino, you drink it. They got 24-hour drinking, So
yeah.
Yeah, and if people
we have 2 casinos right by us. They're big. Yeah.
Come into work, they smell like alcohol. Nobody says anything about it, one night we all got drunk and hey, let's go over to Dave's. So we all spent the night at his house getting drunk. First thing we do when we wake up in the morning, he hands me a beer and I take the swig off and then I turn my head around. He's handing me a joint. We smoke the joint. We go to work. I mean, the dude was like, he was like totally cool, man. It's like, just don't fucking blow it. You know, that's the whole thing. I don't care what you do, just don't blow it. You know, it's like right
That's
on,
awesome.
you know. God.
So you said you
He's retired, so I'm not getting him in trouble or anything, you know.
yeah, you're not calling him out. So you said that you cooked for some like crazy people before.
Oh yeah, I've cooked for it's half the people, the big VIPs I've cooked for. I didn't even know who it was. It's like
That is
it's
so
just
funny.
a regular fucking thing. But I've cooked for pretty much almost all the Rat Pack. We used to drink it at Sammy's Rail. That's where we would drink. His favorite spot at Harris. And I've done catering for like all the dignitaries in San Francisco, and
Oh my god.
and you know, and then I worked in the federal building for a couple of weeks. I was with the temp agency, so I would just get all kinds of different experiences. And Kamala Harris, I made her lunch, and she was nice, I guess. You know, I made
Did
her
any
laugh.
of them like give you a hard time about things?
No, but I
like
didn't like Kamala Harris. As soon as I met her, I was like, "Oh God, I don't like this bitch."
like her
Something
energy.
about her, yeah, she's had this vibe. And then later I ended up cooking at a party at a rich old people's assisted living place, and all the San Francisco government was there. Kamala was hanging all over Willie Brown, from what I understand. I just made the food, and then I went up to break the carver. I didn't really see anything, but yeah, I've cooked for all kinds of different people.
Yeah, I worked at IHOP, and it was like 20 years ago, third shift.
Also pancakes.
And oh my gosh, that was the job.
Did you guys have a syrup Stewart and everything?
No.
Let me talk to you, the maitre d'.
Oh my god,
this is a precocious little blueberry.
No, this was not like a fancy
you've
IHOP.
Never heard that skit? Oh God, who the hell did this skit about the International House of Pancakes? I can't remember who the hell what comedian was. It was a good skit.
Yeah. We'll have to find that sometime.
No, but before I did photostat and all this shit, I was a bike messenger.
Really?
Yeah, and before that, I was in the California Conservation Corps. So it's like you do community stuff, and help old folk build old folk centers and all kinds of doing landscaping and all kinds of stuff. And boom, it's there's a fire. You got to go. You got to get in the truck and go to a fire. Cut for line. But being a bike messenger, man, that was fucking fun. God.
How did you deal with cars when they got too close? Did you kick them?
You keep your eyes open. You get to a point, and where this is really a trip, because this happened and I didn't know who the person was that I was talking to, but I was telling this dude about how you develop this sense of vision where you don't look at anything. You kind of keep everything a little bit out of focus, and you can see anything. So anything moves, you can react instantly.
Yes.
And he goes, exactly. You know who that guy was? Fucking Joe Montana. I was talking to him. I didn't know who he was. I was drunk, and him, this really beautiful blonde, and this guy walk up and I was feeding this pit bull, and he hands the dog a piece of pizza, and he pulls his hand back and he starts counting his fingers, and we just started talking. We were talking about hockey and being a bike messenger, and then later I was telling him how good they were going to do this year. I said, yeah, man, 49ers are going to lose one game this year. That's exactly what they did. And I told him, yeah, next year Giants are going to win, and that's exactly what happened. Oh man, it was weird. And he goes, so what's your name, man? I shake his hand. Oh, my name's Joe. All right, right on. I go back into the restaurant. Like, what did Montana say? I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? And then some dude bolts into the door. I just met Joe Montana. I was like, holy shit. I told him
That would be me too. Like I would not.
Yeah.
I would be like oblivious to like someone
'Cause he
who's a
kept- he
celebrity.
kept
You
looking-
know, I'd be like, oh yeah,
he
you're
kept,
like,
what was her name? Jennifer, his wife. He kept looking at her. I was like, is this dude sweet on me or something? Why is he? You know, he kept looking at her, and I'm just rambling on. You know, he's just fucking. He got a real kick out of me. You know, he kept looking. I was looking at her. She's beautiful. You know, but it's like that's cool, man. But I'm always that kind of guy, man. I'll like Ed Mann. I saw Ed Mann on Facebook. Boom, I sent him a message. You know,
nice.
I got to know him. You know, and he was like he told me that Frank Zappa knew that we were doing his stuff in '87, and he was really proud about it. And so it's like, damn, he always wanted to pick my brain about drum corps and shit. They're all into drum corps. That's what's a trip is people don't know about it, but you talk to the real heavy musicians, they know what's up. Sheila Gonzalez and I exchanged a few messages about it. She was like, "Oh, I love them. You know, I love the Phantom Regiment because they always play classical music, and you know, it's really a trip."
That's awesome. That's really awesome.
It's like I don't know what the hell that movie was, where this guy was always just happened to be in the same place as what was that movie? I think it was a Woody Allen movie or something.
Oh gosh.
Where this guy that would like all these historical things would happen, and he just happened to be there at the time. That seems like what my life has been like. Just all the people that I met, and the things that it's really weird. You know, I just stumble into these. You know, it's like I didn't. You know, I got fired from my job because the main reason he fired me is because I would refuse to work overtime. You know, I'd have a hot date. You know, I had a hot girlfriend who was like 9 years older than me. You know, and I was like, man, I'm going out with her tonight, boy. You know, it's like get my time card right in the slot, and he's like, yeah, you going to work? You gonna work overtime? I'm like, fuck you, and I'd leave. So finally, he got tired of that, and so he fired me for that. And then, and that's how I ended up all of a sudden, stumbling into cooking.
Nice.
I guess it's
Noli D joined us.
I gotta put on.
So I'm sorry, I'm late.
Oh, you're fine. You're fine.
I really did get lost in the bathroom wall. I'm not joking.
I don't know. Like, are you tripping?
I wish.
Is there like a shroom trip something happening?
No, I've been painting my bathroom walls for like 3 months. No, it's a work in progress. You know, I'm crippled. Look.
Okay. Well, blow me down.
Yeah, look at Popeye. The little hat just does it.
No, this thing is too tight with these headphones, so I picked the worst headphones. Actually, these are good headphones, but
it's so funny. So how are you, Noli? Everything good?
Yeah.
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 Your daughter's horse turned around, right?
Yeah.
Like that's amazing.
I know. It's she's happy.
Yeah, definitely.
That
was
like
awesome.
30 years old, dude. That's so fucking old for a horse.
Oh, you can't see the chat here.
Oh my gosh!
If you watch it on YouTube, you get that delay. So it's like that really threw me for a loop. I was like, man.
Yeah, there's a 20-second delay.
Yeah, you can do like the chat through YouTube.
I wonder why there's a 20-second delay.
In case something happened, like it gives you enough time to like end something, I guess. I don't know.
Ben, knock it off.
I know.
It's just having to go through 2 servers because they run off of different servers.
Oh, see, Noli knows the actual real reason why.
Well, I don't know dick about computers. I just happen to know this one thing because like Fick told me one day.
I mentioned Dubin and she says dick. All right.
I can't help myself. I'm sorry. I'll go to hell. I know.
Oh my gosh. See, I needed this.
I've already been.
I had such a heavy topic, that happened like right by me, and then I needed that. Like I needed to have you guys like, bring some laughter and some serotonin, from something.
I feel you.
So
after
heavy.
we talked this morning, I looked some shit up about, like how many shootings we've had or how many school shootings we've had. in America in this past year. Well, in 2001, and in 2000, and a couple of years before that. And it's considering that we've all been in lockdown for so long, the numbers are astounding.
Yeah.
It's like the highest they've ever been for school shootings.
Gee, I
And then
wonder
mass
why.
shootings, I mean, oh my God, the death toll for mass shootings is like way up there with like cop numbers.
Mm-hmm.
You
Well,
know?
my neighbor says that the people next door to him are plotting against him. So I don't know.
It's nuts. It's nuts. It's like everyone like kept that built up like anger. I always think like I wonder if there's a way that they're just like, with the propaganda, they're somehow like triggering people in certain areas to do those things.
Oh yeah, I mean, what was that?
Like
That video
subliminal,
on
like,
Poikinen had that guy on the show. He was talking about hypnosis, and part of the technique in hypnosis, and I've noticed that part of the technique in doing it is like showing up late to the show, and just like all kinds of things going wrong, people getting all pissed off, and then they show up and give them a post hypnotic suggestion, and they're like easier to it's like that's what Trump was.
Yeah, I don't see any difference between Trump and Biden. Biden wears the better fitting suit. That's the only difference I see.
You know what I see? I think that Biden is worse. Biden has
Much worse.
Biden is worse than Trump because
Much
Biden
worse.
has had a 40-year career
Yeah, he knows how to
of
get this
making
stuff
the
done.
policies that brought Trump to us and that like allowed Trump to come in and do even more. Like
And then when they run out of ideas, they'll let another Republican in to try and pass a bunch of shit, and then they'll give them another book to start on. I mean, it's just like the whole Betsy DeVos. What was it? 4 years of he's just going to divert funds to private schools. Didn't happen. 42 days into Biden, boom, $2.75 billion.
yeah, that's why I think he's worse. And then also the fact that there's all these people like covering up for him, right? They're like,
yeah.
oh no, they're protecting him like he's doing something good. And that makes it even worse because at least with Trump, they phony, you know what I mean? They at least had some, awareness of what was happening. And it's like they lost that. And then now on top of it, he's doing, if people on like the farther right side of things that were more conservative, if their tribalism like wasn't so bad, they would realize that they're getting exactly what they want, just not from the guy they wanted.
Yeah, definitely.
You know what I
do,
mean?
100%. I do. And you know what? In my opinion, it is like the fault of the people for keeping a fucking pig like Biden around for this many goddamn years. And that goes along with everyone else that I think belongs in Gitmo, which is all of them. Bernie belongs there too. I don't give a fuck.
Yep. No, I agree with that.
Because he's been in there for how long? He's convinced how many people. So what? So he's thrown up some good bills. He's voted no on some fucked up shit. He's voted yes on some really good shit. But did he win? Did he convince his fucking peers to vote? Because none of them listen to us. They don't vote the way they're supposed to, which is voting
but
the people wants.
It's also our fault.
By their own decision making because of who's gonna fucking pay them off with more money or more benefits.
Well, the thing is that even this year, Bernie has gotten more money than anybody else from the insurance companies. So for us to think that Bernie was ever really on our side, that was us being naive, and we need to be aware of that and say no more of that. And we need to rebuild the whole entire system because Bernie is part of the problem. He like the weapons things that he protects in his own state. Like there's things that are, behind the scenes that he did that people very much ignored.
It's all an act. My dad was a lobbyist, and I would see people that are supposedly the enemy, and they're all buddies behind the scenes. They all act like Trump, and that's why they hated Trump, because Trump was like was blowing it for him. He was blowing their cover, so to speak.
He's like the drunk
Shut
guy at
up,
the
dude.
party.
You're blowing it, dude. Maintain,
You know, he's
dude.
like he's the one who like cock blocks everybody, and like he's like the drunk guy at the party that you could never like deal with. You know,
he's the guy who goes to the movie theater and laughs hysterically and blows it for all your friends, and and the parents ask him, "Well, is he smoking that? So why does my cat smell like dope?" No, that actually happened to me one time. Me and a friend of mine, we were getting stoned and up in the garage, in the rafters in the garage, and we had our cat, my sister's cat, up there, and then my friend laughed, and then my mom came home from work. She was outside getting this, and she's sitting there, and she was like 5 or whatever, Mom, why is my cat smells like dope? And I was like, oh shit, let me brush my teeth real quick, Mom, you smell my breath. My mom goes, I don't know what it smells like.
Lies. Your mom was telling lies.
Oh my gosh. My friend
in the 70s, man. So
my friend Chucky, okay, like I would be at his like house, and like he stayed at the same house as his mom. He helped take care of her. And it would be really funny. She thought for like the longest time that there was like a skunk that lived near the house. And then she was like, wait, this is like, she was noticing like I was there, and that skunk was around like all the time.
Maybe it followed you there.
And then she realized like, oh, and you know what? I actually got her to do like my vape pen. Like, it was pretty awesome because she wasn't like, like she had never done that kind of thing. And then she ended up starting to eat like some ganja, like treats and stuff, like cookies.
That's how my aunt does it. She's old as fuck. Yes,
I like broke her like cherry on that, like, yes, I'm going to get you to smoke some ganja.
We used to get like 6 or 7 of us in junior high school. We'd go down in the creek at one part. Over by the girls' school field, and we go down the creek, and then we'd expedition all the way around to the boys' field and come up there, and we'd get stoned all during lunch, and so it was cool.
Oh yeah. Absolutely. We had like a middle school. We had a stream right behind the building. We used to go out there and smoke and get high.
Why do they always build schools near creeks? You ever notice that?
Yes. Do you know why? Do you know why? Because when kids, like back in the days when it was like a schoolhouse, the kids would put their milk in the stream to keep it cold.
Well,
for their like lunch or whatever. Yeah, isn't that cool though? Like they're like, yeah, it's like a natural refrigerator.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I found that out. I was like, oh no shit. Yeah, that makes sense. Because I thought the same thing. I'm like, why is that? It's always near a creek or a stream or something. But yeah, it's to keep whatever cold. Yeah. I was like, no shit. That makes sense. Because if I go to like the water or whatever, or the beach, and I have like one of my Nalgene bottles, I'll dig up, the sand, and I'll put it down in there because it's, it's cooler. And like, yeah, that makes complete sense.
I used to keep my beer out on the porch when I lived up in Lake Tahoe because it'd be in the snow. Stick it in there. As long as it's covered in snow, it won't freeze,
Yes, exactly. Those are great coolers.
Did you guys see this crap about cops can hack phones through car with no legal limits? What the fuck is that?
Hi, Charlie Brown.
Charlie.
Hey, folks. How y'all doing?
Doing good. Yay. Look at that. We got the
What's up, Popeye? Nice to meet you, man.
2 handsome guys. Yeah. So, Noli, what were you saying? The cops can like hack our phone?
Yeah,
now?
From their cruiser.
What
with no legal limits.
What?
Wow.
Yeah. That was the headline for Redacted tonight.
This is some sort of federal law that they just passed?
I guess. Well, we were busy fucking looking elsewhere because that's how they do it.
Well, that's
Yep.
how everybody's at brunch.
What do you think the Kyle Rittenhouse case was?
Oh yeah, 100%. Fucking that was hey, look over here, so I can do a trick and fool you all.
And Ghislaine Maxwell is going to be the same thing.
Yeah, they're going to pin it all on her and say, "Oh, okay, we got her. Okay, everything back to normal. Go back to sleep." That's what.
And
It's gonna
that
happen.
Kathleen Moore, her body was found behind her best friend's house.
Which one?
Wait, which one was that?
She went missing like. Fuck, it seems like a long time ago now, but it's only been maybe a few weeks. She was a YouTuber, or no, maybe she was on TikTok or some shit. I can't remember.
I remember hearing a little bit about that, but I don't remember like. Oh, we dropped.
She was a black lady, and so it didn't get a lot of press. That's just how they fucking roll. Something that's getting rather old, in my opinion. I'm sick of it. Sick of it. Fucking.
It's so much like it's all overwhelming too. Like it just, and that's part of it. Oh,
got somebody else at the door. Who we got?
I think it's Charlie coming back.
Okay.
Yes, there we go.
Sorry about that. I'm lagging. I was just trying to see if I restarted if it would smarten up, but I guess not.
Yeah, it might catch up to you though. Let's see. What did Julie say here? Schools, homes, and towns need to be by water before there were pipes. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, like that's how you had power, and like.
Wait a minute, I'm gonna do something here.
So, do you love my avatar?
Sunday.
Is that like an air?
Looks like an incendiary device with like a dead man switch.
Yeah, it's just the switch, like that you have at the end of the cables. So you hit that and it triggers it.
This is how warped my brain is. Like at first glance, I totally thought it was like a mechanical rooster.
Oh my god, I see that. I see it now. Holy shit.
Okay, thank you for it's not just me. Now nobody can now no one can unsee
do you
it.
see the background? Do you see the
So
background?
it totally looks like you're stroking a mechanical cock, Noli. I'm sorry I had to say it.
It does. It really does now. That's all I can see now.
But that's like cool. It's like a double entendre in a picture or something, I guess.
It was a
That's
pest
awesome.
dispenser.
To me, it looked like an airbrush to me. Like I'm like, oh, looks like an airbrush.
Oh yeah.
Like an artist, airbrush.
I'd much rather see that.
I have a whole bunch of those. I've decided that they are a pain in the fucking ass, and I'm never buying another one again.
Oh.
An airbrush?
Yeah. It clocks so fucking easy. Oh my god.
Oh.
You set that thing down for 2 seconds, and you think you're gonna go back to it, and no, you got to take it apart and you got to clean it. And sometimes you can't get it's plugged somewhere. You just can't find out where. It's really annoying. Fuck those things.
No, that sounds awful. Like I don't want that.
Yeah, you don't. Yeah. You'll spend so much money fucking just replacing them. Like even if you just stick with, if you do use them, just stick with the $14 ones because you're gonna replace that just as often as you will the one that costs you $140.
Yeah, my brother had a Pache airbrush.
Oh, Trish is saying that
I have
the
one.
video is fuzzy. Is all of it fuzzy for you, Trish?
Yeah, if you hit settings,
I know. I
check and
need
see
to
what it's on.
shave.
Mine's at 480,
Looks okay on mine. Yeah,
but it can go up to 720. So you.
Oh,
to
for
just
her
switch
own
that there
setting. Oh, Jilly says it's clear. It might just be there's some internet. Everything seems okay for me over here. Like you guys are clear. Yeah, maybe if she refreshes. Yeah, because Steve Wolf dude said it's fine for him too. I'm like trying not to knock over the guitar behind me.
Have you guys heard of the Pascal show?
This is the last pipe you'll ever need.
I don't think so.
Okay, well, he's a delight. He really is. Even when he's sharing stories about horrible things, he's not going to leave you feeling yucky. But I still mod for him, but I was working for him for a little while, but it just became to be too much because I was doing stuff for the Real News Network for PAR, and then I was doing stuff for him, and plus all the other crap with the First Amendment auditors and the cop watchers. It was just too much. I couldn't handle it. I had to stop.
Oh, that's awesome.
I
love the Real News Network. Those guys are awesome.
Okay, well, Taya and Steven.
Yep.
When Aaron left.
Well, at the end, you'll hear them. You'll hear Taya mention Noli D. That's me.
Now that you say that, yeah, I think I remember because I forget, what is her segment again? It's
the police accountability report.
Yeah, accountability report, right? Yeah, I love. Yeah, she did. It's very well done. So good on you for your input on that too. It's a really excellent. I don't know what do you a program or channel, what have you, but they do real good work over there.
What was the name of it again? We can put it in the chat.
It is on the Real News Network.
Real
and
News.
The segment is called the Police Accountability Report. We air every Thursday at 9 p.m. Eastern.
Why don't you put that in the chat for me?
Sure, I'll grab a link.
Okay, yeah, because I'm like that's a lot to try to
That is a lot.
to type. I'm like, I'll be.
The Real News Network writ large is really an excellent
yes
entity. I don't know what word what I'm trying to use here. Channel. What would be appropriate?
Do you guys know how to link the YouTube channels? Like, you know what I mean?
That's what I'm about to do. Just throw a link from my.
If you want to do the old school DOS version, it'd be in like brackets.
Well, you know what I mean? Like when you go to certain like news, like another channel, it will say like, like other, like channels that they're, like you're kind of linked with. Does that make sense?
You mean like
you just press the little arrow and it'll go to share, but then you have to go through Google to do it. What I do is I just copy the link and press Command C and copy it, and then Command
Oh,
D
no,
to,
I'm saying like the YouTube pages themselves, like my stream, my page, and connect it like with Steve's and like with Noli's, because like they'll come up, like you can kind of make your own like network, I think, right?
Well, yeah, but just click on the name of the page once you get on one of their videos, and then copy that. I don't know if this.
You mean like an affiliate hot link, like a hyperlink rather, that shows
I don't
up.
know. Like
you
when
search
you go
for one, the other one
somebody's.
pops up too.
I forget how to do I forget what the code was to do a hyperlink, but you'll do like in brackets, I guess. Like if you wanted to do bold, you'd put brackets, like the square brackets, and put a B, and then at the end of whatever you're going to write, put another bracket, and then another B, and then another bracket, and then a /, or no, /, and that would set it in there so that you can click on it and you get. That's how we used to do it on the forums. I forget. But I don't know how to do the link.
So the link that I put in the chat is to our latest segment that we did on Thursday.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I don't know if I like missed it or I don't realize that like it was, like your particular channel.
If you're a mod on a certain page and then you paste a web address, it will automatically turn it into a link. But if you're not a mod, you got to do that code.
Oh yeah, to get it on there.
I can't remember what the What the one was, maybe URL, I think would be it. Yeah, you'd write bracket URL bracket, and then at the other end you'd go bracket URL bracket backslash.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm not the tech person.
This is going back 20 years on forums, man. That's what you need is
Hey
just
guys,
to get
I'm
up.
gonna mute myself for a few minutes.
Okay.
You know, like you go on the forums and people that have like different topics, start a new topic, and then people will just. That's what you need to get, man. You need to get.
Well, I kind of have that at on the Discord, but I have to remember to go on my Discord in order to do that.
Because I mean, there's still I got links to a couple forums that are still active. Like there's one for audio. People talk about audio equipment and stuff, and it's like I haven't logged in there so long it doesn't even remember my username, you know. But yeah, I started out 20 years ago on talking to people on drum corps forum. They finally booted me, but.
Wow, that's awesome. Yeah, I remember like doing some like code things like back in the day, but like I haven't had to use them in so long, and I never really was like that great at it. Like I just kind of like learned what I needed to then. But yeah, I'll definitely look into that. So Charlie, I wanted to see like, so your sister is going to be getting out.
Yeah, she said Thursday she had to like cut our conversation short because her cousin was trying to call and had been trying to reach her all day. So, but yeah, she went in there with like one complaint, and it turned out to be like all this other stuff. Like they found a giant, not a tumor, but a cyst or something growing around her abdomen area. She had 2 hernias. She had a perforated bowel, I think it was. So I'm like, Jesus, you went in for like the full freaking tune-up. You should see the scar is gnarly. It goes like right up from under her breastplate, like down through her navel, and like right to above her pelvis. And there's all staples and shit's gnarly. She sent me pictures. She said, "You want to see a picture?" I'm like, knowing you, no, but go ahead. Yeah. So she's never. I mean, you're a mom, so you'd get it, especially. She has 2 twins. When they were born, like their allergies were off the fucking charts. Like she had no idea what was going on with these kids. Her doctors were complete ass clowns. It was crazy. So she's never been away from her kids for this long before. So for her, it's like a really big deal on that level too. So it's going to be a nice homecoming, I'm sure.
I think I've only ever been away from my daughter for probably like a long weekend, maybe. Like, you know, not like, you know, a super long time. I'm trying to think, like, you know, maybe like 5 days at most or something. But yeah, not a lot. But like her and I
don't see my kids that often anymore. They live in the city. The passport capital of the West.
Oh no, really?
Yeah,
You're talking about in New York?
San Francisco.
Oh yeah, I know. There's like either San.
I
forgot you're West Coast. I'm on the East.
45 miles.
The other East, yeah.
Yeah. Whatever, you know, whatever direction it is, you know.
That is some scary shit, man. Watching what's going down over in Austria and Australia and Germany, and like those kids escaping that fucking, call it what it is. It's a fucking concentration camp. I don't care what premise, you know, and we know it's bullshit. Did you guys happen to see, who was it? I think it was actually it's John Campbell, I believe, right?
Is that the one that Jimmy Dore played? I don't know if you watched.
Yeah, he posts his stuff quite a bit, but and I watch his stuff fairly regularly. He's very even-handed throughout the entire. He just goes over the facts line by line. But I think it was him who showed it was some official data. I don't know if it was from the WHO or not, but it was like the World Health Organization effectively sent a memo to the FDA, basically telling them to stop being stupid. It's like this needs to stop immediately. You guys are going against like all previously accepted protocols regarding all of this, clearly throwing all the science out the window, and it's captured regulatory bullshit.
The whole way through too. It's not just like a little. It's all of it.
there's not an aspect about it that it isn't like a giant fucking red flag. I mean, maybe
Well,
red
look at the
flag's
book.
the wrong way of putting
Look
it.
at the book that just came out. I mean, that book is people can't unknow that once they know that. So
The
I
JFK book?
really hope, I'm really hoping that, like Steve just read like one of the free like little excerpts that you could you could read, and oh my God, it sounds so intense. Like I haven't bought it, but I guess it's like one of the number one sellers on like Amazon, and like it's out of stock or whatever already.
Well, a lot of boomers, I kind of hate to use these terms, but a lot of people of the generation have a good deal of trust in him. And those are a lot of the holdouts in some ways too. I mean, there's a lot of our peers in the Gen X crowd too, but maybe that'll fill in the blanks for some people and give them at least some pause to, because everybody is, especially at least, when it comes to the kids, I think everybody can pretty much at least agree on that. Some of the people who were all for everything before is like putting the brakes on a little bit, like, whoa.
I never trusted them.
I think
you're smart not to, obviously.
Well, I mean, look at the guy. He was injecting
Thank you, Steve
children
Wolfbrand,
with live.
I appreciate that.
He was giving children, orphans in New York, live AIDS virus.
What? Yeah,
and vaccinations.
The tail end of a program.
80s.
Oh my God!
In the 80s, he did that.
Drugged these kids and then buried their bodies in secret on some like island off of New York or something. I think.
Yes,
I understood that.
Yes,
Holy
they
shit.
do that. They do it on I think they do it on Rikers Island. They have like mass graves out there.
Unreal.
And literally, not to be gross, but eventually these mass graves wash out.
Ugh.
And bones are showing up on the shore there, like human remains
all over the world. The dead and buried secrets, all the people who were expendable to these fucking psychopaths who've been running the world for way too long. All of the bodies of these children who got abducted effectively and ran to these boarding schools, the native boarding schools. I mean, that is a horrific chapter that never gets talked about in mainstream. I mean,
well, the native women
first people
that are
forget about that
disappearing.
evil shit. Yeah, that too. Missing and murdered indigenous women is a huge deal. That just, I mean, some of us are paying attention, understand it. We know about it, but there's crickets. Again, like you said earlier, just everything, the Rittenhouse thing or anything, pick something. There could even be something legitimately to be concerned about these issues, but the way that they make such a pageantry and a more aptly put a fucking circus out of it, then yeah, people don't know to shit or wind or watch anymore. And it's understandable. And I heard you guys saying earlier before I popped in here, it is like a psyop. You know what I mean? It is like effectively, like you can't, I don't know if you want to go so far as like how much of this shit they're manufacturing, like purposely, but whatever's going on, they're certainly taking really good advantage of it. And there's a lot of people in certain places who know how to push everybody's buttons as a human animal.
If
they know that's what the MK programs were all about. That's all Operation Paperclip shit from the Nazis.
If you can gauge how much a person is if you can gauge how propagandized somebody is based upon how they digest their news and get their information and how much cable news that they watch, then that just proves the point. You know what I mean? If they are digesting that kind of information and they are off into the propaganda world and not living in the real world, then it's the biggest example that what they've done, it's worked.
Yeah.
I mean, my daughter's going taking psychology classes at the college, and it's really crazy the stuff that she tells me, the things that I say and everything, and she'll be yeah, Mom, and this is why that is. And I'm like, holy shit, it's really insane. And then she said in her class, they actually say how psychology itself is very dangerous. It is a
Yeah.
very dangerous thing to know because it can be used in different ways, and the way that the intention is and the way the manipulation is on it. Like, that's a huge deal because they can use it against us, which obviously they are.
Yep. There was a number of scientists that were involved and had their stuff borrowed from, like, Skinner and all those behaviorists and stuff. That's largely, what a big chunk of the MK type stuff is, because that's how they know how to get in your head and fuck with you. And so I found some. I think I posted them on my channel if anybody's interested. A couple documentaries I dug up from somewhere else on YouTube about the CIA funding MK Ultra programs in Canada well into the 80s. So I mean, if they're doing it, what happened?
I said, post us a link.
Yeah.
Oh,
did you see what Trish said?
Trish said out of nowhere, sister. I didn't know where that was coming from.
Oh yeah, Noli, she's up there. Trish said that Potter's Field on Hart Island in New York City. That's what it is. Yes, Hart Island. Imagine, like, they name it Hart Island.
Hart. Oh, Jesus Christ! The irony never fucking ends, right?
She has a cousin that's buried there.
Can't stop swearing.
So yeah, I mean, like, they have Hart Island, we have Plum Island, which is like it's a whole other thing. But yeah, and to even go to Hart, I watched something on it. I got the island wrong, but I remember like watching something about this, how they will go and take people and bury them there and not inform the family. And then, like, the family, if they want to go visit their loved one, they have to like have like a special like they have to make an appointment and other things like that just
Even
to go
in
see their family member.
They're treated like a commodity, like property. That's so
where
disgusting.
bones are washing up there because because it's an island, they're washing out. And yeah, so it is horrendous, that and it's crazy because you don't really ever hear about, you hear about indigenous graves being disrupted and the like Native American burial grounds. Well, what you never hear about is, white man's freaking graveyard got, dug up. Like, you don't hear that. You don't hear like, it's an old, like, colonial graveyard and they, did this or that, or there were, you know what I mean? Like, that's not, like, it is just perpetual disrespect for, for everybody. It's just nonstop. We've let the evil people continue on. And we got to tell them no more. We got to take it back.
Because it profits too many people. There's always some mode of profit if you stop and think about it. And I think that the mentality around profiting off of things is what warps our relationship with nature. It becomes some sort of impediment on some level. I don't think it doesn't seem like it would have to be, but it seems like it's always there. So, people often posit, can capitalism, can we coexist with capitalism, so to speak, or whatever, in regards to sustainability with nature and all that? And it doesn't. I mean, I don't know.
Like,
there's been many different forms of economies throughout history. So there always seems to be somebody willing to take advantage.
Yeah. Like Steve said to me earlier, he was like, "Oh, freaking Jen Pesky said something about, maybe every American should have a freaking COVID test." And he was like, "Yeah, maybe they should." And my response was, "No, fuck that. Who's gonna make the money off of it? First off, and they're not even accurate. No, I don't want your freaking thing. I know whether I have something or not. I know I'm not sick."
But again, too.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Noli.
So you mentioned the graveyard thing, and I remember I had to search it because I remember my grandpa telling me when I was a kid that there was like a bunch of cities that were actually built over top of graveyards. And I'm looking here, and Savannah is one of them. And it's like, it's not an Indian burial ground, and it's just a fucking cemetery. And there's also what do you call it? a prison graveyard that was also built over in Sugarland.
It's crazy. There's property.
In Baltimore too. There's like a parking lot in Baltimore. There's still bodies under there.
We have a local dog park that used to be like an insane asylum, and there are bodies still buried there.
Oh,
and it's a dog park over it.
Apparently, Santa Fe has over 400 blocks of lost cemeteries somewhere in that town, but nobody knows where.
I went to the Conservation Corps Training Academy at an old tuberculosis asylum, and I had quit and I had to rejoin, so I had to do it twice. The place was really a trip, but they finally tore it down. It was up in Murphy's, California. It's a trip.
Wow.
Oh, Charlie, is this the link?
Yeah, that's one of them. Go ahead.
God, they call him Bo of the Fifth Column now, but he used to work for the Fifth Estate.
Oh yeah, I know his stuff.
Small world.
Yeah, Justin.
Cool.
I can't think of his last name to save my life, but his first name's Justin.
Right on. Small world.
I have to run upstairs real quick, just step out. But Noli, you can put that up there, right? The thing that he has here.
It's up there.
Yeah, would you be able to grab? Do you want us to watch it? What is it? Just
Oh no. You can if you want to. It's like the shortest one is 23 minutes long. The other one's like 37. Just if anybody wants to go back later on. I mean, you can by all means, but
I mean, if you want, we can watch some beginning of it or whatever. We can play it if you want.
Absolutely, if you guys want to, by all means.
Yeah,
I'm not sure. I haven't watched them in a little bit. Like I take in so much shit all the time. If you go and look at my channel, all the shit that I post, I don't know how my channel hasn't gotten shut down. I tried posting a couple things about the CIA.
How popular are the like? Is it like a million view person?
My channel doesn't. Nobody goes on my channel, but
Well, I just subscribed to you. So.
Oh, thank you kindly.
Yeah, I usually try to subscribe to everybody.
Yeah, I do too.
No, can you pull it up though? Well, I have to run up it. Okay, I'll be right back.
Oh, the video. Yeah, derpity do. My bad. I'm like spaced out. Yeah, it's got like almost 1.2 million views. I wonder how long these sorts of things are going to stay up on the internet or YouTube anyway.
Oh, dude, there was one that was it was a recording of the Congress talking back in like the 60s about police violence and shit, and it also had like video or like audio recording or whatever of the same fucking conversation being had 20 years before that. And then there was video of it being talked about in the 90s, and then again, today. And I can't find it anywhere now. And a friend of mine had it up on his channel for a long time, and also had it up on YouTube, and it's just gone. It's just gone. And I know I watched this thing. I know I'm not something crazy.
That's why I almost crashed my computer, because I got I bought a couple old off-lease business computers off of the hell was Newegg or something, and you get a really good deal. It's got some great specs, but I got like a terabyte hard drive on one and a 2 terabyte hard drive on the other, and they're both almost full with like all this shit. Because I figured, fuck it, they're gonna take it off the net at some point. If I find a good one, I actually save it offline, and then some of it, if I can get away with it beyond the copyright stuff, I'm trying to post as much as I can to my channel before it gets taken down. Because I'm not monetizing my channel or anything. I just like to share information when I can find it. That's why I love all you guys. It's awesome. That's really cool. Thank you for inviting us over to the debate or conversation the other night. I didn't know about that channel, so that was cool too.
What? That guy's a really good dude too. He really is.
James.
And the guy that was James.
Yeah.
He is good people. I'm actually going to be doing another debate over there. About the same subject, but with somebody who's intimidating as fuck.
What was that last part? Sorry.
She's from England, and she knows our laws forwards and backwards for some fucking reason. I'm not sure why she's so interested in our laws, but she puts up a really good argument against First Amendment auditing. That I mean, I still think I win, even though at the end we're both just like, no, I win, no, I win. But we put on a pretty good argument with each other, and whenever
You're pro, right? You're for it, right?
Oh, I'm 100% for it. I think it's needed. It is necessary.
Yeah, me too. And
Whether
I mean, is it seem it seems
it's going in and recording, you know, the county clerk office or the records office or the sheriff's department, or, you know, I think it's
a publicly funded building with publicly funded employees. Yeah, you know, what the fuck? That's like, you know, it's like if you're the owner of a business. I mean, I don't like to hearken our government to a business. I think it's part of the problem. But, you know, if it was a business, you would want to be able to go in and inspect the goings on to make sure, you know, the people you hired to do the job are doing their job and the money's not being fucked off with to the Caymans or whatever other fuckery. But the only time I agree when I hear those arguments against is the only point I would agree with that they seem to bring up is the demeanor on the auditor's part. I mean, it's you know, and I don't blame them, and I fully support their right to go however they want to roll. But it is like on the human factor, one person to another, badge and camera aside. If you know, there's going to be some energy between you, and that authority, their authority stance fucks the whole thing. Because you ought to be able to just say, you know, it's my rights, and I don't need to disclose any of this information to you. I'm not doing anything wrong, you know. And at the same time, you see the ones who do get you know, they do give them a little upfront. Say, I'm just here to do an audit, you know, no worries or whatever. I get shit's weird nowadays or whatever, but you know, that's the only thing I think I could tend to kind of agree with on that argument. But otherwise, what the fuck? Yeah. It's your
people like Furry Potato, you know, she will go into a residential area and stand outside of some random person's home and just film. I think that's bullshit. You need to pull your head out your ass and stop acting like a fucking dick.
Yeah, that's completely that's not even. Does she do it under the guise of or the pretense of some sort of actual audit?
Or is she? It's her right to. Which, you know, maybe so. You're on a fucking public sidewalk, but what you're doing is creeper status. Stop it.
Right.
But you know what?
Yeah, exactly.
She's just showing it outright that you can be there and do that. But you know what? What about all the cameras that you can't see? What about every one of those Ring cameras that are on somebody's house or surveillance?
Oh,
I mean, it's just like, in a way, it does prove a point of we are always under surveillance. And if we are in the public, we have to assume that.
Right.
Oh,
if you're
outside of your front door, you are being filmed. Fucking just live life that way.
I mean, if someone wants to walk down the street and film, like, all right, whatever, you're weird, you know, like if they're just walking around. But like, you know, I'm not like, who am I to fucking know what they're going through or what they're doing? And all it is taking a moment that's happening in time that a million people could be freaking seeing anyway. You know what I mean? Like.
I think that brings up a point like Yona touched on in one of the last talks that he was doing with us on like how like the Cherokee belief and a lot of First Nations beliefs is like, you know, there's all these rights and stuff that we in our culture, westernized culture, but it's like from that perspective, it's more about responsibility. So I think it's both in this instance when we're talking about these are human rights. Fuck the law, fuck the governments or any of that shit. You know, I answer to the creator or whatever, the universe, that's it. You know what I mean? But there is also like, so we have these rights, you know, whether they be inalienable or they're by law, but we have the responsibility to use these rights in a responsible way. So don't, like you're saying, Noli, don't go out and stand in front of somebody's house like all rando, like a fucking creeper. And you know what I mean? Yeah, you can do it, but why? It's like I can
you
put
can
on a
do it
and combat boots, and skip down the street with a silver-plated hammer and smash you in the fucking face. And skip along, but it's not. You know, I'm not going to do it. You know, we can do all kinds of things, but why? Like,
but
do it for a good reason.
There's a difference of like being a legal thing. There's a legality that you can do something, but that doesn't mean morally you should.
Right.
Like it doesn't make it like legal doesn't equal moral. You know what I mean? I could do that. That doesn't mean it's not creepy. You know.
Well, her channel got taken down actually not too long ago. There's a few other people whom I have mad love for them and I respect the fuck out of them. but they will go to private businesses and stand out in front of them. And it's just like, dude, go to your government, because that's who we got a problem with.
Right.
Yeah, they're just using it, and they're using it in the extreme
for clicks and views. But I mean,
and that takes away
a cop watcher out there who doesn't do it for the clicks and views, because that is where they are seen. You know, that's how they get the word out there, is because of those clicks and views. So,
but the thing is,
for that, they're liars.
By them doing that kind of fucking shenanigans, all it is being a freaking distraction from what we really should be talking about, which is actually auditing and not discussing whether they should be having this or that behavior. You know what I mean? It's the people that take it too far and go to the extreme, or you know, like, they're the ones that cause this issue where we're talking about that instead of what is actually being happened with the audit.
Right, and we're even like missing the point there, I think, a little bit in that, or like not missing the point, but let's take it further than that and realize, like we were talking in the bigger, you know, anthropological perspective, if you will, of we're being fucked with on a level we know no peoples on earth have ever been fucked with before, propagandized wise. So even those people out for the clicks and all that shit are obvious. They're feeding into it through all their own human frailties, feeding into what the fuck they're trying to get us to do. That's part of the plan, as far as I'm concerned. Or if it's not, again, not part of a nefarious plan, they're certainly, again, manipulating everybody's basic human emotions and all that. Russell Brand did a really good. Somebody put up a montage. Maybe I can put that in the chat too. It's like a 15-minute thing of like clips of him talking. It's called Awakened Man. But in one part of it, he really fucking nails it, where he's like, I'd really rather not live in a society where, you know, my government and all of these societal mechanisms that we come up with don't like I'm paraphrasing here, but you know, basically, I'd rather not live in a society where my government pushes all my fucking buttons. You know, I'd rather live in a society where it encourages us to build community and, you know, all the good stuff that we talk about, and we know all the stuff that we would teach our children. Everybody deserves all that. Just because you're 18 doesn't let you off the hook for a fucking hug or a hop in the ass when needed. But, you know, I don't know. I think a lot of this stuff we get caught up in. This is my concern. And rightfully so. You got to be like, I really appreciate you, Lucky, always pushing the accountability, holding each other accountable. We need to do that, but there's got to be some form of, at least to whatever degree it's appropriate, depending on who you're talking about, I guess. But we need to kind of come with a little more gentleness, a little more understanding that we're all stuck in this fucking together. It kind of almost comes down to a similarity of the red versus blue sort of shit on all these levels. Everybody on either side of the Kyle Rittenhouse fucking argument and all this kind of, pick one. It's like, Jesus Christ, there's legitimacy to be had in all these arguments, but we're never going to hear each other if we're all shut down.
We're being reactive to situations instead of looking at the larger picture of why we are sick and in this condition. It's like saying, oh, well, why are you sad and depressed? And then you realize, like, oh, well, let me think about what's causing that. I'm sad and depressed because I'm separated from my family and I have all these things happening. And you know what I mean? Like, this makes me sad. But instead of saying, like, okay, let's fix the larger picture, let's be preventative and not always reactive. Like, we live in a society where it's all reaction to what happens. There's not enough like preventative. Like, we can prevent a lot of the things that are happening, and we can change that. We just have to decide that that's what we're going to do and stick to it.
That requires a shift in focus, I think.
Yeah. And that's what I, you know, like when I covered the Kyle Rittenhouse thing, like I did a show on that, but it wasn't about that. It was about the fact that it was a complete distraction from the larger like picture of why it led up to that. You know, like why was he there? Why were other people there? Why were they burning it down? Why were they feeling that unheard, that they were in the street burning shit down? And that became like completely washed away. The reason that they were there, the reason is because the cop shot Jacob Blake in the back like 7 times and the man is paralyzed. And everybody's focused on whether this kid is a white supremacist or not. And you know what? you know what? He very well could be, just because he shot white guys. He shot white guys that were out there burning the shit down because they were standing up for the fact that Jacob Blake got shot in the back 7 times by a cop. That is what caused that. This was just a ripple reaction to it. And everybody just like seems to be so focused on like the after of it instead of saying, well, what brought us here? Why were we at that moment? Sorry. That whole thing just really got me so worked up, you know, like
we can get lost in the minutia of it all.
Yeah, like we got to look at the larger picture of things and take our feelings out of it, take a step back and say, okay, why did this happen? And like, what brought us here? Instead of being like, oh, let me try to treat these symptoms.
During a protest lately, it's been because of police violence to begin with anyway.
Right.
So we need to always go back to the larger picture and address the larger picture and not just the symptoms of that larger picture. Because if we're always like just like treating the symptoms and we never get to that, then we're never, you know what I mean? We're not going to get anywhere. We're just going to continue this same cycle that we're doing right now.
Yeah. It's like having a gaping wound and you're concerned about the blood being on the floor versus.
Yes. Sorry. Like, oh no, don't get the blood on the carpet.
I'm sorry, no, I spoke over you.
On my Birkenstocks.
Yeah.
I love Birkenstocks.
I'm wearing some right now.
Our own government encourages police violence.
Mm-hmm.
To
the media,
of billions of dollars every year, fucking billions.
Hollywood, it's completely reinforced. Like police brutality is reinforced.
Please, for the love of Christ, stop watching Law and Order.
Look at Law and Order. Look at Cops. Remember the movie? Remember when it was like live Cops?
Yeah, everybody used to like gather around with their popcorn and.
Live, right?
Wow.
It was like entertaining to watch people get arrested. And then now what they do is they have all these jail shows with like, you know, like it's like freaking it's like the Big Brother back in the day, you know, on MTV. It's like the same thing, but now they're covering it in like prisons and making it like, you know, and it's like you can't tell me that they're not going to edit that to make the best scenes and make the best ratings and the best views out of that.
Cops is always the favorite show in the county jail. It's like, oh God, why do you want to see how you got here? It's like,
whenever I've been locked up, it's never been out on the TV. I would flip the fuck out every time. I'm in jail. I don't need to see people fucking going to jail.
Mm-hmm.
I already saw this episode. I lived it yesterday.
Ironically, when I was locked up, that's what the fucking guys in lockup like to watch. They were watching Cops. Hey, how twisted is that?
Because you're addicted to it.
Yeah, I'm like, are you? Yeah, I mean, they're like hoping to see like a family member on there or something. I don't know. I'm like, holy shit, man! But that is a
shit.
That is a good point because that is a sign of institutionalization, and it's not just you use that word and we think, okay, just inside of like a building somewhere, but no, our fucking government, our societal structure is an institution, and that is exactly what happens on so many different levels, and it's a fucking secret caste system. Not addressing that factor alone fucks all kinds of stuff up. I just kind of wanted to respond. Julie had said fear is immobilizing, thus easier to control people, and exactly on so many levels. Even what you mentioned with Hollywood, what do? If it's not fear, it's some other emotion that they're manipulating on every level. If it's not distractionary entirely, some goofy romance thing, sorry if you like that shit, or if it's like Law and Order where they're trying to picture this is reality or whatever, and this is how you're supposed to feel and think about all this shit. These people are experts. And I was like, no, the fuck, they're not experts.
And
well, as expert as the fucking Nazis were. I mean, yeah, those guys were doctors too. Christ.
Now let's look at the symptom of the culture of like think about in prison now, right? Now the culture in prison is, oh, well, you know, I was out long enough. At least I had this long out before I'm back, right? Like that's the culture. Being divided by your race is a culture, you know, and it's outright. And it's like, okay, you guys are doing exactly what they want. The more that you guys separate and are tribal and separate by race and all this shit, you're doing exactly what is going to keep you in here. It's what's going to keep you going in here. And then and then like the food that they eat, that they provide, it's completely full of like sodium and just all carbs and sugar, and it's the whole thing. It is so, like, there's the thing is like there's so much that is like the larger picture that like is so harmful and bothersome that it's hard to focus on just like one aspect of something.
Yep.
It's really easy to feel like freaking small and looking around going, oh shit, like where do I go? Like where do I even put my attention towards? Because there's so many things happening.
Yep.
Julie made
I think that's what.
Go ahead.
No, you please go ahead.
Julie made a comment about, basically, the Europeans came here fleeing for freedom or, penal colony type shit. But they stayed here because they didn't want to go back dealing with oppression and crap. So we oppress, and when I say we, I'm talking about, my father's side of the family. Then we turned around and did the same thing. We looked at the natives and we said, you convert yourself to my faith or we will kill you.
Yep. Accept Christ or die.
And it's just crazy how, not too long before, the reason that people were showing up here in droves was because
the Puritans were kicked out.
I want out of here because I'm tired of these Catholics telling me how to live and being persecuted by these Catholics. And then the Protestants show up here and they persecute the natives. And it's like, what the blank fuck?
And that is intergenerational trauma on some level. It just never ends and it never gets called out for what it is.
Yeah, and that's what we need
think
to
about
do
the
now.
fact that the doctrine of discovery was codified into federal law. Ruth Bader Ginsburg, the freaking liberal fucking hero, beat the fucking First Peoples who came before her in some court. I don't remember what it was over exactly, but she used the doctrine of discovery in judgment against First Nation peoples in federal court. So fuck her.
Yeah, dude, you know how much money she was worth when she died?
Yeah, and I mean
Don't
that whole
tell
argument,
me-
she
don't
should have
tell
left
me
before
she's
she
not
did too, and all that
Bernie.
shit too. But
She's another Bernie.
Christ, what a
It's a
yeah.
fucking
They
psyop,
are.
man.
It's one big
We have
club,
to
and they're
recognize
using it
all of
to
it.
beat us
that
all to death.
of them are.
The few
And
people who do end up getting elected, whether it's locally or it's statewide or it's federally, that are not, already part of that system, they have a price and they sell out every fucking time. I mean, there's this guy who's running for attorney general down in Texas, and he is one of us. He is an activist at heart. He has gone all over this country and protested. He has defended protesters, but here he is. He's going to become state attorney general down there in Texas, and watch, he'll have a price too.
If you see their
Or
lifestyle,
compromat,
man, they
right?
live so lavishly. It's like, man, I've had some of those dinners, and they live good. They don't talk about work. They talk about their next trip.
And that
politicians.
Ruth Ginsburg, she helped keep immunity, qualified immunity for cops. She had a chance to fucking get rid of it. She could have fucking done it, and she didn't do it. She voted for it, not against it. Fuck her. She was a bad human being, and I'm glad she's dead. And I will say that about every other person who is running this damn government system. They all go up to Gitmo until the day they fucking die.
Dude, he's the same as Bernie.
For sheriffs or judges in the elections. It's like, why do I give them my fucking vote? Fuck all of them.
I vote we close down Gitmo and give it, let Cuba have what's rightfully theirs, and we just send them all to that fucking Hague where they belong.
No, let's put them all in Gitmo and then give Gitmo back to.
So, I like your style.
Wasn't Yona saying that the Americans didn't know before anything?
Wash your hands of it. I should be running this country. What the fuck?
I didn't catch that last comment, Popeye. Sorry.
What? wasn't Yona saying that the Americans grabbed Gitmo before the Cubans even got to it or whatever?
Oh yeah,
We have a
you might
lease
be right.
with them.
Yeah, he was
No,
man.
Yeah, there was some interesting history there. I remember. I
What he
can't retain
called
a lot of stuff sometimes. It's
the
strange.
island of Haiti and the Dominican Republic is on.
Yeah, I can't remember
That's some
exactly what he
interesting
Have to
said.
go
stuff,
back
man.
and that
'Cause that
I
was-
actually downloaded that whole stream so I can go back and look at it later, like looking up through like an encyclopedia. You drop some fucking knowledge, man.
Fuck yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I have to go back
like,
and listen.
Wow.
Like I'm like shit. I'm gonna go back with notes and pause and note. You know what I mean? Because that's the only way I'm gonna retain all of that. Yeah, it's crazy.
Well,
I think
too,
that what happened is we took Gitmo from them, like, and we made them sign a lease with the United States. So, but only we can break the lease on that and give it back.
They always get some weird ass, only we can do it, and it only goes one direction, and so.
It's always heads I win, tails you lose. That's
Yeah.
basically the fucking
Always,
gist of it,
always.
man. Fucking idiots.
And
Oh,
it's
man.
rigged. It's double
Kakistocracy.
heads, and the U.S. takes it.
Well, it's a private company.
United States Incorporated.
Yeah, and then like if you say anything like against the U.S., it's like, oh, you're not a patriot. It's like, no, I want to be a patriot. I want to be proud of the country I live in,
also get
and that's
sick
why I criticize it.
Call themselves
Right.
patriots. Like, come on, fucking. Give me a.
I mean, does nobody remember the term civic duty? I mean, what the fuck? You can't just expect to hire the. I mean, well, I guess to a working class person, you expect if someone hires you for this is what I'm hiring you for. Can you do this job? Yes, I can. Okay, got the job. You go to the job and you decide to like not do the job. You're not going to have that fucking job anymore. Whereas these assholes get in there, they work maybe 6 months out of the year, if you want to call it work, quote unquote, and then they get top shelf everything. They get like $150,000 a year, I think, minimum or whatever. If they're in there so long, they get $50,000 a year for the rest of their life.
Yeah,
they get all
5
this
years.
shit, and then
5 years you get a pension.
All these crazy bennies, and yet we, the employers, effectively have to go in there all the time and light giant fucking fires under their ass to get them to even make a sound as if they're going to do what the fuck they were hired to do. And then, of course, they very rarely ever do it unless there's some backdoor benefit to them. It's a twisted fucking whorehouse. And apologies to sex workers for saying it. I don't.
The
No
one thing
disrespect
that
to y'all.
always got me was all these people who were in the military, and they expect you to kiss their ass because they couldn't figure out what the fuck to do when they were 18. It's like, sorry, that's how I feel about it. It's like, most of the people that I know went into the military they couldn't figure out anything else to do. And then
It's a poor draft.
Some big old fucking benevolent thing. No, you couldn't figure out what the fuck you were gonna do.
Well, it's a poor draft too. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like if you don't have health care and you feel like you have no future.
No, I used to watch the draft.
And then
when I was a kid.
And then to say
TV.
like you can go to college, yeah, but you might have to go be a murderer first. And if you survive that and you can mentally then still go to school, then maybe we'll let you go to school. But if you come back broken, then we're not going to take care of you. You might end up.
Right this way, sir. We have a cardboard box right down this alley just for you. Jesus Christ.
You know what I mean? Like when you break it down into that, it's like, how does anybody want to join the military or think that that you're a hero or respected?
Emotions plays on the emotions and all of those visceral socioeconomic factors you touched on.
If you mention anything, you don't like the flag or don't disrespect it. It's a fucking flag, man.
That is a piece of fabric.
Yeah, it's like.
Yeah, fuck the flag. What about the guy living down what about the 22 or so many veterans who kill themselves every day because they lost
like
all hope?
23, I think, a day. And when I've talked to vets about being like, being pro-peace, anti-war, I want our military to help within our country and help rebuild our country with our people. Like, that's what I want them to do. And I bring that up to people that are in the military and they go, oh yeah. Like I'm not saying that you're not important. I want you to come back, and I want you to be an important person. I want you to do the things that are going to help this country, that would make you a hero, and where you don't have to go and possibly become a murderer and sacrifice your entire life and your livelihood. Like, I'm like, vets come back and kill themselves. Vets come back and they're missing limbs if they even make it back. And I'm like, this is insanity. Like, like, we can have better. We just want better. It's not that we don't want this country or we want to destroy it. It's because we want everybody to have better. And whether or not they want better, I'm still going to fight for them to have better.
Yeah, agreed. What have we been at war all but maybe 16 years total?
Yeah,
that
since
was when I was in school.
country's inception, the fucking invasion of Turtle Island.
I mean, I would have gone into the military and nothing would have happened. That was the time, with Jimmy Carter and around then, yeah. Wow, man.
Yeah, it's like a bait and switch.
The draft on TV.
Oh yeah.
It would pick, and some poor sucker would have to go to,
Oh my God.
I knew kids. One guy I still know. He was one of the older kids, like, I'm like, between 5 and 10 or whatever at the park. And one of the older kids, comes back from fucking Vietnam. I didn't know he came back from Vietnam, but, he could do this tribal, he could burp on hey, belch, and he would do it, He called it the primal scream. But I didn't know he was a Vietnam vet until later he told me. And it's like all the teenagers would sit around and what was that funny smell? But I'd be riding my tricycle and they'd teach me cuss words and I entertained them, so they'd like having me around. That was kind of, it's kind of how I did it, And then my brothers would get me stoned, so I'd put on a show so they would, this guy's fun, let's get him stoned some more, It's like, it's a vicious circle.
And you're right, Jilly. It's not just that, though. It's also the fact that when they come back, their relationship with their families, their communities, society at large is completely and utterly fucking shattered. The PTSD is a wound of the psyche, right? And I said this before. My psyche comes from the ancient Greek, meaning soul. So like psychology is the study of the soul. We forget that it's an injury to the soul. It's an insult to the soul. That's like why you say they can't live with themselves. There is that aspect, but there's also, that's the whole point. I'm discovering in my own healing work now, is like from the polyvagal perspective, like talks about the effects of trauma on the nervous system. But you can also think of the nervous system extends beyond the individual and goes out. I guess it sounds ethereal, but it's that connection between us. And so it's almost like the mycelium, under the ground. It's like, it's there. It's like we have that going on too. And it's like that gets broken too. And so how are you supposed to heal? Like the Vietnam vets were the first ones to ever come home to not ticker take parades, but getting spat on and all that, to baby killers and all that shit. But it was Dr. Vander Kolk and Dr. Judith Lewis Herman, who were like two of the only scientists, social scientists, psychologists, to stand with the Vietnam vets who had reported to them over and over. They're right out of Massachusetts, by the way. And they were the ones who brought this all to the APA a bunch of times and basically made such a goddamn noise about it that the APA, the American Psychiatric Association, they could no longer deny it, and they were forced to put it to accept PTSD as a real diagnosis and finally start to get a little bit of help. Because that's again, of course, what nudged the VA to accept it too, and to get a little more serious to help treat vets reporting at the VA. Because a lot of Dr. Vander Kolk's and Dr. Herman's patients were people coming from the VA who were basically be told to get stuffed by the VA. We're not going to help you for so many reasons, because they didn't want to take accountability for what they, not the VA, but what the government, what the military did to these people. It's a contract. They agreed to put themselves into harm's way, and to be asked only to do so if absolutely necessary, and to have every expectation to be taken care of if need be when they came back. Whether it was back in the day when they had the GI Bill and people were actually getting homes afterwards and actually getting something, college, educations and all this shit. You can't even, you guys it was so nice to hear about Wes getting his eyes fixed by the VA the other night. Honestly, I almost fucking cried. I hear so many times from you guys, so many vets. It's just
They don't
Yeah.
ever talk about it, or that's all they talk about. My uncle, he was a gunnery sergeant in Da Nang, and then later he was Nixon's private. He was his bodyguard, and man, that's all he talks about is Vietnam all the time. Just man, people getting shanked, or what do they call that, fragged, and like you go to the movies, oh, there's gonna be somebody who's gonna get fragged tonight. It's like, man, he told me that's all he talks about, you know. And I met another
And that
guy.
verbal, that talking about it is one of so many different forms of that shit. It just racked his nervous system. It's like bouncing around inside of him
Yep.
with no means of getting out, because he still needs probably some social connection that perhaps he's not getting, or that connection unto his own self. But those two things need to both happen. It's hard if they're not in place. And if people aren't on the same page, and yeah, there's so many ways that it perpetuates.
Ever.
They can't, like, he can't get out of it. He can't stop his brain from going on that perpetual, like, just loop of what's happening. Can you imagine being in that state of mind all the time?
It is in the brain, but it's coming from the nervous system. And that's where I think people get stuck, because, again, that's like, I'm so fucking psyched to come across this stuff about the polyvagal, because they keep reiterating it's bottom up. It's like you get the state, the physiological state arises from the experience, from the traumatic, whatever's coming at you. But then it travels upstairs, and our brain tries to make sense of it. That's its job. That's what it's supposed to do. But it doesn't make any sense, because the state is so the nervous system is so dysregulated. The person doesn't know what's going on. Their environment probably doesn't know. Or if you're in war, you gotta wait till later to deal with that shit. But that's the problem. When you come back, you don't feel like you're ever not at war. Like, that's me. I've always been in hiding. My mother and I were in fear for our fucking lives for several months, and I was at the prime, unfortunately, the prime developmental window. It makes impression on your brain. And that's just for that. I mean, maybe it's easier to understand for a child than it would be for an adult. I don't know, but shock trauma is definitely different than developmental trauma. There are some degrees. There's a hell of a lot of overlap, but just bringing awareness to all this stuff, like you said, Papa, it's I don't want to say interesting exactly, but I mean, it is kind of, bringing that compassionate inquiry to the whole thing of, like you said, some people can't stop talking about it. Your uncle, was it? I think you said, a relative of yours, and then someone else you referenced can't or won't talk about it at all. So it's like,
talk about it.
Yeah, that's what Steve said here on this. He said, to know that you look at other people's lives would be hard to live with. I don't know how my father did it. He never talked about the war. And that's something that when I talked to the vet that I ran into in my daughter's college, and like we ended up talking about really deep stuff, he told me what happened, the reason why they sign up and they don't realize what they're signing up for because of the recruiters, it all comes back. So he said they came home and they were told, don't talk about it. We don't talk about it. And that is why this cycle has continued. That was part of the programming that they were supposed to have, because if you don't talk about it and you can ignore what really happened, then you're going to keep getting people to sign up for this. And you have to think about it. Everything that we're talking about comes back to our childhood and how we need to protect the generations from this. We need to stop this cycle of trauma and abuse and help what needs to be, like the actual issue, the core issue is that, like this keeps happening and it's the way that, we need to protect the children. We need to stop the cycle so they don't have to continue to go through this like we have.
Yeah, my uncle sent what is that, Laws rocket, the ones where they're like this big and then you pull them out and they get longer, and the bazookas, and you have a thing that had like a bazooka. He sent two of them to us, so we were like the most popular kids in the neighborhood. Hey, let's go play army with them, But we hated playing army with the kids who couldn't do realistic gun sounds, the kids who go pew pew pew. It's like, no, man, we used to have contests to do the best sounding, and we used to play Vietnam, not the other kids. Let's play the Germans against the Americans. No, man, we're going to play Vietnam because we're going to Creek and play. Because that's what was going on at the time.
Were we talking about this another stream ago about, you ever watch watch a nature video and there's like a cheetah or some large predator chasing an animal, and the other animal gets away, and they show the cheetah slinking off to go look somewhere else for food, and they pan over and they show the animal that got away, and it's sitting over there like shaking super violently, like it's almost like cartoonish, like the way it's doing. And like as an animal lover, you immediately want to like jump to the TV and like grab this animal and hug it, you know, comfort it. And but that's what we being higher mammals too, we don't get that. We're not taught that in our culture. We don't recognize it when it pops up, and our nervous systems are trying to do that, is shaking off the trauma. We don't provide any fucking means, any venue, any education, any understanding of any of this shit until it's too late, until the horse is already out of the barn, so to speak. And then it becomes this loop where it's like we don't recognize things. So we call things addiction or call it this or call it that, but it's
and Reagan closed
those are distractions.
all the mental institutions when he was governor of California, because we had Napa State Hospital, and it still exists to some extent, but and that's why they all came here, because it's the county seat. They get their check here. County hospital's down the street. That's why we always end up transients over here, But still, with the economy now, it's getting worse
because we're not ever addressing the root of the problem.
Yeah, and then they're all starting to do meth and shit, and the stuff that they're making now is laced with fentanyl, so it makes it more addicting, killing someone.
Deadly.
It's like, Jesus,
yeah.
Man.
It's insane.
People died up this way from that stuff.
Yeah,
but you're right. That's what I'm that bastard who keeps. I'm trying to encourage everybody, always keep digging until you hit bedrock, and then start fucking drilling. And I don't mean for oil, but I mean in your understanding, with all this shit, because at every turn we're being lied to. Again, I gotta say, there's the military industrial complex, but there's also the treatment industrial complex. It kind of goes right along with that. Oh, you got this problem, you go in this box here, kick you down this chute here, ka-ching, ka-ching, through the turnstiles. And it's not to say that there isn't any legitimacy along the way or models that can be helpful to people, but it's got to be the individual when you're going through it for healing, for help, to help yourself. It's got to be people there trying to put the autonomy on you, not trying to control you or use you. The whole thing should be autonomous. It should be up to the person who needs the healing to try and figure out what the hell's going on. But recognizing that most everybody in this country has some level of trauma would be really helpful. And looking at it from the simple fact that what trauma is a dysregulated nervous system. And that nervous system will do anything in means of survival. So all the stuff that we push off and we don't want to look at in ourselves or in our society, those are the things we really need to be looking at. They're not evil. It's like that. It's like
Lexapro. And she's like way more of a nut than she was before she started taking that shit. Oh, antidepressants. Oh, man, that's the problem there.
Well, there's the placebo effect and all that stuff, too, as far as the medications go. Not to say, that's a personal choice, but it's more, again, it's the underlying stuff that always gets obfuscated. I've been just knocking them out with these videos lately. These people who are coming out with all these really wonderful perspectives on how all of this stuff is the nervous system. And if you, again, like you say, I don't really have the words right now, but like if you look at the nervous system, is not only within the individual, it's within the collective. We all have nervous systems, and it's like we were talking all the time. When we can vibe together, you were talking the other night about what if we could just hold like one vision of like world peace or something real simple all at once, get as many people on the riff all together at once. That changes it. That sends out this huge vibration out into the world.
Noli, I didn't get to tell you this. Are you still there?
Yeah.
Okay, let me explain this real quick, what Charlie's talking about.
I thought you were cleaning the house. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be babbling this whole time.
No. So I was going to tell Noli earlier, but we didn't have time. So I want to tell you and tell everybody else, we have a big task at hand. I feel like the thing that we can do, that really could change things, because I believe in the healing, healing energy and healing work and intentions. So I want to have a day or a certain time where we have the world all doing healing, positive vibes, positive thoughts, all at the same time.
I love that.
Worldwide.
Yeah, me too.
So we have to figure out a way to do the PR to get our connections out there, to like reach out whoever we know, like if they're celebrities or they have a following, we need to push these people to help us with this. We need to figure out all the stops, all the connections that we have.
I have a friend who has like 2.5 million followers on what is it, TikTok.
Well, there we go. See, and that's what we'll have to do. We're going to have to each like figure it out, network it, and I think we can do this. And my intention for it is because I want the earth to have the healing. I want people to come together and have a common cause and see that we can get that serotonin rushed from something really positive that we can all do together. And also because, you know, everything that's happening around the world right now and everyone being scared, using that fear to our benefit. So we take that and we like, all right, everybody's fucking afraid of this right now because that's what they're doing to the people. So we're going to take what they have turned into that fear propaganda and we're going to use that in a positive way and say, come on, we got to get together and like, you know, do healing for everybody and positive thoughts to help get us through everything that we're going through. And my intention for what we're going through is maybe not their intention, but it's the positive energy that matters. It's the overall intention of healing, you know, that matters.
Yeah.
And I feel like we can take advantage of this situation.
You remember the other night Oz shared his atheist sort of how did he word it exactly? It was cool. It was just like as I walked down the street, I just kind of like think good intentions towards these people. I forget exactly how I worded it. It was really nice. But it should be as simple as possible.
For everybody.
Keeping it simple invites more people, I think, you know,
to
come in, you know, to keep it kind of loose.
Well, when I was a kid.
Your mom what?
Germs to go away. My mom's told me to think myself well. When I'd get sick, tell those germs to go away.
Yeah, no, it's true.
I don't know. I'm not positive if I had COVID in 2020, in February of 2020, but I was really fucking sick. And it was right when it was coming on the internet. I'm like, wait a minute, I get this really bad chest thing. And it was like there was a couple of days where everything tasted like it was burnt, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I think it was COVID, but I just always, one night I thought I was going to die, man. I was like, oh, couldn't breathe. And I was like, I just always think of myself, you know what my mom said, think myself well. You know,
yes.
You're going to be
that will do it.
You know, and all these people, my neighbor was saying just the other day, I'm afraid of the new variant. It's like, oh my God. And the other guy's standing there, he's got 2 masks on. He used to wear like a face shield, but he finally took that off. It's like, oh, Jesus.
So we take that fear. So we take that fear that they have and we say, hey, we're going to have this day of like healing and try to like, you know what I mean? Just think of everybody that's going through everything and all the, you know, how everyone's afraid.
People like that. I don't waste
my
time.
You can ask them to do.
Like my ex-wife, she was such a hypochondriac. And I was like, I'm going to get sick. I'm getting sick. Next thing you know, she's sick. And it's like, or if I'd catch a cold and she'd get sick too, I'd have it for 3 days.
How fucked is it that people can take a fucking experimental gene therapy, but they can't take fucking 5 minutes out of the day to hang out with the rest of humanity and just go, I hope everybody's going to be okay. And me too.
Yeah. I don't think it's a lot to ask people.
I mean,
I don't think it's a lot to ask.
And if you're not feeling it, you're not feeling it. But the invitation's there. An invitation to a collective intention of well-being for the world, right?
Some people are just completely unplugged, really.
Yeah, but we have to think positive if we want that positive energy, just like you didn't want, like you felt that when you were sick and you're like, nope, I'm going to will this away. We can will this love into the planet and we can heal things. If we, you know, we're going to have to like make sure we are challenging people and talking to people that we don't maybe normally talk to. And I have a solution for that. And I have a solution to get this to hopefully go viral. So I want to get us to maybe make some like little video clip or something, or we can make like the 30-second like TikTok or freaking YouTube things. All right. So hang on, listen.
You know who we need to get a hold of if we can? Put a word out to Russell Brand.
Let me just finish this though. We got to make it a challenge. You know how they always have those stupid like ice bucket challenges or this challenge or do this dance, you know? So we need to make it a challenge. And I was thinking like it could be like challenge 5. You know what I mean? Like it's like giving a high five to somebody, challenge 5. And what that means is that I'm going to say, I'm going to go challenge 5 people to, I'm going to teach them that what this day is that we're happening, this day of healing that we pick or whatever, we're going to get, that PR out there. Right. So I'm going to go to 5 people.
Are safe and effective.
I'm going to go to 5 people and say, hey, I challenge you to pass this information on. We're having a day of healing, or this time, this day, you know what I mean? We'll make it something that's really easy for people to remember. And we'll say, hey, we're doing this on this day. Now I'm going to challenge you to go challenge 5 people and share that. And then you got to tell them to keep passing that on.
Charity, and they'll do it.
No, it just say it's free. It's all it is a free thing. We're just all going to go and like, no matter, what you believe, whether you believe in God or universal energy or the freaking doorknob. I don't give a shit. We're just going to go and all say like at this moment, we're just going to think positive thoughts and healing for people around the world. 'Cause we're going through this big thing. Right. And we are. But the big thing that I think we're going through is that we need just healing energy out there, because that's the way we're going to connect with other people. Now, if I say I'm going to go challenge 5 people and I'm going to go do it like at the grocery store, I'm going to say, all right, I'm going to find 5 people I don't know, and I'm going to go talk to them and say, hey, did you know that they're doing this like whole day of like, this hour of healing or whatever? You should do it. And I'm challenging you to go tell 5 people that you know or you don't know. And then you have people challenging to like just spread this free thing, just this knowledge that is a positive thing, and you will have that catch fire. You will have that, because think about how quickly, remember that telephone thing? Like you would, like if you needed to get a hold of somebody or a group of people, you had the telephone chain or whatever, you had the number, you called this people, and then, they passed it on, right? So like if something happened with a kid after school, before they had automated systems to reach everybody, that's how you had to do it. So this gets people talking to other people.
Trendmongers.
We have to use the things that work to our benefit. Right. So I'm saying, okay, well, they want to make everybody afraid, and everyone likes to be involved in trends and like this bigger
link
part
it to
of things.
Kind of a charity, like the ALS thing, the challenge.
Yeah, but it's
up,
we don't need it. We don't need money though. It's not a money thing. It's just, I don't want it to be monetary. I don't want it to become dirty.
Awareness.
I just want to say like, okay, we have this day, and we're doing it on this day at, noontime, or whatever. We'll have the different time zones when it is happening, or we'll have it on a certain day where everybody just takes a few minutes to do it. Whatever it is, like that, like the day that it's supposed to happen, or how that works. But the way we can spread it is getting everybody to challenge 5 people. Because that will spread it. That will get that out there. And we have to use the fact that trends work. You know what I mean? Like the stupid challenges, they work. So if we take those stupid challenges and the fear that they're using for other things, and we say, all right, we're going to combine these to work to our benefit and the world's benefit. And it's a positive, it's a positive outcome that we're looking for. And we're putting positive energy out there, and we're spreading that. That will have an effect. And I feel like we can actually make a change and connect people, because they'll feel connected on a larger scale and be part of this huge thing. And everybody's going to feel that, everybody's going to feel that energy that day or time. I know people will. If we get all the healers,
there were a critical mass of people who could pray or hold space in that way, hold an intention at the same time, you really could shift the planet. That's how that is. I know how that shit works. It's crazy.
Yes, we have to do this to our benefit.
But it's like, because obviously, if it works for the individual, there's so many different instances in my life where I think we were kind of talking about that the other night about music. Sometimes, when people are in that pocket, as Steve likes to put it, there's something going on there. That exchange of energy. It's nonverbal, but it's felt. It's a felt reality, and it goes out. It's like I used to say,
A wavelength.
you know, you got to go and dance at the shows because that's what's keeping Jerry alive. It's all those vibes coming through the ground and up to the stage, and you know.
You gotta tighten your headband for an extra rush during Jerry's guitar solo.
I know. There's sometimes I really wish I did have like a headband. Like,
I saw Jerry Garcia one time, and all right, so it was a free concert to all of our friends. We're sitting on the grass and we're smoking weed. Some weirdo dude crawls up to us and tries to, you know, so we pass him the joint or whatever. Some dude gave me a ticket for some reserved seats, right? I was like, wow, these are fucking good seats, right? I'm gonna go. You know, I mean, it's legendary for their fidelity, right? And plus, Bill was playing this beautiful sonar drum set. So I go. It's like a pavilion. It's round, and then there's this ring around the seating area, and it was like full of people that were all dancing, right? So I cut through there to go to where my seat was, and I shit you not, you could hear ankle bells over the music. It's just like, okay. That's the only time I ever saw that.
Yeah, you got to dance your way back and forth to the restroom if you're at a Dead show. You're not walking there.
Yeah, but
you're definitely dancing.
There's no like, no.
The description Frank said is it's a great description. They would park their fuming vehicles near a 6-foot pile of transistor radios, each one tuned to a different station, and dance with depraved abandon. That's what it was like to me.
What do you think, Noli? You think we can pull it off?
I think we can. You know, I think that it shouldn't be super rushed. I think that the planning should start taking place, like, and like having people put shit out there. Like 3 months before it actually takes place.
Maybe
you get somebody to make a little.
Was that already been taken?
What do you call them? Watermark. They could be placed like in the corner of all their videos and ghosts and shit. That this just like a reminder. Hey, don't forget on this day we're gonna do this.
Oh yeah, nice. That's a good idea.
Yeah, definitely.
I bet you if there's somebody we know that could get a hold of Russell Brand, he would be totally down for that. And what a freaking platform he's got. That's right down his freaking alley. I bet he would be totally down with that.
We need to like mass tag him and stuff, or like go to his comment section and mass tag him. Like, we have this healing thing we want you to help us with. Please reach out.
The big positive think.
I mean, it's just one person came to mind. I just figured.
Yeah, no, that's what we need to do. Any big names, you know, like I can.
He's been on fire lately, so.
He has.
I appreciate him putting himself out there like that, and I think it's awesome that he's like still somehow flying under the radar with all that shit he's dropping lately.
He's got like 4 million people, so imagine reaching 4 million.
Yeah.
And then Noli has like 2 million on her thing, that, you know, her friend, and then we know so many people within our community. Come on, we get all like the indie media on that. Come on, we can pass that way, and then we get PR. Like, we actually do a press release to like the bigger organizations and use that to our advantage. That they will pick up on this.
You gotta get
Susan Sarandon. I bet she'd be down with that. The word got to her. Well, haven't you been in communique a few times with Steph Zamorano?
Yeah, I talked to Steph. Yeah.
I really wish they'd do another couple segments where he went for a while doing the shadow work stuff they were talking about. He was doing some self-discovery.
Yeah, I'll bring that up to her.
That's fucking awesome. The world fucking needs that right now. I know Oz and I were going back and forth the other night about that a little bit, and I understand his point, I think, about, you know, action and everything too. But I mean, if we don't know what the fuck we're dealing with, then like everybody's running around bumping into each other, we're allies.
Well, why don't we just get Jimmy Dore to come?
Like,
why don't we get Jimmy Dore to come on Fearlessly Authentic and explain that?
That'd be awesome. He'd be a good guest.
Yeah, I'll get a hold of Steph. Like, yeah, they know who I am. Like, so yeah, like,
well, because Leo and Brownie know each other, so it's like
they're each other's Valentines. They were. It's almost the new year, so like they were each other's Valentines last year. So you know. Yeah,
I
Brownie and
hated
Leo are
seeing
the same
the
breed of
Valentine's,
dog.
that one kid that you hated in class, man.
Who's
Who
that?
was-
There was when you would have to write all the Valentines for every kid in the class, and you had that one kid.
Oh, and there was a couple kids you're like, God, they're so mean. I don't want to write a Valentine out to that kid.
I know what made me think of that.
Oh my gosh, that is so funny.
Well,
Yeah, because remember, you would get like you would have like a mailbox, like a paper bag or something taped to your desk or something, like where you would get your little Valentine.
Yeah, they would take the paper bag and you would fold it so it would be like a little. Yeah.
Yes.
My teacher did that too. Yeah, that was.
Oh my gosh.
You guys forget you're talking to Charlie Brown here, so all that shit went terribly wrong for me when I was a kid. You know, it was like probably had a rock in my envelope or whatever.
Well, you know,
but that's funny though, because like, I mean, on one hand, it's cute and it's innocuous or whatever, but I mean, again, it's another social construct where we grow up conditioning us as kids with all that goofy shit, and then it's like a month's pay on a fucking diamond and all this goofy shit when you get older. I'm like, holy crap, you guys, where did the diamonds come from? Yeah, it ain't nowhere good.
But
People
you know
be
what?
dying for that shit. Come on. There's all kinds of weird stuff involved.
They're not as.
You are a diamond, though, Charlie. You are. You're a beautiful human, and look at all the experiences that we went through, all the crazy, the bullshit. It brought us here to this moment right here.
Oh hell, Charlie!
How amazing is that?
So
we are right here in this moment, having these conversations about changing the world. Come on.
I think he's something useful, like a solenoid. It was that David Letterman used to say that whenever you see somebody with cars, yeah, it must be the solenoids.
I used to like Letterman.
Yeah.
I do believe he was a deadhead.
I used to like a lot of them.
I remember seeing Sting on the Letterman show one night. Sting played the Letterman show, and it was when he was opening up for the Dead. And during one of the songs, he flips the back of his bass over. He's got this monster Steely on the back of it. Didn't say nothing. And then everyone in the audience was like, roar! It was fucking cool. I like little things like that.
We have Uncle Warren in the house.
Oh, right on. Good evening, Warren. I don't see you.
And hey, Warren, you know some people that know some people. So we're going to have to, you're going to have to help us out with this, worldwide healing event. You're going to have to help us with that. If you didn't hear, you now you're informed. You're helping us. We're going to do it.
We're going to fix the world, Warren.
We are. We're going to do healing one day.
Footwear accordingly. I don't know what you want to be wearing.
I feel like we can really do it. I think we can. I think, love is the one thing that will cross all of the, it crosses all of the barriers and all of the things and, Well,
has it not already? You just said, like us individually, I mean, collectively as a species as well. What is it that's been like the common thing that's kept us dumbasses afloat despite our best efforts to fucking destroy ourselves? It's love. In so many ways. It could be a hop in the ass, but a hug is nice.
I will do anything that is in a positive light that I feel like I will put any energy towards something that is positive, because it doesn't matter how small it is. There's always a chain reaction. Like if you smile at somebody that's having a really shitty day, you never know like how you might alter that day for them. It's like it's such a simple thing, a wave, a nod, or a smile. Just acknowledging a person.
Well, since Gamer's here, I got to put on the mask.
All right, hey, what's up, Gamer?
You got to see it.
Yeah, I gotta let Gamer see the mask.
Yeah, you got to see this, guys. Popeye is.
Oh, now you got me looking at the calendar, Warren. I don't know what the fuck day it is either. All right, we're rocking Tuesday, right?
I think are we into Wednesday? We're still into. It's early.
I wear that mask when I go to Safeway sometimes. One time I was in line and the girl behind the counter was just had this blank frozen stare at me because I wasn't wearing one of their face diapers, but I had that on. And so I pulled that thing and winked at her, man. She just busted up, man. And then she's nice to me. Nobody messes with me. I don't wear a mask at Safeway at all.
Oh my gosh, Safeway. That's such a
prime
West
example of what we're talking about, though. You said something goofy where you could have said something snarky, and now you guys are, not dicks to each other. So,
and now you have an inside joke that is like, it's great, and it lightens the entire mood.
Yeah. That's just like goes back to the thing about having bosses that were funny. You always remember. If I had a boss that was funny, I always remember what I did. Boss says his dick. All you remember is he was a dick. You can't remember what you did pissed him off.
Right? Yeah, that ties in perfectly to your story about how your chef teacher there. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Steve. That whole thing. That's what I was thinking about when. What Steve just mentioned is what I was thinking earlier. Came to mind when we're talking about intention. That whole, you've probably seen the documentaries where there was a Japanese scientist doing the studies on intention on frozen water crystals. They'd have some people praying over it and thinking good thoughts toward it, and some other people were like, fuck you to the water and this sort of thing. And the stuff where like no love whatsoever in any form was intended towards the water. It looked like toilet water. It looks like something that came out of the sewer. It looks awful. And the other stuff garnered the most beautiful ice crystals, you could imagine. And it's like, that joke about us being basically cucumbers and water, or cucumbers with anxiety rather. We're like, so much 80% water.
Oh, what was that?
A couple dollars worth of minerals.
Movie what was it, in Star Trek or something? Like bags of water.
Well, I think that's important to consider in all this stuff too. I don't know. I try to get my head around it. I went down the crystal licking tunnel for a little while, I guess. In some ways, just looking for answers and stuff. And I try to be a little more, little less needy, and like feeling like I need to have like a rug underneath my feet in that regards. But it's like I guess it's the, at some point you start bringing awareness to your life, and you can't help but continue it and inviting it. And again, that curiosity.
And then we come here and have group therapy and figure out how we're going to change this world together because we are the superheroes. Noli, what are you thinking about all this?
No, that's the
I'm actually doing some work for my boss at the moment. That's why I went silent.
Okay, I was like, I was making sure that you could say something too. Like, just be like, hey, when you you just yell over us, we get a little all excited, It's good though. We got passion in here. So everybody.
Well, while I'm on here, by the way, I just wanted to say to Warren that conversation you and JB had was awesome. Thanks for breaking it up into digestible segments. I can't seem to sit down and take anything in too long aside from some of my studies right now. So that's cool. That was an awesome. You guys are funny bastards, I'll tell you.
Oh my God, they were hilarious.
I didn't mean to speak over you, Lucky. Sorry.
No, it's okay. I was just gonna say, everybody who just came in, I am Lucky up here. We have Noli D, who is currently doing some other things, but she's here. We have Charlie Brown in the tie-dye, and we got Popeye. Some music.
There are assembled the world's four greatest heroes.
And if anybody wants to come and join us, please come and join us. There is a link in the description. Come join us on the stream.
That was a quick flash down amnesia lane there.
Oh man, I saw there at the one library. I forget, it was like in San Lorenzo, where my kids were in elementary school, and I found a couple of CDs of like TV themes and cartoon themes. Man, I ate that shit up. I got them all. That's the one I don't have.
Hey, Warren, what do you think of Noli's mechanical rooster? Her avatar there.
Warren, you should join us. Why are you not on the stream with us? Why are all of y'all not hanging out? I think we have like 10 people in here.
Yeah.
Oh, gamer needs a new phone. There you guys go. There's your answer. Mechanical cock. Trish, you don't have to be on camera, honey. You can do it. Like, watch. I can be like that. So you can do the same thing where you don't have to have your face on the camera. You can just have your little thing.
And no mechanical cock is required either. It'd be the avatar of your choosing.
Oh my gosh. Don't be camera shy. Look at that Popeye right there.
Well, blow me down.
He is going for broke.
I used to be able to do that voice, man. It's hard on the throat. Oh, sweetie. No, I found the hat, and I made the little hat here, right?
That's so cute.
I need to pipe though.
Yes.
This thing is hard to see.
You just sing the song for me.
How long till they're bottling that water in that well, Warren?
Oh my gosh. I know, right?
Hey, Trish, are you audio shy as well? Come in and talk to us.
Yeah, you can do it without being on camera. Yeah, and you guys, if you were thinking about getting a new phone or something, you should look and see if you can get the one you have refurbished, or if you just need a battery upgrade. It saves on all those minerals that they have to mine for our phones. And if you guys do end up buying a new computer, you guys should look into refurbished ones. And there's actually one, you guys might know this, they're out in California. There's a school out there where they do repairs on electronics, and then they resell them. And we got the laptop and the iPad that way, and it was so much less. And it was like, I forget what the percent, it tells you the exact percentage of recycled material that you saved. Like
Nice.
The one was like 70%, another one was like 60 or something. Like, so it's pretty awesome to not just, go for something completely new and update what you actually have.
Yeah, I got mine's a used S5. I think I got it for about $100. Of course, it's a little bit limited with some of the stuff. I can't get onto certain apps or platforms, but I don't really use that shit most of the time anyway. So
yeah, and make sure that when you guys charge things, don't charge it 100%. My daughter's always telling me that, like, do it, like, end it before it's at 100%. Like, if it's at like 90 something, and let your phone get down low, so you're like, you don't want it to always get charged 100% because it drains your battery faster.
although I heard some of the newer batteries, the replacement batteries, next generation ones, than the OE, they don't have that that memory factor. I don't know if that's accurate or not, or across all the iOS or
the stuff
Android,
that they put in the computers.
But for the phone batteries.
I don't know.
I had gotten one from my ex-girlfriend, and it was like, it was the same. It fit her phone, but it was like some kind of upgrade where it didn't have those memory issues, and it didn't really matter. You didn't have to be so fussy with it.
Yeah, and
I have a tendency to do what the opposite of what you said, which I know is you're not supposed to. But if I see it get below a certain point, I'll just recharge it. But half the time I turn my phone off. I don't really call anybody anyway.
Yeah, I only use
anymore.
I barely ever talk on the phone anymore. Another thing is all those places that will recycle your cell phone. Well, unless it's like for a police station or a domestic violence place, it's very likely that they are opening that phone and getting the semi-precious metals out of it, and they're making money off of your phone. We have so many like semi-precious metals and gold and like billions of dollars in landfills from phones and computers and stuff being thrown away. They all have like gold and like silver and all kinds of stuff in them. The whole circuit board, all of that.
I have an iPhone 4 that I keep because it's got music on it, so I just keep the music on it. So.
I have a 5 somewhere.
Well, the one I use now is a 6S. So.
I have an Android phone. I got it for like $20 because it was like 75 or 80% off.
Oh, I tried Android.
The store, so I was like, "That's the phone for me, $20."
Yeah, it was S6 and above. You can't replace the batteries anymore. I hunted my ex-girlfriend was not tech savvy at all, so she like pretty much made me find her a new phone, and I'm like, all right, and I hunted one down, and then I didn't realize that she had come from whatever the S4 or S5, and I didn't realize that you couldn't replace the batteries. She's like, I blame you. I'm like, well, you're the one who made me get the damn phone for you. I don't know what the hell's with this stuff. Why wouldn't they? That's just another, what are you supposed to do? Just chuck it in the fucking trash when you're done? Yeah, if you buy it through your carrier, they want like $650 for it. It's everything. Everything is just so ridiculous nowadays. I feel so fucking old sometimes.
Dude,
I just was
41.
The tail end of a generation where just remembering. I mean, things have always been fucked in society, but I mean, it's like a whole new level of being bent over. There's plenty of oil, but there's still no lube.
I'm 59.
Yeah,
How's
I'm 41.
Feel?
Steve is gonna be 53. So like, and I feel freaking so old and out of touch. Like my daughter's, she's 18 in a couple weeks, and I'm like, what the hell? Like I am the same age my mom was when I had her. So like I'm like thinking about it. I'm like, when I was 18, how did I look at my mom? And I'm like, oh God.
Yeah, I didn't have kids till I was 33. So.
Yeah, I was 24 when I had her.
My daughter's 24 and my son is 26. They're doing great.
That's awesome.
My son's going to be 22 in February. Holy crap.
It's crazy how fast
sure
people
flies,
are
man.
like time flies, but it's like you don't even realize how fast it flies until like, it seems like the older that they get, the quicker it goes, and the older that I am, the quicker time goes. So it's like when she was little, I remember some people were always like, oh yeah, like I can't wait until, they do this or they do that or they're talking. And I'm like, no, you know what? You have to enjoy every single stage, no matter if you like that stage or not. You know what I mean? Enjoy it. And, because you can't get that back. And, if you're always looking for like the next stage they're going to be at, I wanted Skylar to slow down. I was 2 weeks past due and they had to induce me to get me to go into labor.
Time is an affliction. The eons are closing.
So I'm 2 weeks, like I'm like, I'm almost 2 weeks past due, and I'm out and stuff, and people are like, oh, when do you do? I'm like, I was due like a week and a half ago. Like, and I waited until the very last day, like that they would let me go. And it was December 22nd. So that's the day.
I don't care what they say. Childbirth is not beautiful.
I would not say it's beautiful. It's an experience.
It's quite an experience.
The end of it is beautiful.
Tell me about the afterbirth.
No, and
oh my God, it's our liver.
Yeah, there's some. Yeah, you're like, whoa, holy shit.
That comes out too?
It's like, wait, vaginas are really resilient. Holy shit. Like what?
Kind of made me, instantly just said that. I took "don't be a pussy" out of my lexicon for life, Oh
yeah. Was that Betty White who said something about? How'd she put that? It was so fucking funny. Something about those things, or they can take a pounding or whatever.
Yeah, that's what she said. They could take a pounding.
So fucking funny coming out of her mouth. She is a national treasure. I love that woman.
Oh, hi. You want to come see
still
me?
Alive? think she is, huh?
I think so. I think she's still with us.
Yeah,
Oh, Lily, yeah, she's talking. I think she's talking to her phone.
I'm doing some work for my boss.
Yeah, that one Blanche, she looked just like one of my mom's friends. I was like, damn.
Do you want to say hi to all your friends?
Oh, no.
Here. Eat that. You ready?
Maybe
You
we
want to say hi? Look. There it is. Oh, are you just so cute? Are you just so
Aw. Hi, Leo.
cute? He's looking for you.
What's up, puppers?
Oh, is your hair down?
How you doing, little buddy?
Your hair down?
You are a dapper dude of a dog.
See,
If ever there was one.
looking for you.
Hi, Leo. What's up, Bubba?
You hear Charlie?
Hi.
Where is he?
You got kisses for Mama? Hi, mister. Hi, Leo.
Oh, who's that? Oh. Oh. Oh my god! Oh my god!
Hi, buddy.
He did like that Chihuahua, like he's gonna jump out of his skin.
My neighbors are going, what the fuck's he doing in
He's
there, man?
wicked freaking cute.
He's ridiculous. He is so ridiculous.
I like the dogs like him too, because when you pick them up to touch, they're stout. They're so, I don't know.
Oh my gosh! Earlier he was sleeping
like
in my hoodie. Let me see, where is it? Oh,
Thought Mojo was going to make an appearance a few minutes ago, but he was out there caterwauling. I don't see him.
I don't know if you'll be able to see this. Tried to have Steve show it earlier, but it didn't work. There we go. I think you can see it.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
So Leo is like in my sweatshirt with his little paw sticking out.
I wasn't looking down your top.
That is wicked freaking cute.
When he was a baby, like, oh my gosh, he was so tiny, and I would put him in my bra to sleep because he was so little. Oh, here it is. Yeah, look at that freaking show up.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that's like
Well,
my
could've been
hand.
shot glass,
You know, like my hand is not.
Oh.
That's how big he was. He was so tiny. That was like the first,
precious.
like within like an hour of him being born.
Oh.
So
You
tiny.
put him in a jigger
Oh, so
glass.
you guys have a really strong bond, like an extra strong bond.
Yeah, Leo and I was there, like, you know, from before he was even like conceived. Yeah. Leo and I were together the whole, like, basically his whole life, except for a few weeks that someone else had him and they were going to adopt him, because I was like, you know, I didn't have the money for it, and I was like, all right, well, are you going to be weird? I was like, you know, if he's supposed to be mine, then he'll come back to me. And he did. And so, yeah, we were only apart for like about 6 weeks. But yeah, when he was little, I had him at my house when he was 3 days old, and I was with him all the time. And I would put him he's smaller than his brother was, but I would put Leo in my bra, and sometimes his brother in there too, and they would just sleep in there. It was just the sweetest thing. Huh. Come here. You want to come say hi?
Sounds like a nice spot to sleep.
Yeah, right?
Have a good one, Warren.
Man.
Oh, and here, this is Commander X's dog. I gotta show you Zabby. Do you see how cute?
Oh.
Look at that face, right? Okay, so Zabby looks just like Leo. They're like, we think that they might be like, you know, similar, you know, breed of dog. And like when Commander X saw the picture of Leo, I sent him like just a little tiny one. And the first time I sent him something, it was just like a paper printed out one. Like it wasn't like a good photo, but he had seen the one like that of Zabby, because Glory Jones sent it to him. Like she printed it out, I think, and sent it in. And so he got to see that, and then I sent him the little Leo one, and he was just completely thrilled. And he's like, "Yeah, when I get out of here, we're gonna meet up. We gotta get Zabby and Leo together." So I was like, "That's so awesome! Commander X wants to like come and meet me. Like, holy shit, that's awesome!" What? Do you want to come up? I swear it's Leo. He spreads the love. Like that's like his job. What? So how is everybody doing?
I gotta go stoke the fire. I'll be right back.
I just bought some Irish setters by Red Wing. Should probably be here in a couple of days. And
nice.
I always wanted a pair of Red Wings, but I had to get the off-brand.
Yeah.
The Red Wings were like $250. I got these for $100. So, but they're nice. I didn't want a real high. I didn't want 8-inch. I wanted 6-inch up the ankle. And these had real low heels and no tread underneath them. They're for electricians, I guess, but they're nice.
That's awesome. Yeah, I have like an obsession with Doc Martens. So
those are expensive.
Yeah,
not
but they last forever. Yeah. They last forever. I got mine actually. They were a secondhand pair that was like barely used at all, and they're purple like combat boots.
Yeah, they sell all kinds of used shoes on eBay. It's like, man, I don't want your sticky,
These ones were like not like they were worn.
I bought a Carhartt jacket that was used for like $75, but.
Well, when something's been worn in a little bit, like you get it secondhand, you know how it's gonna fit. And if it's been washed and everything, like that's what you don't have to do with that wearing in, like you get that and you're like, ooh, this is nice.
Yeah, like with boots, if they're just broken in, it's like, that's why I buy them. But I couldn't really find any good Red Wings that were, they still wanted like $100 and something. No.
Yeah, mine were like $100 boots for like, I got them off like, I think it was like that Macari or something.
Yeah.
And, yeah, like even then with shipping, I think they were about $100. But if I was going to buy a brand new pair, they were going to be like $150 or $140.
Yeah, so, I didn't want to get the Vibram soles because it's like, I got some hills to hike around in, but most of the time I'm going to be on the street. So when am I going to get a pair of logging boots?
Yeah.
But I do like that, the design of the the leather. Because I did forestry and stuff.
Yeah, I can imagine. Absolutely. Yeah, and I have I got like for instead of getting like just cheap flip-flops at the at the store, I got they're called nomadic ones. Like Nomad. And they're literally they're just rope and they're completely biodegradable, they're handmade, they're vegan. So I got those for like my flip-flops.
They don't eat meat.
Love them. Not anymore. No. I was a meat eater most of my life. I wasn't ever really a big meat eater. But yeah, no, I no longer eat meat.
No, I was talking about this. Never mind.
Oh.
I cooked for 30 years. We love making fun of vegans. God, they're the most insufferable people to fucking cook for. It's like, man, just go cook for yourself.
Are you vegan or vegetarian, Lucky?
Vegetarian, pretty close to vegan, but there's still like a little bit of dairy that I really have a hard time letting go of.
Yeah. Would that be cheese?
I at least buy organic, like it's Vermont, so it's pretty close, and grass fed. Like if I'm gonna eat the yogurt, I'm at least gonna get like something that's more local to me and organic and grass fed. Free range cows. Yeah. It's like my guilty pleasure. Like, they just don't have any good plant-based like yogurts like around my area where I'm like, yay! Like,
my guilty pleasure is cheesesteaks with cheese whiz on them.
You cannot get a good Philly unless you are in Philly. Like there is a difference. Like I don't know if it's the air or the water or something. The energy of Philly. There is nothing like a Philly cheesesteak.
This lady I knew, she
Never
had a
been.
place in San Francisco called South Philly Cheesesteak, and they imported the rolls. And man, it was they had people from Philly that said it was really good, but
We actually have it's like a
people are
Food
really weird
Network.
about that.
We have a Food Network place that's around the corner. It's called Phillies, and it's supposed to be like the closest to like Phillies, Philly cheesesteak.
You got the Pats or you got the Genos. Which one do you want? Do you want the White American or do you want the Whiz? It's like fucking whatever, man. It's just like the deep dish pizza or the God, fuck. I like focaccia bread. Fuck all you guys, The Heartlands media, they're all weird about that, Deep dish pizza. Yeah, okay. Deep dish are cool. I like thin pizza too.
I like
really
all the pizza. Like
Yeah.
there's good pizza. Like I like a variety of food. I am not stuck on one type of pizza. That's like very narrow-minded pizza-ness.
Because there was this place in San Francisco called Danilo Bakery. It was out on Grant Street in North Beach, and I'd get runs in North Beach, and I'd go pick up a whole loaf of focaccia bread for $1, and I'd stick it in my basket, and I'd ride around and just eat focaccia bread all day long, whatever.
That's awesome.
Now they're like probably more, like $6 or $7, but
this is Mojo, everybody.
Mojo.
Say hi. You heard your name. I wish he would talk on camera at least just once. He's got such a beautiful voice. You'd swear he was Siamese.
Oh, that's awesome.
But boy, he really likes to sing for his supper.
Siamese, if you please.
Oh.
What was that? Remember that? What was that?
I think I have to take Leo out. I'll be right back.
Were the two dogs in the cartoon, they had to take the train? And there was that one scene where they encountered the Siamese cats and they sang that song, "We are Siamese, if you please," and they're like,
"Oh, that vaguely rings a bell."
Yeah,
that's an old one, I'm sure. This is Mojo, Trish.
And the main character was like a white-haired dog, I think. Oh man.
Well, if you think about, he's got this similar coloring as Snoopy, so being Charlie Brown's sidekick is kind of appropriate. You sure got my back, I'll tell you.
Oh my gosh!
You're not going to put sand fleas on him, are you?
I just went to let Leo out, and I opened the door, and it's like that cold, like New England air, and like that smell of like somebody has like a wood burning stove. I love that.
I know that smell. Has it been snowing or not?
We're supposed to get snow, I think, Wednesday.
Yeah,
it was snowing here earlier.
The thing about Lake Tahoe is it gets 300 days a year of sunshine and the most amount of snow in the shortest amount of time anywhere on Earth. So it's like it'll dump and then it'll be nice. It's really a trip.
We used to get snow here. We used to really get snow here, but now it's like it's. There's been Christmas days where you're out in a freaking t-shirt.
Yeah.
Like, what is happening? I would be like,
we broke the fucking jet stream. Is what happened.
Chemtrails.
Along with every other damn thing, blessed thing. That Buster, you come say hi.
The Illuminati and then.
Well, hell. I mean, just the greedy industries who don't want to clean up after themselves.
What we need is Steve parking into Alex Jones right now.
Steve's awesome.
He's having a hell of a time with that microphone, man. Hit the mute button. Hit the mute button.
There we go. Dog's been out. Cat tried to escape. Like, the stupid cat is not even an outside cat. He goes out, like, we take him out on a tether, like when we put Leo out. And he's like, yeah, I want to go outside though. No, you don't, dude. You will freeze you don't have any balls, so you would freeze your little raisins off.
He's got the little packet. I had a dog with one of those.
Oh, good night, Noli.
Oh, is
Good
Noli
luck with
going
your
night night?
Yeah, if I'm smart, I should probably go sooner than later too. I got to be up at like 4:30 to bring my stepfather to the hospital. So. Fun.
Oh no, what happened, Noli? She closed the wrong window. Oh, Noli, are you coming back on? Wait.
No, she said she's got to finish the task.
Oh, okay.
She was tasked with.
Well, Noli, we love you. Such a beautiful person, that lady. And I'm so glad that her daughter's horse pulled through.
Yeah,
so
me too.
I think all the positive vibes are, I think that helped. So I think that's awesome.
I don't know what I can't stand to see any animal suffer, but for some reason, especially horses, I can't. It's like, did you ever see that movie Billy Jack?
I think
from like 71.
Yeah.
The guy was supposed to be like part in Native American, and he was like a Green Beret or something, and he comes back to some town in Texas, and they're all a bunch of haters on this this woman who runs this school for kids. It's like, just an alternative school outside of town and all this shit. But
I remember that. It was real big.
The beginning of the movie shows them chasing wild horses and corralling them, and they were going to shoot them, kill them for meat.
I saw the sequel.
Freaking always just like made me pissed.
Did you ever see?
Yeah, there was a couple
to that movie.
He goes to Washington or something. It's all about his trial. I think that's what it was called. There was a predecessor to that too, called the was it the Wild Ones or something like that, or the Bad? I can't remember. There was a predecessor to that, but yeah, it was just because the horses made me think of that. Yeah, I'm really glad that their horse peep is doing better.
Yeah.
Especially when they're that old. I mean, they're certainly susceptible, probably more.
Yeah,
I would think uncommon occurrence from what I remember.
Well,
I used to have a Shetland pony when I was a little kid.
Oh my gosh, really?
Yeah, it was in our family. His name was.
I fucking hated, man.
You what?
Oh well, no.
He had a pony. Fuck yeah.
Right. We inherited him from he had been was like one of my uncles had kept him for a while. He was a show pony, and then another uncle got him for a while, and they couldn't keep him. And then we kind of, I don't want to say inherited him because he's a family member, but he wound up with us. And my mom was able to work it out with, because we were dirt poor, but my mom was able to work it out with friends who put him up at the outside of town so we could go over there and hang out with him and ride him. It was sort of like a rural end of town, but we had to give him up because couldn't afford to feed him anymore, even though we weren't even paying for boarding. But he was fucking awesome. His name was Midnight. He was born at the stroke of midnight. He ate cigarettes, he drank beer, and he would crawl down on his belly and climb under fences and go and get drunk off the apples in the other people's yards. He was a character, man. He was awesome.
Oh my god! Wow, that's so great. I used to love watching Mr. Ed, when I was a kid, and that was just the best.
He really couldn't talk, right?
Huh? Wait, is he like Santa?
Midnight didn't need to. He was a character.
Did they mess with me? Is he like the Santa thing? Is that what happened? Is he like the Easter Bunny?
What do you mean?
That he can't talk.
They fooled me. Don't tell me Santa's not real.
Come on, you don't want to go sit on some random guy's lap and be forced to. Even if you're crying, you have to get on this guy's lap that you don't know, and you have to get your picture taken. Then he's gonna watch you. Then he's gonna know. He's gonna surveil you. Yeah. They were getting us ready for the surveillance state because Santa knows what you're doing at all times, and you better be good.
Trish admitted to riding random ponies in the Bronx.
You better be good because they're surveilling you, and if you're not good, you won't get the presents, which is capitalism.
Yeah,
it's so fucked up.
I really do.
You know what it does? It sets them up for the carrot and the stick. That's what it's doing.
Yeah.
Sets them up for
Yeah,
the carrot
on every
and the
level.
It's crazy. Like our kids are literally, as kids, we are literally set up to believe shit that's not true, and then we find out that we've been lied to, but we get a present.
Have you ever seen that cartoon
Like, bribe
called
you.
All of the Other Reindeer with Ed Asner and Drew Barrymore? My friend Jim he made up that character. He is a book.
Really?
Yeah, it's a friend of mine. Yeah.
That's
What was it called again?
Olive the Other Reindeer. And
Right. I think I.
Drew Barrymore. Wait, what was it?
Yeah, I know I've seen that or come
Barrymore was
across
the
it somewhere.
little
It sounds
reindeer.
super familiar.
That's my friend Jim.
Maybe I used to have a super crush on Drew Barrymore. Maybe that's why I was just kind
Oh my gosh,
Danny.
me too. I loved Drew Barrymore. Yeah.
Did you see Whip It? That one she directed about the roller derby?
Yes. I have
That was
friends
awesome. I love
that
that movie.
did roller derby like a few years back. They did roller derby at our local roller skating ring. It was so
Awesome.
badass. Like these women, like these friends of mine all wore like freaking fishnets and like these crazy sexy costumes to go and rollerblade and kick each other's roller derby and kick each other's ass.
There was a lady
awesome.
who skated for the Bay Bombers who had lived in our neighborhood. Me and this other kid used to try and go visit this one kid who lived next door to us so we could peek in her yard because she wore like black bras and stuff like that. Man. Yeah, I never really watched it though.
I was just messing with you, Trish. We don't want to go there for damn sure.
They did the little Cheech and Chong commercial for Evelyn Woodhead Sped Bread and Chorus on Derby. They do it on Derby or whatever, roller derby.
I like the names they come up with for themselves are awesome. That's like part of the whole fun of it for me.
Evelyn Woodhead Sped Red and Course. Ma Redden has improved wonderfully. They were great.
My ex's mother, my former mother-in-law, used to be a professional. I don't want to say stripper exactly, although she did do. She was a stripper at one point, but it was what's the old school? Like a vaudeville. She was like a vaudevillian. No, not a harlot.
That's what Frank Zappa was.
Frank had a few issues.
Don't we all?
Right. Well, that's one of the things we loved about Uncle Frank, right? No, it was funny. She actually had like a syndicated national show, if I remember my ex telling me correctly. It was she had a partner and they did like a comedy routine where they'd pretend to pull like rubber chickens out of their vag and stuff and like out from underneath their roughly dressed and stuff. It's really corny and crass and it's really funny. That whole side, their whole family is just like rich, interesting characters. I swear she's probably related to the late great pirate Grace O'Malley, would be my estimation. Come say hey. Come on.
Yeah,
say hello.
Carol Doda's the Carol Doda Club. I used to live right around the corner from there.
Well, come over. Come on over.
Oh, the animals are so healing. Such little healers. It's funny because cats think that they will give you healing energy, and they're very much a pain in the ass with Reiki energy. If you're doing that healing work near them, a lot of times they just turn around and give you their ass and their tail. I don't know. I don't know what their problem is.
That's why I don't like cats. I just man. I like dogs. Dogs are I don't know.
Oh, like this guy? Oh, that guy?
Dogs are the perfect bottom, is that? Oh, hi, how you doing?
There you go.
Hi, how you doing? How you doing?
Hi, Leo.
And he doesn't really do too well on the.
What's up, Bubba? Hi, Leo. You handsome dude. What's going on there, little brother?
What the fuck is she doing? He's going, man, these fucking humans, man. They always try to stick
mister.
me in front of that thing.
What you say,
Good
Leo?
boy.
Hi, buddy.
He's such a good boy. Huh. There we go. Yeah, he's such a sweet dog. Oh my gosh. You know, like, well, like if I'm sleeping, he will totally sleep in with me. And like he goes at the end of the bed and sleeps like under his own little blanket, but he'll like come out and like sleep behind my legs or sleep in front of me. And he's just, oh my gosh, he's so cute. Huh? Are you a sweet guy? Oh yes. Oh yes. He's like always ready for like, you know, snuggles, and like if he thinks it's bedtime, he gets very excited when it's bedtime. Huh? I love going night night. I love it. Oh,
Yeah, our dogs used to too.
He's such a sweet boy. He actually likes to like do things that little dogs
never
don't
used that
typically
voice
like to
ever with any of my animals or any of my kids.
do. I think, yeah, like Leo's a boy, Everett's a boy, Peaches is a boy. We have 2 boy ferrets. And Skyla has a cat that is a girl. Well, we got all the boys. Grumbling. What are you grumbling for? Hmm? Here, you want to smell it? Hmm? You're so funny. You're so funny.
I think that's another subject that a lot of people who might hold, you know, it's something that can cut through all the political bullshit and stuff with people when you're trying to, you know, want to interact with people is who doesn't love animals for the most part, you know, especially if you're always tooling around with Leo. I know you had already said that breaks a lot of ice, but just in general, it's again too just thinking about how you take your dog out to a local spot and you see the same people all the time and you know their dogs' names. We know each other's dogs' names, but then it takes you a while to remember, oh shit, by the way, my name's such and such. And I find that interesting, but it's just that, again, going back to that, how animals just kind of can be that go-between for us. I tell him all the time, I said, he's meowing at me. I'm like, all right,
and
I'm a thick-headed two-legged. You need to help me understand. I'm listening, you know?
And then you think of the dogs, you know, like the dog name might be Duke. Oh, this is Duke's parents, you know?
Yes. Yes, it's like
setting up play dates for our dogs. That's too.
Yes. Oh my gosh, I was watching this Scientology thing about how these dogs were like really good friends, right? And they would come over and they would see each other every day. And once somebody was no longer a Scientologist or something, like they were, you know, excommunicated from the church or whatever it was, or they found out they weren't one, they literally put up a 6-foot fence. So these dogs that normally came together every single day to play could no longer do it. Your non-Scientology dog cannot play with my Scientology dog. What the hell?
Holy shit, man.
Can you imagine? Wow. Like, that's your dog's best friend.
They're gonna start putting dogs fucking masks on dogs, man.
Oh my gosh.
Dogma over dogs.
Oh man!
Guess what dogs take? Most dogs take every month. It's medicine. The most common name is called HeartGuard. Cats take it too.
For the heartworm.
Yeah, but you know what that is? Look at the back of the package. It's the ivermectin medicine.
Is it? I don't remember. I used to work at a feed store too. I should remember.
It is. That is exactly what it is.
Give it. Well, if it's for dogs and cats, he can give it to Joe Rogan. Can give it to his kids.
Oh my gosh, no! But that's why the animals are safe. That was my point.
Oh, right. Yeah.
That's why I wasn't worried about Leo being out and like catching anything, and it's why they don't probably like freaking catch a bunch of the shit that we have.
What the fuck? They're like vaccinating tigers and animals at the zoo and shit. I'm like, get the fuck out of here with your insanity.
They take the stuff.
Nuts.
They take that stuff usually on a monthly basis. He gets his every single month.
No, but I'm saying that these idiots, these nut jobs are out there. They're giving the fucking vaccine, quote unquote, the jab to animals at the zoo. That's nuts.
And it's killing them.
Well, we're not supposed to say that on this platform, right? So, or is it?
Vaccines are safe and effective according to the CDC.
Yes, all right. Enough said on that.
Unsafe and ineffective.
Safe and effective. Yeah, they're doing that too. But they're doing that to the animals, and the animals have something that they don't need that. Like, they don't need that at all. They take something already, which is foreign, you know what I mean?
When I go on my morning ride, I go by the hospital, and it's this one, I guess he's a nurse or something. I think it's a dude. He's got this bright orange Prius, and on the back of it says, "Vaccine safe, bro." I just want to go and put hamburger.
It's like, do I have an egg?
That's where I came
have an
up
egg.
with
I want to throw an egg in that car.
Oh man.
They just don't make me. Just don't come on me and tell me what I need to freaking do. Don't come at me.
Yeah, man. Do you by all means?
A really good example of that is when Fiorella was talking about how like these gringos would come to like Peru and Ecuador and something. I was like, oh no, you guys should be doing. It's like, motherfucker, get out of here. It's like, you don't go do stuff like that. Go to other countries and tell them how you guys gotta be doing this instead. Did you hear that part?
What part? I'm sorry.
Sorry, I was just.
Where Fiorella was talking about how they would come down to South America and say, oh no, you guys should be doing stuff like this. Told virtue signaling on them. It's like, no, they're conservative people.
They seem to be doing pretty good for themselves when they're left alone down there, or anywhere else for that matter.
Oh, we've got sanction the fuck out of them then.
Like I keep saying, predatory capital doesn't know anything about sovereignty, whether it be of the individual or a nation.
American foreign politics.
And that's obviously what the whole jab thing is all about.
Quit hitting yourself. That's
control in so many ways. Yeah, I understand what you're saying, Oz.
Yeah, I was just going to say, do you see that? He said that we're pretty much his core family right now. I got to say something. I got to stop doing social media for a bit. It's literally killing me. The dopamine problem is bad and I got to quit. Well, does that mean are you going to still come here and hang out with us? If you can't, then that's fine too. But if you are going to, then, we would welcome that. And if not, we will welcome you when you are ready to come back. Because we love you.
Yeah, brother. I'm glad you got the awareness enough to know what you got to do for yourself, whatever is right in doing so.
Cracking down on
I've been kind of thinking the same thing lately in some way, although this is the only social media that I do anymore. I mean, the streams and the chats are fine for me, I think, but I do so much research online and other stuff because I don't really have any social. Like everybody's dead or doesn't talk to me anymore at this point. So I think we were talking about that the other night, Oz, going back and forth a little bit with that. I really do hope you take good care of yourself, brother, whatever you decide you need to do.
Yeah. And we're here, whatever it is. You need to do.
How far are they going to go, man? When is this going to stop?
I don't think it will, unless it'll stop when we stop it, right? Because the beatings will continue until morale improves or whatever. That's the whole where in history do we have any examples of someone having been in the pretense of an emergency or otherwise given some temporary power and they're like, oh yeah, by the way, here we're done with it now. You guys, you guys can. Like this big fake thing with the Afghanistan withdrawal, like where they were there supposed to be helping them to like stand on their own 2 feet with their own military, and obviously it was a big.
Yeah, I should have just rephrased that.
Scam in a billion ways. But it's the pattern that's I think is important to pay attention to. The minutia is important too, but we get lost in it.
Yeah, we have to decide.
I'm glad there's so many of us that can like pay attention, like so many different channels, so many different people are really good at everything, but they're really good at a couple things, and that's important for us to treat. You know, we can kind of rely on each other that way to some degree. We all have to do our critical thinking, but it's nice to know that there are other people you can reliably go to who are doing their best to bring forth, you know, honest information from their own endeavors, their own work.
It's just like
Whether it's
right
personal
now.
or otherwise.
There's a lot of us talking about this. They want us to think there are very few.
Yeah, they're trying to make it where, you know, we are so disconnected from each other and that we can't even, you know. That's why I'm like, you know, if we do, you know, the plan to get everybody to do, like, you know, time for doing positive healing energy at the same time, it breaks that barrier, because that goes across everybody. You know what I mean? Everybody cares about somebody or something where they feel like they could contribute. And it's all it is thought. We're not asking for anything but, you know, some thought.
You know, they say that World War III or whatever, War IV is going to be fought with sticks and stones. I think World War III is going to be fought with clicks and clicks and downvotes. You know.
Yeah.
It's pretty crazy. Well, we can keep putting energy towards, like, oh yeah, when we have Civil War, when we have World War III. But is that what we want to have the intention towards? We need to change our focus and change the way we're saying things.
I think this is
how we are going to avoid having a World War III. But maybe World War III isn't a war of death. Maybe it's a war on the country and the world coming together. Maybe it's a war of love, because we can still do that same thing. We can be like, no, we're not making this the third world war. That's gonna, you know what I mean? Like, let's do a war against the warmongers.
That's what I mean.
Well,
there will never be a nuclear war, because it'd be bad for business.
Oh my gosh. Everyone would blow each other up. It would be so stupid.
Right,
I mean, Frank Zappa said that. It would be bad for
presumably
business.
why they...
Yeah. You know, that's why they're trying to do it this way. They want to get rid of us. They don't want to get rid of each other.
Oh, Oz, we love you so much. He said he has to relearn
so much, but they actually need each other, you know.
Oz,
I'm on a similar journey of my own, brother. I feel you.
I can't see the chat. I'm on the other page, so I can't see what
Oz said I have to relearn the motivation of the things and tasks around me. I used to be really good at that, but now I can hardly get out of this chair even to feed myself. Fucking been there, man. It's a shit place to be in, but it's also a good place to look at ourselves too. It sounds like you got that about you.
And then he said, it helps to feel loved, fam, for real. Your blessing means the world to me. I hope to see you again when I'm back as an effective human. So here goes. Virtual hug. Oh.
Right on back at you, brother.
Well, Oz, know that we are here, and even if you don't have to come back when you are completely, like, you know,
I hate to be living there, man.
Full or effective human. We're here for you no matter what condition you're in, and that's what we do as a family. It's unconditional love, and no matter what it is that you need. And if you need to reach us, you know, like, you want to, you know Steve's email, I'm sure, stevecutlerlive@gmail.com. You can always reach us through that if you're not going to use social media, but you want to, you know, if you needed to reach out through email or something, or have a conversation, and, you know, we can do it. We can figure it out, and know that we're here. We're going to be here, and you need to make like a ton of whistles, because, like, I need some Oz whistles. Please. Please keep your head up, brother. I really, we will be thinking about you. I know that I will send you positive energy, and I believe that we can help each other. We can help each other heal and overcome all this. We have to. Like, we're at
because I'm terrible at doing it myself. I'll share it again with you all. That whole notion of gentleness and precision. in whatever it is that we need to be doing when we work with ourselves.
We need to
And
remember,
really each other. I mean,
well, other
but it's
people
like-
are always good at doing it for other people, you know?
yeah, exactly. I was just going to say it's way easier.
Yeah.
If you want to give me shit, get in line behind me because I'm giving myself shit. But when it comes to other people, I learned that with my mother. There's like a shadow side, if you will, to being a helper. If you're not taking care of yourself, you have to. It's got to be that's be in tune with that cycle. I don't know.
Yeah, I was like, my hands are.
But
fucked.
it's nice that Oz has the awareness.
I can't
That's
play
definitely-
drums that good anymore, and I had to totally relearn guitar, and I was fucking doing nothing. And my son said, "Well, why don't you get a fucking hobby?" And I'm like, "No, I did like taking pictures with my cell phone a lot, but I just went out and got a couple of cameras and just started taking 40, 50 pictures a day and just post them on Karen Book every fucking Now I don't do it anymore. I got guitars.
You should make like a collage of them so we could play them with some music on the streams. That would be really pretty.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Oh yeah, do a video, man. Maybe you could do a video, like a little bit of slide in the background, and do a nice montage or something, like
Do
a
like,
slide
yeah,
for
nice
a slideshow.
Mine though, man. I'm always.
We're giving you homework.
I know. I
gotta go before I get my own.
I just don't.
We already got challenged as it is, Popeye. Now I gotta go fucking talk to strangers because of Lucky. Thanks, Lucky.
I mean, it doesn't have to be a stranger, however you feel comfortable challenging yourself. I'm always
be honest,
talking
when I
to
thought of it,
strangers.
like the angst comes up as you were saying that. I got to be honest, so I'm just sitting here looking at it, kind of trying to be gentle with the whole observational process. But I was listening to somebody else earlier before you came on, finishing up a stream on. I forget exactly who it was, but this guy's got a really great take on the whole, again, the polyvagal sort of approach of healing. And he kept like the person interviewing him kept coming. She wasn't like. She was kind of playing devil's advocate. The question she was presenting, and they were pretty much the typical sort of concepts we have about all this stuff about addiction, and everything's up in your front. Anyway, it was just really nice to see him talk about shit. I just lost my train of thought. Squirrel. Just being gentle with ourselves, and
fucking pot
shit.
smokers, man.
Squirrel. Yeah, man. I guess I better have another hit.
I know, that's when I know I need to take a hit. I'm like,
Yeah, man. I was going around the corner
hang on.
and what was I talking about?
Yeah, no, I've been so stressed. I got to call myself out on it. I've been so stressed lately. I've really been abusing the Mary Jane. Like I can't. Like there's just I have the exercises that everybody knows. The breathing exercises and grounding exercises. I sat down this morning to do some yoga, and I got pissed. I just felt angry, and I tried to sit there and work through it a little bit, but it's just like, I don't know, I couldn't work with it. And it's like, all right, so be it. I'm just trying. But that's what made me think of it. Because the guy was saying there's sort of a to push ourselves. He came up with some sort of modality where it's like a living situation you can go to. It's a healing center of sorts. Chiron, I think it might be called, with a K. But you go there, and it's very. I think he described it as being like peer oriented, and a lot to do with like they offer like 33 hours a week of different things that you can do to help yourself to get into your own, work with your nervous system and to re-regulate yourself. And he's like, people don't want to do this or that or whatever. He's like, how about just do it anyway, and then at the end of the month, see how you feel. And it's like I really kind of felt like a to that when he heard that, because I don't something about that I don't like, you know what I mean? But he's right on some levels. And I think about my work over the scope of time of like the last decade of how I really have, like, I wouldn't be here today if I hadn't pushed my comfort zones. Like, but it's I guess maybe it's a continual practice of developing the skill to even be aware of like where I'm at, either in the moment or taking an assessment of like my progress from here to there or whatever. I think it's just important. It's really, my concern is, and I hear this from a lot of other people who've like been hospitalized for mental health issues, like against their will and stuff, or forced drugged by family or whatever, is that loss of a sense of autonomy in the whole process stymies the whole process of healing. And everybody has the best of intentions, ostensibly, to oh, we see you're suffering and you manifested it in this way and it really brought all this shit up in us. So now we're concerned and we want to make sure you get all the help you can. But the help needs to be pertinent to the individual. And the individual really needs to be able to be at the helm of shaping whatever that help looks like for them, even if they do need to enlist others, professional or otherwise. That's really important. And I think that's where we all, again, everybody doing their own version of whatever that work looks like in their life, when we bump into each other, like a forum like this or wherever, I feel I would hope that maybe something I've said, and I know that a lot of you all say really helps me. So I'm really appreciative of that. And I just wanted to reiterate that for Oz's sake. It's like I'm sad to see him go, and I'm glad that he's taking care of himself. But I just wanted to know I really appreciate his honesty and his awareness and bringing his experience forward in our chat the other night when we were on here and otherwise.
Oz
it's just maybe that's obvious. Am I Captain Obvious with this shit? Because to me, some of this shit seems revelationary. It seems like it's been really lacking in my life, and I see that in the world lacking too. I don't know. Is it just me? Am I overreacting to this? Or
I no, you are reacting exactly. You know what I mean? Like we are having like a group consciousness of change and reflection on each other. That was the intention of what this was, and how Fearlessly Authentic became what it is. And it's because it was from all of us. It was our collective energy. It was
I think that's why Jimmy Dore comes in. It's like brings everybody together, because comedy, man. I mean, I wouldn't be talking to any of these people if it wasn't for like Jimmy Dore.
Absolutely.
I started watching RT when it first came on, and I found Abby Martin, and she was from the same town that I was living in, but I didn't know that at the time. But
that's cool.
And then I started watching other stuff.
I love Abby's work.
And then I found
the Empire Files is awesome.
Oh yeah, and then I found Jimmy Dore on TYT.
That's something I wanted to bring up with Yona the other night. I didn't know if maybe he'd want to get into, or if you guys had already set some stuff in place that you wanted to specifically talk about. But at some point, it's been brought to my attention, and I know it's kind of a beat subject sometimes, like us westernizing, like romanticizing Native culture and stuff. But I wanted to get his thoughts on like the whole, not specifically like the tradition of like the Lakota's Heyoka or the sacred clown, but that in the broader scope of history, that there's always been like when it was feudalism, and in that time it was like the court jester was often the only person in the entire kingdom who could like in front of everybody tell the king that he was a pompous ass in some way, but he did it in a way that made everybody laugh.
But he didn't answer you. I remember when
I didn't want to interrupt, but I thought, because there's a really great there's a couple books on it, but the man's name was John Fire Lame Deer, if I'm remembering his name correctly. And I think it was his son who wound up writing the book, Archie Fire Lame Deer. But it was the book is called Lame Deer, Seeker of Visions. And boy, it was a really interesting ride just listening to this man's life story, where he wound up, he was a hellraiser off the res. They'd steal cars from one res to the next, and they'd hit a bar, do a couple drinks, stiff the frickin' drinks, scoot out the door and steal the next car that they could, and they'd keep doing that and stuff. But all this crazy shit he did when he was younger, and then like the Thunder Beings came for him in their tradition, in the Lakota tradition, and like he became a medicine man. Like I don't want to talk on this any sort of authority. I'm just sort of as whatever I can recall from reading on the books and talking to a few people. But it's just because so all right, I will relay if I can. I'm sort of paraphrasing the story here. So one of the stories I remember he related in the book was about another a Heyoka that he saw when he was a child, and he didn't even understand what he was seeing at the time. There was somebody showed up one day on the res, completely bare ass, like dancing around, acting like a clown, doing all this stuff. They had like a sackcloth over their head, so nobody could tell who it was.
I mean, why not?
I might be misremembering it, but it was something like this had gone on. So they came in, they did all this wild and crazy shit, and like they couldn't catch this dude on horseback. He was on foot, and he was so like in that way. And they couldn't catch him. It turns out later on, when they finally caught up with him, it was like this 70-something-year-old man, this old guy, doing cartwheels and all this crazy shit. In my mind, I remember how he was relaying the story. But the because that's what he focused on in the story, was that the impact that act had on the community was like that term shakabuku, where it was a complete shift in consciousness, where everybody for a moment was forced to look at something differently, like, what is going on, what's this guy doing, and then coming to find out later on that it's this little old man that was, sitting on the fire. You wouldn't, you might need help getting up or down, perhaps, I don't know, but I just find that amazing. And again, I just think, because and Alan Watts does a really wonderful spiel on that too. I don't remember the name of it exactly, but he speaks very eloquently on everything. But about like was it the clown, the jester? I forgot the term he used in the title of the video, but he was speaking to that tradition in human culture. It spans cultures, which I think is kind of amazing right there. That, like you said, Popeye, that the laughing gets stuff through the door that otherwise it's going to be left knocking on the door. And I just find that amazing. I think it's beautiful, and it's definitely something I think we can continue to focus on. If you can laugh at yourself, you can laugh at a lot of stuff in life. You know what I mean? And
I laugh at myself all the time.
It's great.
Interesting.
Does that? Have you guys ever noticed that though? I mean, I don't know what your thoughts are on that. Like from the wide historical perspective on that ability. There's another just a quick drop for. I put it up on my channel a while back. I actually had a chat convo with the creator of the film I put up on my channel. It's called ... But seriously, it's a really cool montage of comedians like lampooning the political process and everything, and just like really, it's all.
That sounds familiar.
Yeah, it was. It played on like HBO and a bunch of other syndications back in the. I think he produced it in like '93 or something. Let me see if I can find it on my thing. I can post it if you want, but I'm not trying to promote my channel. I don't give a shit, but I put stuff up there for people to watch.
You can of course promote your thing. Like, what are you talking about? Oh my god.
It's really great, but the guy was really cool because I had posted it, and then there was a piece of music or something in it that through the editing process, YouTube made me cut out. But oh, here it is. Yeah, but the guy was really cool. His name is let me see if I can read the. Okay, yeah, I'm just reading this to you because this is I extracted this from another chat we had. Hi guys, I'm Jeff Lieberman, who conceived of this documentary and produced and directed it. I'm so happy that so many are responding so positively to it and wondering what the interest would be for me to pick up where this one left off and bring it into the present day. This was originally seen on Showtime, that's what it was, in prime time, then repeated on Comedy Central several times, along with Channel 4 in England broadcasting it. So it was seen by many people back then, but there's a whole new audience that hasn't seen it because it was done in '93. So it's great to expose it to them now. He says I usually put in a complaint and have my stuff taken down, but in this case I let it go because I figured at this point it's good for as many people to see it as possible. So I said, thank you, Jeff, for your generosity in sharing this wonderful work with the world, and I'd love to see that follow up. But it's a documentary montage of comedians pointing out the hilarity and hypocrisy of American politics from the 60s through the 90s. Well, it was a good one. Wow. Nothing, and nobody doesn't know or probably hasn't seen before, but it's a great montage. But it's to the point. Humor has that way to just cut through the bullshit.
Trish said, humor has kept my crazy ass going. It's true.
Yeah, amen, sister.
Like, it's
Same
easy. Here. There's certain things that it's just easier for us to digest in that way. And I think it's natural to use humor because it's like you're making something that's uncomfortable. You know what I mean? Like, that's kind of what humor really is it's something that's uncomfortable. You're trying to express it in a way. It's like, and you make it something that's funny. So you're releasing that serotonin as you're digesting something that maybe you don't want to, And
it's reciprocal too. So like what you're putting out and you're getting that benefit on your own, if you're doing it in a way that does the same thing for the other person to allow that information to get into them. for them to be able to process it and work with it in some way that's comfortable. Otherwise, it would not have been able to. You're sitting there, two people with two opposing, dialogues, and it wouldn't get through. I find that fascinating. And I also, it made me think that all of the indigenous peoples of the world, like 99% of them have like incredible senses of humor. Like, I think it's like a requisite for having to survive fucking genocide,
Yeah. Think about how resilient.
It's a human animal thing. Yes, it is a resilient.
Think about how resilient so many people are that have been through such fucking crazy shit. Like, Charlie, now take a moment. Everybody take a moment and think for a second. Think about how resilient you are and how far you've come, and you've been able to make it to this moment. And that's because of being resilient.
Yeah.
Like, we all have our own level of, like, things that we went through, trauma, all this and that. Like, there's really no way to, like, to really compare it. But we can all at the same time go, holy shit, I'm resilient. I've made it here, and I need to give myself, credit.
And
give yourself credit. Like you made it here. Like, you made it to this moment. You're doing good. You're still here. That's what's important.
Yep.
Just like what we keep saying, be kind with ourselves, and remember the advice that you would give to someone else that you care about. Put yourself in someone else's shoes, and then say, what advice would I give them? And I'm pretty sure that I would tell them, I would be gentle with them or firm, however I needed to be to help guide them. But take your own advice that you would give. That's like one of the best things I think that you could give people as a gift, and just say, listen, whatever advice that you would give me in your shoes is what you need to look at yourself. It's such an amazing.
I said, pull up your pants.
Yeah, it's like one of those, don't go on a stream without anything, like, that you be prepared that, just in case that camera falls or something happens, you probably want to have at least something covering your ass, I mean, unless you don't care, but, know that that's always a possibility. I've seen streams where a camera has fallen and the person's been sitting there like in their underwear, and I'm like, this is why I love watching real people. I want to watch real people.
One of those streams,
huh?
I think you had said you were watching a former FHL stream, and Affinny's camera fell. Yes. She was in her underwear or something. That's funny.
Yeah, her phone fell, and I was like, see, this is why
it happened to me, though, man.
Like, this is well, it's supposed to be an accident. I mean, like, so maybe you have to be hopeful and put that positive energy that will happen for you.
Never get a scar. Goddamn.
He's like, this is my goal. He's like, my goal for New Year's for next year is that I want to be caught wearing underwear and my phone's going to fall on accident. That is a goal, Papa. How funny would it be if he he manifests this to happen, like, oh my God.
Like to say, be careful what you put on the wind, right?
Yeah.
You don't want it to come true.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, I think.
By the way, I just wanted to say, I assume Steve has not been in the chat for quite a while. I just wanted to say I hope he's feeling better. I don't know if he's listening, or if you want to tell him later. I hope
he probably
better.
is sleeping.
Said he had a headache or something.
He's probably asleep.
Well, good for him. Damn it!
Well,
I ought to be sleeping too. Yeah.
I go to bed at 9:00.
9:00. Yeah, it is your bedtime then, huh?
I went to bed or was it? I don't know. I slept until 8:30 today. 8:20.
I think I went to bed at 8:30 in the morning.
Yeah, I know.
I stayed up late. Like, sometimes I just can't sleep. Like, I try to go to bed before the sun comes up. That's always the goal.
Yeah,
go to bed before the sun comes up. It makes it a lot easier to sleep, and Yeah, no, last couple mornings has been like freaking tough. I'm like, nope, that did not happen.
The sun
But
comes up, I can't sleep because my eyes are really sensitive. I had German measles when I was a kid. I had to wear
Oh,
sunglasses and stuff. I didn't know why, but my eyes are real sensitive to blue light. The blue light.
yeah, I guess we are all very deficient in red light because of all this extra blue light that we get from these screens. So
from the
they have like
devices, yeah.
red light treatments that you're supposed to get like certain lights. So I've been like looking into that. I'm like, okay, well, I don't want to spend more money on a device or anything like that, but I definitely
All
want
right,
to
I
look
gotta
into
go.
it.
I'll see you guys later.
Much
All right,
love,
Popeye.
Popeye.
Nice
Thank you
hanging
for
with you.
coming and
Nice
hanging
to
with
meet you.
us.
Have a good night, man.
Oh, he's so sweet.
Yeah, I'm the same way. I freaking, like I think I said earlier in the chat. I will like wake the rooster sometimes. It's pathetic. The weird thing is, it's like no matter what time I go to sleep, it's always either 8 hours or less. I typically won't sleep over 8 hours. Sometimes depends what's going on. Like if I smoke a lot the
Yeah.
night before or something, I might feel a little groggy. And if I don't have, depending on what I have going on, I can sleep in a little or something. But
If
the
I
sleep thing's
got
obviously super important. I mean,
if I miss like a lot of sleep, then I can sleep more than that. But yeah, typically I don't think I sleep more than like the 8 hours. I'm usually I sleep less hours. Like Steve sleeps
yeah.
more than I do. Like he'll go to sleep at like, I don't know, we go if we're like laying down at like 2, he'll like fall asleep in like 10 minutes and I'll be up until like 5 5 in the morning, like
And we call you lucky. I'd so envy. I had an ex-girlfriend who could literally fall asleep in her own lap. I mean,
Oh
like
my
if she's in
god.
a comfortable chair, I'm like, oh my god, I'm so envious. Holy crap! I have
No.
never been able. I mean, obviously, I mean that's probably a no-brainer if you got the developmental stuff going on, but everybody,
Yeah.
and that's another aspect where they get us in society. Like, who the hell gets the right amount of sleep? Typically nobody that I know. And then again, like you just kind of touched on it, there's always some, and it's not that that's a bad thing. You're looking into, maybe some sort of lighting technology to help you improve your health. But I mean, it's an unfortunate, it's not a side effect. It's a fucking effect that our society is outside of nature. It forces us to live outside of nature. And so now we have to replace, a diet with weird vitamins, perhaps. I mean, some of us are better than others at doing all this stuff. You all in here are a hell of a lot better than I am from the sound of it.
All we can
But
do is just do the best we can.
yeah, I know, but it's kind of sometimes for me, I feel a little overwhelming. I envy you being able to get to the point where you're a vegetarian. I lived that way when I was on the road for the most part, and I was in amazing shape when I got home. My clothes didn't fit me. Hell, most of the people I knew before I left from the East Coast to travel out west, when I came back, they're like, "Who are you?" I was like such a different person in so many ways. I felt I had a vegan Thanksgiving that year. It was really different. My friend. Crap. Oh, don't space on people's names now. Crap. Julia. She had made my girlfriend Carrie and I us this awesome feast for Thanksgiving that year. It wasn't like a Thanksgiving even then back then, but it was like she did up some kind of wild rice in a gourd. There was some pumpkin stuff involved. I don't remember, but
you're like, I don't know. It was just really good.
Well, it was 1993, so it's like pushing my memory for that. But
no, that's pretty awesome. It had that much of an impact on you that you still remember it now. That's amazing.
The whole experience was amazing because that's something I think we might have talked about a little bit before too, that I like to impress upon people. I afforded myself the opportunity to step outside what I now realize I didn't realize then, but I was like intuitively following this whatever call or whatever to just to listening to my intuition. I stepped outside of all my my unspoken social agreements. Weren't we talking about the 4 agreements before? I think Don Miguel Ruiz goes into talking about those unspoken social agreements.
I looked at that book today.
That tie us to people and to synchronicity, right?
Up in my bedroom.
That really kind of stuck in my craw as I got to thinking about that. What did he mean by that? And it's sort of like I read it and I took it in, and like later on as I revisited, I got to kind of thinking about it. I'm like, oh, all right, it's it has to do with a lot of these things in our family systems, especially, I think, of course, in our friends, and I suppose it certainly extends fully outward to society at large. But there's so many things that, like, okay, well, in a family system, I think it's easier maybe to understand a smaller scale. Is like, so and so has this personality going on or whatever in the family, and we don't talk about that or this and that, and so we're kind of working around each other's dysregulated nervous systems really at the base of it, but we can call it so many other things, use other language to talk about the same thing. But I think that was a real hindrance for me, and I think that's why, in contrast, they're the ones who pointed it out by, like, who they jokingly saying, "Who are you?" Everybody wanted to be around me when I came back from out west because my energy had shifted so drastically, and that was largely because I think because I gave myself that permission, and again, this wasn't all like a big conscious plan or something. I was just sort of like, I kind of looked at my whole life like this anyway. It's like, I can't do stuff with math. I don't have a math brain. I can't plan stuff out. My life appears organically. I'm an animal. I'm just another animal in the woods. And I don't like to scare the other animals away. I just want to see what this looks like and feel what this feels like without the two-legged modern man. Like, we can be in nature and be a part of it without, I don't want to bring that noise, I guess is what I'm saying. Yeah, I'm getting off tangent here, but I just surrounded myself when I was out west with people. Like, I worked for Yellowstone Park, was for how I first went out there. I got on a Greyhound bus here on the East Coast with a backpack and a Shiko Conga drum, and I traveled all the way out west. I had gotten myself a job working for Yellowstone through TW Recreational Services through the mail. It was all pre-internet. And my buddy had been going there for years, right? I was proud of myself just to get a job doing it that way to begin with. I'd never been away from home, and like realizing now it's like this huge dysfunction because of me being sort of developmentally stunted, if you will, in that relationship with my family and everything. And so cutting that,
I think it just makes us creative and think in a different way. That's all.
Sure. No, I'm not downing it. These are just sort of like matters of observation. You know what I mean? But just once I worked for the park for a little while, it was a great experience on a lot of different levels. And but they sucked, like the management, and they promised like all this other stuff that didn't show up. So I effectively wound up becoming like the lead shipper for the industrial laundry there, which is the largest industrial laundry that side of the Mississippi. And they weren't paying me for it. I was basically doing a couple people's jobs and all this stuff, and it got crappy. So I was like, and I went and bought myself a VW bus, and then I freaking moved up into the mountains above an old gold mine and all this stuff. But anyway, there's a lot of interesting stuff happened that summer. But to kind of shorten it up a little bit, it was just that I wound up thankfully hooking up with, because I was in that mode and I was putting myself out there to be exposed to all different people and that kind of stuff that I hadn't prior, with all these old social agreements with family and stuff. It was like, oh, well, these guys are kind of like, I wasn't used to seeing people like you say doing the fire dance stuff. I don't know what you call that with the sticks on. What do you call that? That you do with the fire juggling? Or?
Yeah, like spinning fire, juggling sticks, fire poi. Yeah, fire spinners.
I'd never seen that kind of shit before. I'm like, damn, I was like, wow. I was like, wow, man, that's cool. And it was sort of like, there was like a thing that rushed up inside of myself. I noticed that I can kind of revisit it now. There's like a little bit of jealousy involved. I'm like, wow, like, but it passed because I wasn't stuck in with old people where I could just comfortably melt back into the scenery and go back to who everybody else was cool with me being. Because like everybody else, if I had done that, well, actually, I did start doing like with playing the drums and everything before I went out west. Like people who knew me before that were a little like, well, you weren't always like this sort of hippie character all the time. I kind of was. They just didn't realize it. But it was different for them. They weren't used to it. You know what I mean? And I, because of that whole how it works in our society, and me with the attachment issues, it's like the pattern is to you give up of your authentic self in order to retain relationships with people. And so I recognize that going on. And so that again. The big picture of the trip out west was I associated with people who they didn't know me from Adam, and everybody got to be whoever they needed to be one day from the next, and we all supported each other in doing so. And it's just like we were talking about a couple streams ago about like creating that platform for someone to sort of shine where they never maybe felt they had the opportunity or even the right to do so, or all these interesting little things that rush up inside of us emotionally and everything. I'm really grateful to have been able to cultivated this beginning of being able to be aware of things and observational about things. It changes everything. But it's just, again, I talk about this with my therapist a lot about the contrast, like revisiting why was I so healthy when I was out west, and thinking about the effect that my presence had on people who knew me, growing up or whatever, after I came back. And so I revisit that a lot, and that's where a lot of this stuff comes in, I think.
I'm gonna just play this on the side while we talk.
Oh, that's so cool.
So that is me spinning the poi. Like those are actual, they're like glow stick ones is what they call them, but they make all these different patterns and stuff. So that's me in the dark spinning those. Let's see
awesome.
if I can go in on this. Or
we used to do like low tech versions of that. Like we got back from the Moody Blues one time, and we went to my brother's place, and they're out in like Wales, Mass, and it's like they're in the middle of nowhere. They got like 60 acres. So it was just me, him, and my girlfriend at the time, and we're tripping our faces off. And we're out in the complete pitch dark, and we're tossing around glow sticks to each other. And I had this glow in the dark frisbee. So it was really cool to see the trails. It's kind of cool.
Yeah, it's really cool to see those. To do those at night and see the trails of the colors, and it's intense. It's really intense to watch. And it's funny because other people will try to use them and spin, and they'll be like, yeah. I'm like, yeah, it's not as easy as you think it is. It might look like it's easy, but it's not.
I don't know what they look like in the light. Is it something that has like you can clobber yourself with it if you're not careful? Is that what you're saying? Or
oh yeah. I would get bruised up. I'll grab them. I'll show you.
Yeah, you and me both, gamer. I'm trying to eat better as well. I do all the cooking for my stepfather and I both, so it's like it's a good, if I have the tendency that I want to eat something that maybe not ain't the best thing for me, and I still do it. Granted, I'm not trying to be a hypocrite here, but it's like a little bit more motivation for me. It helps me because I'm trying to help him. He ain't gonna do it on his own. He's a stubborn old Pollock, so God bless him. But trying to eat better too, introducing different things like that nettle tea. We've been taking that. It doesn't taste too bad. You can add other stuff to it.
Yeah, nettle's good for you.
Put ginger in there or other teas. I like to find different like natural teas that have like like tangerine or orange flavor, or just something a little bit of. I don't use any kind of sugar, so I like a little bit of honey occasionally.
So.
Yeah, the booze. I know a lot of people. The booze goes hand in hand with all kinds of crap habits, I guess you could say. I don't want to even say it that way. Just we have.
So this is what it looks like with me holding it like that, and that's
actually without. It looks like an actual glow stick.
Yeah, and it does like all these different patterns, and a lot of like you can't really see what it's gonna look like until it's like spinning. A lot of times. But yeah, there's like I can do like a bunch of different like colors and patterns, and they're really freaking cool. But
it's like it's adjustable, you're saying?
Yeah, I can change the colors of them and stuff, and they flash.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I feel like a raccoon with some of that stuff because I'm way too easily amused with that kind of stuff. I could sit there and just stare at it when it was on the table in front of me.
Oh my god!
I actually have some
fun.
I don't know what they were multicolored changing LED balls that you hook up to Christmas lights. And I don't know if you can.
So they look like this otherwise. Like they're just
can't even see it. Won't bother.
They're LED light things. And they're in these are silicone.
Yep.
These things. And then they are on a long like rope thing. Here, let me put this.
They kind of look like applicators, huh?
Yeah. All right. Let me put it like this, then I can show you. Okay. So these are the LED sticks, and they're in these like silicone sleeves. And then it's like, they're on a rope, and they have these like silicone like ball things, and you hold them like that, and then you spin with them in like each hand.
Gotcha. That's cool.
Yeah, so it's and they hurt. I have other ones too. I have ones that are supposed to like light on fire.
Cool.
And I have ones that are LED, they're balls. And what are the other ones I have? I have ones that are in socks too. Like they're like a long sock thing with the ball, but they're the same like concept of spinning it. Yeah. So that's what those are right there that are on the screen. Those are those making cool patterns.
Yeah, that's cool. Must be fun too. You do get yourself in sort of like a whirling dervish trance, I would imagine.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, it is.
Invite
and then, so I used to do these at the shows.
Wobbly, so what's up, man?
Wobbly!
How you doing, brother?
There we go. Now I've got a microphone. I couldn't hear you when I came up last time. My Bluetooth headphones need to be beaten up and cajoled into working. So I got you now. Oops. I love that light.
Seems to be a common occurrence with those. Hey, before I lose the thread there, I just want to say, Gamer, good on you for quitting the booze, brother.
Yes, that is
not
so
an easy
awesome.
thing to deal with the stuff that comes up in our life like that. I can't encourage everybody enough. Look into the polyvagal theory and see what it might mean to you in regards to that stuff. It's pretty interesting. Takes a lot of the shame and the guilt out of it, and kind of just helps you realize you're just trying to. Your nervous system's just trying to do what it does, and we can just befriend it and figure that out. Make shit a lot easier. But how you doing, man?
Oh, me, I'm good. Yeah, I was I was just hearing about what people were saying about health and that before, and I just spent about 4 days in toothache terror. I didn't want to go to the dentist, and I've managed in the last decade to always cure it with clove oil treatment, which is an incredibly unpleasant experience, but it does save you going to the doctors. Is my microphone really soft, is it?
Who's this?
Sound all right.
Is my voice coming?
No, we sound you. Yeah, I hear you.
So, so that was a testament to trying to avoid lab coats, trying to heal thyself, and comprehending your own nervous system.
Yeah.
Did you manage to avoid the dentist, or?
Yeah, I did completely. Well, so far I've only got a bit of mild pain left, and I can chew again and live and stuff. I'll be back to work tomorrow. So. Yeah, good. And everyone was just saying, "Oh, just go to the dentist. I'll fix it in one day." And I said, "Oh no, but I've got a bug up my ass about lab coats. So I want to heal my own body. At least try first."
Yeah, that's what I always try to do too. Okay, I found something on that what you were saying. So it's like a quick little video. This is what you were talking about, right?
Oh, thank you.
Polyvagal.
Yeah,
theory?
That one right down the bottom right-hand corner too, with the woman's face. That's Deb Dana. She now in the one in the green. That's so she's a trauma therapist, like a licensed family. I forget what the terminology there. The one on the left in the green, that's Dr. Porges, who came up with the polyvagal theory. But Deb Dana took the polyvagal theory and like ran with it and really put it into practice. And she's just got such a wonderful way about her, the way she speaks, and just breaks it down very well. And I keep finding it's like a rabbit hole. The internet is kind of that way, right? But I've just been finding all these wonderful other people are just really taking that. And like she says, I think she explains it well, how the polyvagal theory doesn't replace therapies or modalities and all that necessarily. What it does is kind of slips in underneath it and gives all of it a better foundation to look at everything a little differently. But you know what? If I can find this guy I was listening to earlier, it was a really excellent interview. He really nailed it.
All right, I'm gonna play
Like,
this clip real quick that I found just to try to see like the basic. It should be on the screen.
Polyvagal theory provides an explanation for some common symptoms such as chronic, persistent, and debilitating anxiety and depression by explaining how our nervous system is connected to our emotional responses. To help us understand the polyvagal theory, let me introduce you to our nervous system. Imagine that you wake up in the morning, get dressed, and make tea or coffee and get ready for the day. As you leave the house, you notice something on your arm. Your heart stops racing. You feel as if you cannot breathe for a couple of seconds. Is it a spider? Is it the scarf you're wearing? Should you just get on with your day? Should you be scared and scream? Should you slap your arm to get rid of whatever you have on your arm? Your nervous system processes everything that happens from the moment you notice something on your arm to the moment a decision is made about what to do. This decision will depend on a number of factors, including your past and recent experiences. So, if you are scared of spiders, or if you watched a movie about deadly spiders last night, or if you live in an area where there are poisonous spiders, your nervous system is more likely to react as if you are under threat. The autonomic nervous system is part of our nervous system, and it monitors and regulates the functioning of the visceral organs, including our heartbeat and our breath, and is a major contributing factor to our emotional state. The autonomic nervous system is formed by the sympathetic division, which mobilizes the body into action.
Got a little echo. You might
Division,
want to shut your
which
mic.
relaxes the body and talks it down when there is no danger and you're safe. Both the
Is that what
sympathetic
that's from?
and parasympathetic divisions are involved in how we respond to stress and survival behaviors. The autonomic nervous system has three basic states. Rest and digest state, which is controlled by the parasympathetic system, also known as the ventral vagal state. It is our state of safety, when we are grounded and can engage and connect with the world and other people. The fight and flight state is our survival response controlled by the sympathetic nervous system. When we are in this state, we may feel angry, rage, and frustrated towards something or someone, preparing us to fight with it, or we may experience anxiety, fear, and panic. Any of these responses prepare us for action, to either run away from the threat or to fight with it. We go into low levels of sympathetic activation every day. As we walk, as we work, we relate to people, and when we face daily common small challenges. In these cases, we generally move between the ventral vagal and the sympathetic states. And lastly, the freeze state, which is controlled by our parasympathetic system, although the role is different than above. It is also known as dorsal vagal state. It is an emergency state and our most primitive response. The purpose of this state is to conserve energy for the most basic functions. When we are in this state, we have a tendency to stillness and we may shut down completely, to sleep, repair, slow down, and recover to help us go back into action when we are ready to do so. The ventral vagal, sympathetic, and dorsal vagal states work like a ladder, where the ventral vagal state is at the top, the sympathetic state is in the middle, and the dorsal vagal state is at the bottom. Throughout the day, we move between the different states, up and down the ladder, depending on what we are doing. When we are in a stressful situation and overwhelmed, we are likely to go into dorsal vagal state. When we are calm and we feel safe, we go up the ladder into our ventral vagal state. The three states have an important role in our well-being and survival. Our nervous system has an inherent tendency towards homeostasis and balance. So the state we are in helps us navigate and cope with whatever we're going through at the time. We involuntarily scan situations and people to determine if they are safe or dangerous. And we move up or down the polyvagal ladder depending on whether our nervous system detects cues that indicate that we are safe or cues of danger. People who have experienced trauma and difficult situations in their lives, people who grew up in environments where their basic needs weren't met or were abused as a child, are likely to spend more time in the dorsal vagal state, the freeze state, experiencing symptoms such as low mood, anxiety, social isolation, and feelings of helplessness and hopelessness. The good news is that we can retrain our nervous system to start noticing cues of safety around us and to reduce the reaction our nervous system tends to have in the presence of certain cues of danger, which are often related directly or indirectly to the trauma or difficult experiences we've had. One of the first steps is learning to identify the state we are in at any given time so that we can see what we need to help our nervous system go back to a state of safety. There are strategies that can help you navigate the different states and give yourself what you need depending on the circumstances and your nervous system response. These strategies include adjusting your breath, your posture, your movements, and the information that comes through your 5 senses, but there are many more. So next time you feel anxious, angry, overwhelmed, or you just want to withdraw from everything, sleep, disconnect, and spend some time alone, remember that your nervous system is doing its best to get you through the circumstances that you are in. And also remember that giving your nervous system what it needs will help you go back to feeling safe and engage with what's important to you.
That wasn't too bad as far as all the presentations I've had. It's interesting all the different takes people have and how they come to understand it. But that's, I think, is part of the cool thing of it is, like I was saying before, I like it. We're like in the Western world, we're trying, there's like this framework within which we're supposed to think about mental health and all that, and it's like there's always some expert and some pill or something, and some of those things might be legitimate for an individual, but when you look at it from that perspective, what they just presented there, and if you dig into it, it makes so much sense where it's like, oh, my body has, like Deb Dana really nails it, and the way she even, just like her voice, I could sit and listen to her for hours. She's very calm, but it's prosody that's part of the whole healing process, which she brings about. But it's like how she points out, how she puts it is, whatever you have going on in your life, know that it's your nervous system having a survival response. Like it's responding to something that, and again, our society sweep everything under the carpet. We don't talk about this. We don't talk about that. Life's hard. You get a helmet. Well, whoever's manufacturing these fucking helmets got to be a fucking billionaire by now. You know what I mean?
It's ridiculous.
It's wonderful it takes a lot of the shame and the blame and all that. It's like, and Dr. Porges puts it really interestingly too, because oftentimes with the words you whip them out, it's like, responsibility, accountability, and these things are true and real. But how do you get there without awareness of what you're actually trying to work with? And like he put it, he just kind of slowed it down. He said, you need to be able to be response able. You need to be able to respond. And if you're not consciously aware of what's going on, we're doing it, whether it's you call, I really don't like the term addiction. I know everything around it is very real, and what people experience is very real. But I think we do a great disservice to ourselves and everyone else by continuing that perspective of looking at that. So I think it was the first link I sent, that guy, it's somewhere towards like the middle or the end. He kind of says something to that effect. I mean, it's a great discussion all over, but I don't know.
Yeah.
It's the main problem with mental health. In modern terms, that there's always think that there's a single therapy or a single pill that will help everyone with that type of problem, and it doesn't work like that because every individual is different.
And the process of discovery is part of the healing process. So by some of these efforts to shallowly deal with these things, it might for a brief period of time make some change, but it's not a permanent, meaningful change. Sorry, Lucky, go ahead.
Oh no, it's okay. Oh shit, no. What was it? We have the thing that helps us the most about like taking that stigma away from mental health or the trauma that we've had is to talk about it and take away the power of the stigma, right? Like if we are like, screw you, I don't give a fuck what you think about me. I don't care what you think about my past. I know who I am. This is who I am. You don't like it, then too bad. That's your loss. Yeah. And we take that power back and say, no, I don't give a fuck. Judge me all you want. I have a support network of people that are also fucking crazy, and we love each other, and that's all that matters.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
like
Supporting
he's
each
saying,
other.
it's the discovery that, yeah,
And it's
the
acknowledging
discovery
it
that's part of the
and
healing.
saying, yeah, just saying whatever, like, this is who I am. Like, call me whatever you want. I
Yeah.
don't give a shit what you want to call me, what
And
category you feel
each
comfortable
crisis
putting
you
me
go
in.
through, each crisis you go through, you learn more about yourself and the people around you too, especially if they're supporting you.
Yeah.
And like,
And
just
if you're paying
knowing
attention, that's, you know, the university of life right there.
and then like just making sure that we're inclusive with people, like where people are going to feel comfortable when they are completely, you know, like when you know you're in a safe space, you know you have people that you're going to have a real freaking conversation with and have that, you know, authentic, like, no, I want you to tell me the truth and tell me how it is and tell me how I need to hear that. You know, if I need you to be gentle with me at that time, then be gentle. But and if you need to like freaking say, come on, what the fuck are you doing? Then you need to, you know, I want someone to be able to do those things with me and I will do the same with them. You know, it's a mutual thing. And it's not about being critical of somebody. It's about we want to do better for each other. So, you know what I mean? We share in that and have this like shared responsibility of calling each other out for all of it, the good, the bad, the neutral, you know what I mean? No matter what it is, like pointing out when something is happening that's good though too. You know, not just like, oh man, you know, you really you know, you kind of like, you could have like done that. You know, you could have just acknowledge it, you know, but you can also say like, wow, what an inspiration you are to me also. You know what I mean?
Even
Like,
too, like it makes me. As you're saying that, what's thinking to me, like you were saying earlier about like any advice that we would want to give to somebody else, take it to ourselves as well, of course. And it got me thinking about like if you go, please do listen. I think I shared one with Deb Dana, or no? Oh, you had showed it in the clip that I'll find one. If you listen to Deb Dana talk, the way she talks about the whole thing, man, has been so helpful to me lately because it just like that fucking horrible critic, that bully in my head with all that crap. It's like the way she puts it, just she's just got such a way of like being gentle about it. It's like it allows you, again, I guess, like gentleness and precision. It's like, okay, here's what we need to be doing, but really the only way to access that inside of ourselves without shutting ourselves down is ironically that gentleness. So it's like we want to rush in there with this energy of, you know, and it's righteous to want to do so, but it seems to backfire on us. It's almost like that gag about trying to sweep the ocean back with a broom or something. I don't know. It seems counter to what nature intends, you know, and really, I guess that's what I was trying to get at too, is the whole thing to me really simplifies it more to just like, oh, okay, this is what's going on. This is nature. The nervous system is nature. This is what's going on. This is why you're doing that. It's in service of survival. Okay, so if you're feeling that way, the behavior comes. Then you got to look back. Okay, so it's like we were talking about like when we were off behind in the green room or whatever last time we were talking, and I told you about me writing a book. Maybe. Oops, did I lose you?
No, I'm here. I'm just pulling up the.
Oh,
I'm
cool.
just pulling
Thank you.
up
Yeah,
a video.
That one
Keep
of her
going.
on the left is a really good one, but they're all really good. Yeah, it was just that. Shit, I lost my train of thought again. What was I just saying?
About writing your book, and when we were in the green screen.
Yeah, one of the working titles would be either for the book or for one of the chapters would be sign language of the soul in regards to human behavior, because that's really what it is. Because because realizing for myself especially, but I think for a lot of us, simply because even if your speech centers weren't damaged from early childhood trauma, I think a lot of experiences in life can dumbfound one, and a lot of experiences are what we might refer to as ineffable, at least initially. And that by looking at it that way, I realized like when I was a little kid, I didn't have, and a lot of us, we don't have the word. Shit went down in our childhoods that we couldn't speak up for ourselves, you know, whether it was simply we were pre-verbal or because it was so powerful again that it shut the speech centers of the brain down. Because like Dr. Vanderkolk says, that's the first centers that go offline are the speech centers when trauma happens in developmental years. So thinking about it like that over the years, I'm like, oh, because I realized looking at myself and trying, I guess that's talking about resiliency and like what Deb Dana's, the whole Stephen Porges says in the polyvagal theory about befriending yourself. That's what came up, I think, through therapy, to realize sort of like there was like I envisioned myself doing this, like, hey, I'm drowning. Please God, somebody help me. You know, so, some of the issues I've had in my life have come up that way. They don't look pleasant. They can be off-putting, and all these things that, you know, we experience in these, you know, relational, behavioral issues that we experience. But that's what helped me realize, though, to get where I am now, is that that's what it was. It was coming from a place where there were no words. When whatever went down in my life, that's behind, that's like the impetus of this behavior or these thoughts or whatever, that's where that was coming from. Like, oh wow. And so it came up to, you know, sign language of the soul. It's a whole language, and we speak that way, and so on so many levels. And thinking about the nervous system and how it's got so many you know, how it goes out to so many parts of our body. I don't know. It kind of got me thinking about that differently.
Absolutely. So I have two things from that. I, before Skyla could talk, when she was like 4 or 6 months old, I used sign language, and she communicated with that way with
Awesome.
me. So
That's
it was
beautiful.
really awesome. Like, her first sign was daddy. And like, he came in the room, like he came home from work one day, and she just did the sign, and it was like, holy shit, 6 months old, and my baby is talking to me, you know, like, and she knew like milk and more and all done and like all these, you know, very essential things. And she was a happy kid.
Wow.
She was a really
6
happy,
months old.
because
That
when
is
you
amazing.
can. Oh my gosh. She okay, yeah. Oh yeah, I was starting to tell you this earlier. So she was 2 weeks late. Like, she refused to, like, the doctors had to kick her out. Like, I had to be induced. And I waited until the last day they would let me. And then once I actually had only 4 hours of labor, which is, you know, if anybody doesn't know about childbirth, women can be in childbirth for days. 4 hours is like unheard of, especially with your first child. So yeah, my mom had 4 hours on me, and my grandmother had 4 hours on her. So it's like, I don't know, for some reason it runs in the family. But so I did this. I gave birth to her 2 weeks past due. I had a herniated disc that was completely bone to bone. Like, my nerve, like I lost like a quarter of an inch in height. Like, I had nothing between my discs, my lowest one. So I gave birth to my daughter like that. And so she was 2 weeks late. She was like, nope, I was not coming until you made me, like, leave. And then from there, she was like advanced, like, the whole time. Like, at 4 months old, she was sitting up, and usually babies don't start doing that until they're about 6 months. By 8 months, she didn't even crawl. Like, 8 months, she was like not 8 months, she was walking. By 9, she was running. Like, I could not believe the speed in which she just, like, came out so late, and then has excelled at everything since. And it's it's amazing. It's really amazing. I forgot there was something else I was going to say from what you said too.
There was another component. All of that's amazing. Just giving birth with a fused tailbone. And it's
with a herniated disc.
Yeah.
And a natural childbirth too. Like, I didn't have, I didn't have anything. Yeah. Like, and Pitocin, when they induce you, they make, like, your body, like, go into labor. So I only had 20 minutes of, like, actual pushing. Like, that's unheard of. Like, then I was like, I told the nurse, I'm like, I'm going to be ready soon. And she looked at me like, okay, yeah, like, you're only, like, you know, you're not very far into this.
She was your first?
My first,
She was your first child?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, my only child, but yeah, my first 20 minutes. Like, I was like, I'm gonna be ready to push soon, and there she looked at me like, no. Even on Pitocin, women usually have 12 to 18 hours before they're gonna be ready. Oh no, 20 minutes later, after she told me no, I'm like, I'm ready. I told you. And she's like, the doctor's not here yet. I'm like, well, guess what? Yeah, like, seriously. Like,
This
you
kid's
should have
been in
listened
the
to
green
me.
room all this time. She wants to come out and dance.
Like, she's coming. And you know what's crazy? They told me, like, and she was 2 weeks overdue, right? And we knew exactly, my whole, like, like, that was actually the like, that was documented time, like, it wasn't like we weren't sure. No, like, it was exact. And, like, before, at that point, I had to have ultrasounds, like a couple of them. This was before they did 2 and 3D and all this other shit. It was like, I'm talking like black and white, weird looking ultrasound, and they were like, oh, well, it looks like she'll probably be about like 7.5 pounds. And so she's 2 weeks past due, and she was exactly 7.5 pounds, all zeros across the whole fucking scale. Like 10 zeros all the way across. Like, what the hell, right? Like, it's so weird. And then she was born on 12/22/03, and her birth time was like 12. I forget what the time exact was, but like, I was like, holy shit. Like, it was like all these, all these things, all this synchronicity. And I'm like,
synchronicities, yeah.
Yeah, it's really amazing. I can't believe she's gonna be 18. Oh my god. I made a commitment. When I got pregnant with her, I was like, I decided, like, this is my job. This is my job. Is to be her mom.
Yeah.
That is my primary job, is to make sure that I raise a good human that I can, like, know can survive and thrive in this world, whether I'm there or not. And I did my job. Like, I really have an amazing daughter. Like, I trust her 100%. Like, literally 100% to make good choices. She makes better choices than most adults. She blows me away. Like I am, she just blows me away. And I raised her myself, and
a 9-month-old baby that can run blows me away.
At 6 months old, she was sitting up in a high chair and drawing, like, circle.
Yeah, wow.
Like, people were like, it was like a circle with, like, a little smile in there with stick legs. But at 6 months,
just the fact that she can drive a crown at 6 months is pretty amazing.
I have pictures of her standing up at 6 months drawing at a coffee table.
Yeah,
like, it's insane to me. Like,
did she start eating food early?
Oh my gosh! So I breastfed
my son
her.
Kind of developed pretty quick. Yeah.
I breastfed her, so, like, she was already eating real food through the milk, which is like.
Oh yeah.
And I breastfed. I mean, like, she started eating, like, foods about, I think it was like 4 to 6 months. About is like when you start.
Yeah.
Tried to give her carrots.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Oh my god, the pictures are hilarious. She did not want, she was like, what the hell are you doing to me? Like, it was like I was trying to torture the poor kid. Like, oh my gosh, I have the funniest pictures. But yeah, she she started to eat other food too. But yeah, she's like never sick. She's like really never been sick.
Yeah.
And she was born in the middle of 2003. Do you guys remember what happened? The cold season in 2003. It was the swine flu, right? Like, it was crazy. Right. She was born in the middle of that in December 22nd. So, it's in its prime. And they're like, oh, only 2 people in the hospital room to visit you at a time. Because I had to have her in the hospital, especially being 2 weeks late and with my back and everything. They were like, no, you have to have your child in the hospital. So in the middle of this, like, huge, like, flu outbreak, which is just like this one we're in now, huh? Really?
Very similar. Oh.
Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. They offered me, like, flu shots and, like, to keep her safe and all this and that. I didn't get it then. I didn't get anything then. And, you know, then I celebrated, you know, Christmas. So it's like, you know, I brought her home on Christmas Eve, and you betcha I was with the family. I don't know how after just having a baby. But on Christmas, I was at the family's house. I wasn't like, I'm not going to be around my family because of this flu. I just said, can you guys just make sure you wash your hands? And, you know, it's like, she was born during that. She probably has the strongest fucking antibodies than anybody, because she was born during that. Like I didn't freak out then. Like, why would I freak out now? It's weird though, right? It's like
propaganda.
It's like 18 years ago. This is what they were trying to make this.
Yeah,
well, somebody brought up recently.
Security. There you go, Chuck.
No, please go ahead.
I was just saying, I just happened to be looking at some biosecurity stuff here. The actual Biosecurity Act, all of it says that they can't do any of what they're doing. Just,
in Australia?
Acting, directly in Australia, yeah. I got it right here, like they're not allowed to do any of it. But it's not because it's not a law, it's a biosecurity control order from the Biosecurity Act. And every part of it says that you can only issue a biosecurity control order on an individual. You can't do it on a group. And only an authorized biosecurity control officer can individually issue a person a biosecurity control order, which would be go to a doctor, wear a mask, blah, 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 blah. And I was just reading all that. And, yeah. But I wanted to hear what Chuck said because I've got to go out for a cigarette for a minute. Hello, Wesley.
No big deal. I think I lost my train of thought, but wait, what was I going to say?
Yeah, that's what I was afraid of.
That's okay.
I just talked about, like, you know, giving birth to my kid and raising a good human, and
I think I was going to say something to the point about the. Oh, that's what it was. Yeah, I don't know if it was. I saw it somewhere. Was it Slow News Day or Convo Couch? Somebody recently came up with some paperwork showing they were planning on doing this a number of different times, going back 20 years at least, 30 years. They were going to do it with this, with the swine flu, and then this, and then that. It was like, Jesus, it's like whole nother.
And where do these viruses come from? Now think about this. What are they named? We had mad cow, we had swine, you know, like this time it's bats. It's weird, right? Because it's like, it's all from eating animals, and in their eyes, all of this is from eating animals.
You think that's what it is?
That's what they're linking it to.
Oh, I was going to say, well, I don't know really much about it, but I keep hearing, like, every time I looked and I can't find much, it seems like shit's disappearing quickly off the internet, but I seem to recall something about Fort Detrick. So a lot of this shit's starting down there, and isn't that like where DARPA operates out of? I don't know if I'm correct in that, but I know that DARPA gave Moderna $25 million in 2013. I saw the paperwork. I forget who came up with that, but to work on COVID in 2013. So I don't know if that means, I take that to mean like developing the virus itself versus like, because if the virus didn't exist, then what would they have been working on? They're not where you can't work on a vaccine for a virus that doesn't yet exist. So
they patented this virus 20 years ago. They have it patented from 20 years ago.
How many other freaking cards do they have? How many other weird toys do they have in their freaking?
Guess what else was supposed to come out this year that I have not heard anything about? Lyme disease. It was supposed to be, because it's been like 55 years or something, they're supposed to be releasing as to whether or not it was a bioweapon from the U.S. military.
There was an island involved in that one too, wasn't there?
Yes, it's Plum Island. It is very close to where we are in Connecticut, and I lived in East Lyme, Connecticut, where Lyme disease was discovered in Lyme, Connecticut. So I lived in East Lyme. I was in high school and all of a sudden bullseye rash is appearing on me and I'm watching it appear on my skin while I'm in class. And my teacher's like, all right, you need to go down to the nurse. And I'm thinking like, what the fuck is happening? Like, do I have like some kind of like freaking worm? There's like ringworm or like, I don't know what the fuck this is. I'm like, and then they're like, yeah, we think it's Lyme disease. You need to go to the doctor and, get antibiotics. But I still deal with Lyme. I have chronic Lyme. So
same here.
The thing that people don't realize is that with Lyme disease, it doesn't go away. You aren't ever done with Lyme.
Nope. Those fucking spirochetes are there to stay.
Yeah, and it can be repressed, just like it can go into remission, kind of like when people talk about cancer. But Lyme disease is always there, and it can come back out. And for me, now I was in a car accident in 2001, and that's what caused my back and everything else. And then I had my daughter in 2003. I didn't have the surgery, the spinal fusion, until 2009. Yeah, 2009. I believe it was 2009 because it was a leap year. It was on leap year day of that year. So that's how I always remember when I had my back surgery. My second one. I had the first one shortly after the car accident. They tried to fix it. They tried to take out just the part that was herniated. And on the nerves, like it's microdiscotomy or something like that it's called. So they basically go in there, they're like, all right, this part of your disc is bulging. We're just going to like scoop that part off, but that's all we're going to do. But then within like a month of having that first back surgery, my disc like went from like what was left to completely collapsed.
Collapse, yeah. Damn.
Yeah. And I needed the surgery for 7 years. And I was not able to have it. Just being that I couldn't work and we were a single household and we had fixed up the house and, like money was really tight. And, trying to have, like childcare for Skyla so that he could work or afford, So, yeah, there was more probably factors to that with the relationship that I had with her dad and why that didn't happen. Or it wasn't like, pushed to happen more,
Sure. How many of those problems would exist if we had universal health care at that time?
I'll tell you.
You would have been able, what would your life have looked like if you had been able to get the treatment that you needed when you needed it?
It would have been a lot different for me. I wouldn't, I don't know how it would have changed my life. But now I have, 4 screws and 3 metal rods in my lower back. And I have since, I got in the car accident. I was a passenger. I was 21 and it changed my entire life. Ever since that day, like my entire life from that day changed. But I mean, there's a lot of things I wasn't able to do, but there's so much that, like it brought me more strength, and yeah, I deal with back pain like every day, but I'm walking and I can still move. And if I didn't have that surgery, then I probably wouldn't be able to be up and walking and moving around. Like I was, it was getting bad. So, I forgot what I was. Where was I going with that? So yeah, with the healthcare, yeah. I mean, so I eventually had the surgery. You know how much it costs for like a back surgery like that?
100 grand at least, I would imagine.
I believe it. Oh my gosh, I'm trying to remember if it was like 100
about half a modern house.
I think it was I think it was like $140K for the back surgery. The screws alone. The screws are like, they're pretty big that I have in my back. Yeah, they're not small. They're like 2.5 inches long, and they cost $5.
Getting a mortgage. A lot of people end up getting a mortgage on their house.
It's $5,000 a piece for those screws because they have to be because they're medical grade. They have to be so perfect. So I have $20,000.
Yeah, bullshit. I saw those at Home Depot last time I was there.
Screws. I have $20,000 worth of just screws in my back. Yeah, the surgery. I don't remember if it was $140,000 or $180,000. But my ex-husband, we were going through a divorce. Right. And I was like, no, fuck, I want this surgery before the divorce so that, I want his Anthem Blue Cross to cover it. Right. Like I was like, no. I need the surgery before. Now the way that his company, the way that it worked, it was like everybody paid in for it. And it was like a big pot, and then if someone needed it, whatever, it came out of that. When they saw my bill, and I think maybe they covered 140,000 of it, and the rest of it was like through like the state insurance or something that picked it up the rest. But yeah, like they were like, what the, like they lost it because it like wiped out a bunch of what it was, and it's like like,
and there's another prime example. Now here's people who need, and everybody needs something, and are all turned against each other on some level because some capitalist somewhere making profit off of it, and not a single damn congressperson has probably ever experienced anything like what you've experienced, and they never will.
Yeah, a friend of mine about 15 years ago had two fused discs, well, 4 in 2 sections. And he had to have that operation, and it was coming up to over 200 grand, and his parents sold their house to pay for it without a second thought.
Wow.
It's insane. It's like, what do you do? Like some states in the United States, there is like a backup like state insurance. And people think like, oh yeah, it's free insurance, it's welfare, but it's not, because if you get a settlement for something else, they are going to take that money back. And you know what I mean? Like
it's the same in Australia. If you're working, you have to pay, and even private insurance will only pay so much. Once it gets into these big, long operations that take months, that you're probably only going to get 40% coverage at best. So you're up for half of it anyway. Yeah,
it's insane. It's like how is this like the doctor that did my back surgery? Like like he knew me, like he's known me since I was 21 years old, and like it's insane. Like he was Doctors Without Borders, and he would go to other countries and do spine surgeries for these other countries. And then I think like, how crazy is it that like people here can't get that either? You know what I mean? Like everybody feels so good about them saying, "Oh, we're going over here, we're doing that," but here we don't. Like here, there's people that don't have that too. Like we need doctors within our borders, and we need Doctors Without Borders. We need both. We don't need to settle for one or the other.
Why doesn't Medicine Sans Frontiers work in Australia and England and America? See, they can't do it. They only work in poor countries.
Mariana, hi babies.
Because they don't have the infrastructure that impedes all of that, unfortunately.
Yeah, in the first place.
Rather thankfully for them. Hi, Mariana.
So you guys don't have universal like healthcare there either?
No, we got what we call
everywhere.
Medicare,
like,
which is
is the whole continent like? Is it like, I should know more of this, but is it like the United States where the whole continent is one? Like one entity? Is it treated that way? Because you have then provinces, right? How do they break that up?
We have a federal insurance that's just called Medicare, and it's like you basically just pay it as tax. So you pay for it. We're paying for it. So it's in no way free. And the thing with Medicare is that it's only ever going to be a 25%. They're only ever going to pay a quarter of what of your medical costs when it gets into big surgeries and that. Yeah. So and then private insurance.
That's just not even logical. Like
cover it.
From what perspective does that even make sense? You know, because like where you fall out to its logical conclusion that what are people supposed to do? Pull it out of their arse? I mean, it
If you
doesn't
do
make any sense, and
surgery,
yet there's
it's not because
unlimited
it's
funding
like
all the time for, or murder machinery or training people to go murder somebody somewhere else, and all this displacement of misery. It's
it doesn't make sense. If it's if it's an elective surgery, I
really
could see but I'm not going in there because I want, a freaking tummy tuck. I want to have a back that I can use to stand up still. You know, like,
and a lot of times
and just swap out the word.
Qualify as just the things they qualify as elective is bullshit anyway, because they're calling something that's absolutely functional to your health and you keeping your job as elective surgery.
Yeah,
exactly. I was going to say swap out the word want with need, because that's what we're talking about, basic human needs. Like, how is dental and vision not part of anybody? Even if you pay through the ass for your insurance, it's still not covered. I'm like, well, if you can't see, how are you going to work? If you can't chew your food, how are you going to eat? How are you going to say, what the fuck? Not to mention just the general effect that those things will have on a person's psyche and their well-being in general. Come on, it's just dumb. And none of the people making these freaking rules have to worry about any of this shit.
We are only as healthy as our sickest person. If people can be sick, they will spread disease. They will spread sickness, and we are only as healthy as our sickest, as our weakest. But that's wherever we have the weakest, most vulnerable, that is who we are. If we cannot help the weak, the vulnerable, the people that need it, if we cannot protect our children, then we need to take a serious look at what we're doing, because it's wrong.
Yep.
And people know that. They feel that down to their core. They know it's wrong. They can say it's wrong, but they don't act to do anything, even though they know it's wrong.
Did you guys ever see that movie? Did you ever see the movie My Dinner with Andre? It starred Wallace Shawn, and I forget who the other actor was, but it was an odd '80s movie where it's just these two guys come together for dinner and have this conscious. But there's a clip that's on the internet. Maybe I could find it and share it. I don't know if you guys are sick of me sharing stuff in the links, but there's a clip that they extracted from that, and it's called a Higher Consciousness Conversation. And it's not too long. You might feel free to play it, but I can find it. He talks about, it's almost like a form of Stockholm syndrome, where we wind up sort of, not you and I, not us here perhaps exactly, but a lot of people seem to tend to really defend the infrastructure that's in place, because I guess they need that sense of reality, a sense of having a rug or footing under their feet, and I understand that. But at the sacrifice of your own children, out of other people's children, it's because that's really what it comes down to. It's what we're talking about.
Yeah, well, everything we are doing is at the behest of the generations that aren't even born yet, that aren't even a twinkle
the 7th
in
generation
the eye.
principle. If we didn't take anything from our native brothers and sisters, if we could at least adopt that notion, I mean, that would help a lot.
I don't understand how one person should be in charge of an entire fucking country with this many people. It is the most ridiculous system I've ever heard of. Like the whole elected official thing, like if it actually was and it ran that way, then I could see that. But I don't feel like it should be one person should be like, put in as the head of anything, like especially that many people. No, you don't get to decide for all of us what you think is what's going to work. No, you know what? I want a panel of people. I want all the kinds of people represented. I want a diverse panel, and then also have the input from our communities and really communicate with each other. I've never understood how we could say, oh, he's the most powerful man in the world. Like, who gives him that fucking power? I don't give him that fucking power. He's not the most powerful man to me.
Hell no. I don't know. You could go into, could you raise your hand if you actually truly want this particular person in power? You're going to have a room full of freaking full pockets,
Will the real Slim Shady please stand up?
It really doesn't make any sense. And my concern is often too. It's like, who genuinely wants those jobs? Like, what type of It's very rarely the person that you honestly would go, yeah, that dude's that person, woman, man, is right for the job. Yeah, no.
I don't care if they have a vagina or not. That doesn't make them qualified. That is the stupidest fucking reason.
Yeah, that whole identity. It seems so bizarre to me. I'm not trying to down anybody. I have my own foibles, obviously, too. But just that one particularly, the identity politics. I'm like, you're really like that whole sleazy thing that Warren did to Bernie. Again, not that I'm like, all pro Bernie or whatever, but I just as looking at the whole calamity of it all was just so dumb. I'm like, really? The guy told this person that he was all behind her and he encouraged her to fucking run. And then all of a sudden he's going to say somewhere along the lines that he didn't think that she could win because she was a woman. If anything like that got said at all, I bet it was just that being that Trump is in here and look what we have to deal with. Maybe there was some comment made to like, they're not going to want you to win or something to that effect. But I highly doubt that, as much of a dud as he turned out to be, that he would have said something like that. And it just, my reason for bringing it up is just the identity politics on so many fucking levels is just so dumb. It just doesn't, like, how do you...
I think if Bernie did say it, he was probably like, the world or the country is not ready for a female president.
Right, exactly, yeah. And I don't believe that.
When Pete Buttigieg or Buttigieg or whatever the fuck his name is, that fucking weasel... and like, I love gay guys. Like, I want to have 5 gay guys in my back pocket at all times because they are just awesome. They're useful. They are always have like all the tips of you know what I mean, how to do the cool things. I love them. Him, he's a fucking robot. That dude is creepy. He is scary. It is not about him being gay, but I said, and I wish the country was ready for that. I wish that they were, but I told Steve, I'm like, the country's not ready for that. They're not ready for a gay male president. Like, that's just not, like, there is too much of the country that is not going to be okay with that. And that's just a fact. Like, I just felt like that was a fact of, like a hypothesis from the larger observation of this country. Because even people that are all like vote blue, there's a lot of the people like that are Democrat, like my mom and stepdad. They wouldn't be pro Buttigieg.
You see that as a generational thing?
I don't know. I think it's an awareness or awakening thing, or I don't think it's necessarily an age thing. No, because there's a lot of conservative kids that don't feel that way. Like, if I think it's just I think it's a viewpoint that many carry. Some of it is probably from generational. Yeah, absolutely. I think some of it is passed on, like, just like the other kinds of hate, like racism is a learned, and it's a learned thing, and it's passed on from generation to generation. Yep. You put babies of different ethnicities together, they're not going to say, I hate you. And, like, they'll probably try to pull on each other just because, that's what babies do. But, like, babies don't come out of the womb hating. Like, that is a learned behavior. Nope. And, there's a lot of people that religiously, like, they hold on to that religious belief that, that it's not okay, or, you know what I mean? Like, or the way that they interpret it, or the way they were brought up, like, there's all kinds of reasons why. But I think that a lot of the people that actually do vote would not be pro gay married man. No, I don't think that they would. I don't think that they're ready for that unless the person really had a lot of charisma and stuff like that. Like, Buttigieg himself, he would not. I don't know. I don't think that people would go for him.
Oh no. There's that whole. He might as well be Hillary, as far as I'm concerned. Like,
even if he was straight, I don't think that people would go for him. But, like,
Legion of Doom type cast of characters there.
There's people that like in more conservative areas that found out afterwards, after they had voted for him, like in the some places where they did like exit polls, and people were like, "Can I change my vote?" Like, there's a lot of like, closet hate, people that hate out there, and like, or because they know that it would be divisive because of that, you know what I mean? Because of other people feeling that way.
They'll go
with the masses.
As someone who's like lived between the dirty ass cracks of this insane society my entire life, like literally fighting for fucking survival just to be here, like the shit that people get hung up on. I mean, I just don't fucking get it, man. I like labels, and it's like what I think of.
I don't think it's right, but I just think observationally,
it's important. If it's there, it's important that we examine it at the least, if not call it out and eradicate it. But what I don't know. It's just I'm thinking of the song, Morning Dew. Oh, the line like, "Where have all the people gone?" And I think about that. It's like, fuck this label. Fuck that. Like, you're a person. It's like, whatever you want to identify as is awesome. If you know who you are and you're like, this is who I am, I'm like, fucking A. Good for you, and I will refer to you and interact with you as such. But
yeah, I don't give a shit about any of that stuff. But I know other people do.
I know they do. It boggles my, like, what? Why do you care?
I don't know why they care.
The planet's on fucking fire, man. And was it you guys saying earlier before I jumped in or something about somewhere today? I think I heard somebody talking about how, there's so many fucking issues in the world. Maybe it was Misty and I was looking at an old video or something. I don't remember, but
I was saying, there's so many things you can feel really small and not know where to like where to put your attention. It's like, oh shit, like I can spin around in a circle and point any way, and there is an issue there. It doesn't matter which direction I'm looking or I'm pointing. There's an issue.
And I agree, and I just can't help but wonder. I guess that's what I'm trying to get at. Is I can't help but wonder how much of this shit is real, and how much of it is just like perception and belief. Like, it's like, because I try not to have beliefs so much as like my current understanding of this is thus. It could change by the end of this conversation. I don't know. I'm glad for that when it happens. I try to be open to that, but I just don't like somebody's. Who cares who you love or whomever you make love with is not any of my fucking business.
As long as you're not hurting anybody else, a child, and you're a consenting adult, I don't give a shit.
Yeah, I mean, whatever. So who the hell was it? Somebody. There's a website. She's awesome. I don't know her actual name, but the channel's called The Crappy Childhood Fairy. She is a hot shit. She's been through the thick of the shit herself and done a lot of personal work, and she's just there to share all her findings. And she's talking about all these haters who get up in her comment section, and somebody schooled her on having, what do they call those? I don't know if that's what you got going on. They call those snake bites or something. The having your cheeks pierced here, or your face pierced here or something. She doesn't, but she's got natural dimples. Oh, you just got yours up there. I was mistaken.
Yeah, I have a Monroe.
She has these little natural dimples here, and somebody like came out of the blue and was like, she's like, it's bizarre the shit people come out with and take umbrage with. I'm like, so maybe it's just I sense in the world
piercings to make dimples.
Yes, she referred to it as a snake bite. I don't know if that's the parlance or not for that, but it's just
snake bites. I think are right here.
All this identity stuff is like, is it because we're all trying to find our place in the world, and like I don't know, you feel threatened? Like your place in the world, your identity, your own identity feels threatened somehow by somebody else asserting their identity? Is that what I'm really trying to understand?
I don't know why everybody is supposed to all be the same. Why would the fuck that? How boring! If they got what they wanted, imagine how boring it would be. We would have white everything or cream. Like, I don't want to live that fucking way.
So people are all about the plain vanilla, I guess.
It's like I don't want just vanilla. I want all of it. I want all the flavors. I want to know all the things. I want people to express themselves and have an open mind.
These things they're taught, they're learned. But in so being like learned, it's not always the family structure, right? It's obviously it's societal too. Like where do we learn all these wrong things? know?
Get this. Let
I'm
me
just-
tell you a little bit about my background and my childhood to here where I am at, because it's not it's not what people would stereotypically like think, right? Because I'm artsy and tie-dyed and like freaking a hot mess, and like I drive an old van, and like, so I was born in the West Coast in Washington State with my mom and my dad. And my dad was a fucking hot mess. He was drunk passed out on the side of the road the day I was born. Like, I have a picture of him holding me as a baby, and like, he is obviously fucking trashed. I don't know why anybody would let him hold a baby. Like, what the fuck, guys? Come on. Like, you're in an actual hospital. Can we just like not can we acknowledge that? But
they used to smoke in hospitals not that long ago, so it's kind of
yeah, it was like normal, so and so like I was brought to this like just little house, like my parents didn't have a lot, like they just kind of did their thing. They were they liked old cars, and they met cruising on the West Coast, like cruising back and forth up and down the strip. That's how my parents met. And so when I was little, then my dad really fucked up with my mom. He said it was actually one of the biggest regrets that he ever had, was fucking up with my mom. But they ended up getting divorced when I was little. And so I went back and forth between their houses for a little while. And then my mom met my stepdad. And when they got married and I was 4, I was suddenly taken away from all of my family that I knew on the West Coast. Like, not only just my mom's side of the family, my dad's also. He was Coast Guard. So we moved from Washington State to New Orleans, Virginia, Rhode Island, New York, New Jersey, Connecticut. Am I missing anywhere? New York, Virginia, Rhode Island, New York, New Jersey, Connecticut. Yeah. So I moved like all over growing up as a military brat. And I wasn't the military brat that I am, like, that I'm able to express myself as today. So my whole childhood, I was the stepchild, and I was aware of that every single day of my existence.
Like made aware of that, you mean? Or
yeah,
you
like
would,
I knew every single day of my life that I was the stepchild. I was not, I was forced to call my stepdad dad, and I wasn't allowed to talk about my dad. I was told that, I was to be seen and not heard. I needed to behave myself. Like the whole military, very militant, household. Like, you don't cause fucking trouble. You're respectful. You don't do like, you don't step out of line, almost like cultish, right? And
that's what the military is.
they tried, to contain the lucky spirit. And the way, okay, so like, short story, like I was 7, my mom came to me, my stepdad wanted to adopt me so that I would have his last name. Oh no. There you are. So my stepdad wanted to adopt me, and my mom came to me and asked me when I was 7. And I said, no, I don't want to be adopted. I want to keep my last name so that my dad can find me. At 7, being repressed from ever talking about him, making like my stepdad be my dad, I never gave up on my dad. And I decided at that age, and I look back at like a 7-year-old kid, and I'm like, holy shit. Being repressed the way that I was, being that young and making that decision and standing my ground that no, I didn't want that. I wasn't going to do that. And so from there, you know, like I was always like the freaking crazy tie-dye one, you know, like not necessarily in tie-dyes, you know, like I am now as a kid, but you know, just the one that stood out. I never conformed. I was a pain in my fucking ass. I got my ass beat. Like, but I didn't somehow, I didn't let that take over me and become, you know, like they didn't break me. They didn't break my will. I said, no fucking way. I'm not losing who I am. And I made those choices consciously, but I had to make them very consciously and maintain that even as a kid, because it was constant. It was in my face. Like I didn't even just have regular amounts of propaganda. You know what I mean? I had the military suppressive fucking shit shoved down my throat, and it was every day. That was my life. And it's insane to me. It's insane that I was able to like resist like constantly being like berated into trying to be somebody that I wasn't, and being told like, oh, well, you know, you want to cry, you want to have feelings, I'll give you something to cry about.
Yeah.
You know, and I don't remember what the point was about that, but like, you know, I was a tough kid. I was a tough cookie, and I was resilient. And, you know, I think that makes us stronger though. You know, like the ones of us that have gone through some fucking shit. I've gone through some shit, you know, but by the time I was 13, I'd moved around a bunch of times. 13 years old, I got on my birthday, my 13th birthday. It's the one birthday I remember like growing up and what I got. Well, one thing that I got balloon and flowers at the door. And I thought it was from my stepdad that, you know, he was away at sea, like being Coast Guard, he would go away. And that was like when I was like me, like, oh my God, I raised hell. I was always getting in trouble. But so it was balloon and flowers, but it was actually from my biological dad that I never gave up on. So I remember that day like it was yesterday. Like, you know, I remember where I was sitting, how I felt, how like, you know, just the whole thing, like, holy shit. It changed everything, and it was everything that I ever wanted in one day. Right. Like, and I actually got to sit down. I talked to him on the phone, and it was intense. It was like, holy shit, this is like, you know, he didn't give up on me and I didn't give up on him. And that's like, you know, that's that strength. I know it comes from him. You know, it definitely comes from, my dad used to say that, you know, my grandma was so tough. She used to wipe her ass with a pine cone. You know, she was the one who packed out 2 weeks at a time, 3 weeks, and went elk hunting and packed back in with the guys. Like, that's just in our, you know, it's in our blood to be like that. But it's crazy how much influence that even has on you, the genes.
Yeah. Yep.
And even if you don't grow up with that person.
Yep.
You know, like it's crazy how much that really does have to do with like how you turn out. Like my dad's name was Jerry, and they used to call me Little Jerry, because we lost contact after that. My mom cut contact after my 13th birthday. All I knew is that like I just didn't hear from him again, and like, you know, like that was kind of it. And I found the card in a cookbook when we had moved to Connecticut. Like I was like 14, 15, somewhere around in there. So I found it. I called it so many times. The guy answered, and he was very sad to tell me that it was not my dad, and that I'd been calling a fax number, like that he eventually just picked up because I was calling it over and over trying to get a hold of him. Because there's no answering machine with a fax, you know, like, so I called a few times. And so I remember his voice. I will always remember the sorrow that, in his voice of like, oh my gosh, I have to tell this, young lady that, I'm not her dad. This isn't her dad that she's been looking for.
Wow,
So
bizarre.
And this was like, like people might think, oh, well, if they're younger, like, well, use the internet. But back in 95, the internet was very fresh and new. And like, not a lot of people of any older generation than the teenagers really were online. They
Right.
weren't really using it. It was dial up. It was pretty crazy how
Would have been unlikely that you'd have been able to track them down that way.
Yeah, it was really hard because I'm looking for a guy that's out in the West Coast in Washington. I don't know where he lives, and common names. So I did call. I tried to find him that way. I tried to find him through 411 and everything like that. And the way my mom found out really that I knew is because she saw all the Washington numbers on the phone bill. And you remember how much it was to make long distance calls back in the 90s? Yeah, especially if you don't have like a package, like where they used to have a package. So, she, that happened. And, I continued in my wild ways. But when I was 15, my mom came walking down the hallway towards me. Again, another memory like frozen in time. And she's like, your uncle got a hold of me, as in her brother, who still lives out there in like the Lake Stevens area. And she's like, your grandfather died on your dad's side, and your dad wants to know if you want contact with him. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, do I even have to answer that? Like, what? So I eventually, I was in contact with my dad. We used to write snail mail back and forth because I only got so much time for long distance. And when I was 16, I left my sophomore year of high school early, and because I told my mom I wanted a fucking plane ticket, and I got a one-way plane ticket to Washington State. I jumped on a plane, flew across the country to go meet the man and live with the man that I did not know at all. I just knew he was my dad, and I was moving cross country to go and be with him instead of moving to Hawaii as a military brat and going there. And everyone's like, why wouldn't you go to Hawaii? I'm like, how could I? Like, that wasn't even an option for me. Like, Hawaii, that's a place. This is like a person and experience, and I had it rough there. I was homeless, and like a lot of fucking crazy shit happened, but I would never replace any of that fucking shit that I went through, all the fucking trauma that I went through growing up, all the, the fight to be who I am. I would never give that up. And everyone else that's got this, like, it's like, I feel like people like check out and like take this easy street, like just let the propaganda roll over me. It's okay. It's like a warm blanket. It feels good here. I don't have to do anything extra. It's like, I don't have the extra homework assignment. I just get to, I get to know what I need to do to be, accepted in this society. And it's really easy. And you just kind of got to go along with, what it is that, that society sets as their trends or their whatever, you just go along with it. They tell you exactly what to do. They tell you what you want to buy.
Sacrificing your authentic self in order to do that. That comfort and that sense of place comes at a really high cost, and then it affects everybody else. Unfortunately, because it's that critical mass of, I don't know. It's not even apathy. I think. Did you ever read Frederick Douglass's "My Life as a Slave"? I think that's the title of the book, or something similar.
I don't know if I read that one.
I think it was one of his first books that he had written, and towards the end of the book, at one point he was very specifically describing the conditions of slavery, and he said something to the effect of, they were kept in such conditions where all that they could do is toil all day long. There was no time to look up from their toiling to ponder the deeper meanings of life and the intricate. They did, certainly, in their culture grew and thrived despite all best efforts to dehumanize them. But I mean, what was being thrust upon them was that, of being not being afforded the opportunity to shine, to be your best self. And it's not that there was any choice in that. Maybe it's a poor analogy in that regards, because you're talking about choice, and certainly fucking slavery is not a choice, but just the conditions. It still makes me think there is something. I don't want to.
But they are putting themselves into slavery. It's like
right. That's what I'm trying to say. I don't want to disrespect the conditions of slavery and what people experienced in that, because again, it wasn't a choice versus.
Well, no, we're talking about modern slavery in comparison to ancient slavery.
That was material slavery, of course, and there's the mental and spiritual aspect of that too. Of course, well, you couldn't enslave their spirits, certainly, but yeah, I don't know. There is a mental slavery seeming thing going on. I don't know. Maybe we could find a better word for it or something. I don't know, but yeah, there's.
It's like
all these basic human emotions
like behavior
and our physiologies and everything, like we started saying way earlier, whether things are being manufactured to keep us all discombobulated, or if it's just a byproduct of society as it is, and that in and of itself is being commodified, because it's definitely pain for profit every place you turn. And then it just breaks my heart. Because capitalism, to me, it seems like even on the most base level between me and my neighbor, unless we're bartering, if we have to use cash or the capitalist mode to deal with each other, then one of us has to be above the other in that interaction. It seems like it's hardly ever mutually beneficial. Somebody has to be getting the better of somebody else, and that mentality sucks. I've never been able to keep up with that. I've never. All my endeavors, I used to paint houses and work on cars and do all kinds of shit. I have no idea how to charge all the shit that I did, like all the mechanical work I've ever done in my life. I've never charged a fucking penny once in my life. Whatever degree of ability I have, and you come across my path and you need some help, wheel that thing in here and we'll figure it out, to the best of my ability. And there's, it's just, I don't know. I would like to see if we could, I don't know how would a society. That'd be bartering. I don't know enough about all this stuff. I never talked about Marx and all these models of economy and everything. I can't even envision something from where I'm sitting right now. You know what I mean? It's like I hear people all the time. I do my best to understand, but Jesus Christ, it's like, you know what I mean? I feel so down in it.
I think the only way that we can make a barter system work is to decide on what the system is and where. Like, we could use anything. We could use pennies as our barter system. We could use rocks. We could decide that, 3 rocks equals, someone fixing your tire. And so you get the rocks. I mean, that's all that a money note is. It is a barter system. It's a universal barter system. So we need to say, okay, well, I want to barter with my neighbor over there. And this is like, this is worth 5 of these things, and they have something that they want. They don't need anything done right now. So I'm going to give them 5 points, and they're going to have those points within their system. Right? So then they can take those points and they can use them somewhere else as a barter, and it all comes back around. Like
points as in credit. You've got credit for later. It's a sort of a form of credit. I don't know. I kind of envision it's like more from, would be more like the anarchist perspective, or it would be like people setting their own terms. There isn't even any one way of doing it. It's like each interaction could be something brand new. I don't know. That kind of gives me a little anxiety, because like in that society, where do people like me who have limited ability in some ways, where would I fit in? What would that look like for me? Because we don't have, if there's no, I don't know. We have the possibility of having social safety nets to have, the framework is there with the social safety nets we have could actually work if they just had the political will to implement them and then build upon them from there, whatever, universal health care, Medicaid for all, any of that. But it's like and I understand the concept of like pay everybody kicking in on that, and it's like one big community pool. And instead of like wasting that money and our focus, energies, and finance or whatever we come up with on military and all that dumb shit, then just focusing again on basic human need, what would that look like? I don't know. I think about all this shit. I can't. My brain just can't. I can't seem
Intentional
to keep up with the
community.
rest of the class, man.
So
Yeah, I'm down with that. I get that. I've dabbled in that a little bit, I guess, from being blessed to hang out with the Rainbow family a little bit.
yes,
great.
the way that
good-
works, we can make that work. We don't have to live in the whole. We don't have to live in the whole outer of society that doesn't work for us. We can make our own intentional community and say, "Fuck you. We're autonomous. This is what we're doing, and we have every right to do this because we live on this planet." And I was born to this, that you call this territory. This is mine. This is mine.
That would
We are taking over this. This is our community, and we will do. When I do something for someone else in my community, I'm doing for me. I'm doing for them. I'm doing for me. I'm doing for everybody as a whole. And if we intentionally do things in that way, and we all have our strengths and our weaknesses, I am like the creative person that likes to do healing work, that likes to do all those things. I am not good at like the fucking tech shit. You know what I mean? Like I can do it. It's not that I can't.
Everybody's got a strength or a genius or something to throw in on that. I totally get that. Just
being somebody, being there for somebody is doing something for the community. Think about that. Being in a community is being there for somebody, because you are just holding space with them. You can have a conversation with them. You can help guide somebody out of a really tough situation or a spot, or just to be there with them. Like that is contributing to a community. It doesn't have to be like some big freaking thing.
Right. And that's part of the modality, the conditioning that we have from society about the idea of value in things too, which kind of I have a hard time getting my head around. I don't know. I'm a fool. I don't have a pot to piss in. I don't have a job. I don't have insurance. I'm screwed. At some point, I can do a bunch of stuff, but I'm utterly disconnected from my neighbors, from my community. I used to have that in place, and it's all gone now. So it's like I find myself, where am I going to go? What am I going to do from here?
I feel like it's hard to find that niche back into the community too. Like if you don't have like something, you know what I mean? A few neighbors that or like, something. It's, as adults, it's like it becomes really hard to make friends for a lot of people. And like I've been looking into like the cults, like Scientology, and now like into the different like religions like Jehovah's, and how like they're very similar. And I look at how the reason why people don't leave those cults is because they have, family or friends, and they're afraid that there is nothing for them if they leave that. Now imagine if they knew there was like a safety net of just people that are just there to support you, opposed to feeling like you have nothing and nobody, because that's how you've been made to believe, right? The propaganda has made you believe that there's nobody there. But what if we have a tribe that is inclusive, and we are constantly looking for people to come in and contribute, and we are going to freaking support you, and we're going to love you unconditionally, and we're going to work through this. And I mean, there are some hard lines of things that you cannot cross. You can't hurt other people. You cannot hurt children. You can't hurt you cannot go around doing these awful things. But otherwise, we are going to accept you and help you. And we're going to all do this together.
That's all that the human animal has ever needed. That's all we need. Those who still stick to that, like the First Nations of the world, that's why they're the richest people on earth, because they have culture, because they have that understanding. That's what I was going to say too, is making me think there's a term for that, and I forget what it is. The guy researched like the most efficient, effective number of people to live together in groups is like 150 people or something. So thinking back to a lot of indigenous peoples don't even use the word tribal. I know I've heard a few people that I know kind of get a little miffed about the term because it's
Well,
not
it's
something that they
overused as
really
like this, like, oh, the tribalism. But no, it
but
just
it's
needs
not
to
even
be.
something how they don't perceive themselves that way at all. It's not even a word in their lexicon for some people that I know. It's interesting, and again, it's all fucking use of language to me in my mind. Because what you're saying is, I realize now it's taken me a while to get here, and I'm still working on it. But I realize I have some inherent self worth. I probably come off as needy sometimes. That's the developmental trauma coming out. That's what that
Charlie,
is,
there's going to be times where I'm fucking needy and I'm going to be like, guys, I need you. And there's going to be times that like you're going to need us. And like, that's just the balance of how it happens. And it's not even like, don't keep score. It's never about score. It's about just being with each other and loving each other and supporting each other unconditionally. And that's part of that
capitalist model. You're absolutely right. I fully agree. And the capitalist model, it's an inverse of that. It puts everybody in competition with one another versus being opening. It's like, you can do this. Well, I can do that too. And it's like, well, the next thing you know, they're competing to do the work or whatever. And it's like, well, everybody's got to eat. So if only this person gets the job, what's this person supposed to do? Drop dead? I don't want to live in a world like that. But I guess what made me think of that is not that I have, any disregard for my own abilities, but that again, I no longer know how to fit in. Like I don't even, part of me doesn't even want to, even though I know I have to try and figure out where I'm going to go, how I'm going to fit in, what I can do. I can't do pretty much anything that I ever used to do for a living. If it isn't for physical, because I have herniated discs too and all that kind of crap and a bunch of other physical aspects, not to mention where I'm at right now, I think will change within myself in regards to the stress levels really shutting my brain down to an effect to be able to think properly, so that I try to put myself in the position of an employer, like with my current abilities, what might I be able to do and that kind of thing. I always do these thought exercises, and I don't know where the hell I'm very useful. If anybody has a need for something and you're in my proximity, your car's broken or you need somebody to talk to or whatever.
Steve says? Steve and I, we always say to each other, I go, I pick things up, I put them down. And he says, I pick things up and I put them down. He's like, I take instruction well. But we all do. We all have
Thank you, Trish.
We all have. Yes. See,
it's weird. I realize it's hard to be really self-observant all the time. I do the best I can. It can get to be a point where it's not a healthy thing. But I try to be aware of how is, like, I'm really trying to apply the polyvagal stuff. So I'm like looking inside myself. Where am I right now? How am I feeling? What's coming up for thoughts? It's all about that mindfulness. It's like, but that shit, after a while, it's like you become so self-analytical. It's like, can I just allow myself to fucking be however I am right now in the moment? So okay, back to the how am I feeling and all that kind of stuff. But it's like I realize that, boy, Jesus, I say stuff sometimes in a way. Probably this is a pattern from childhood where I inadvertently sort of like, I'm afraid of that. I'm doing this to people, that I'm trying to like unconsciously emotionally manipulate people to like meet my need for, a sense of self, because my sense of self was utterly obliterated when I was a child. I never had a sense of self. Not really. Not that I can, they talk about recovery, getting back to something. I can't sense that. I might have that, and maybe I'll recover that at some point. But the way I recognize how life has been for me is that I've depended upon other people for a sense of self. And unfortunately, that was sometimes for the worse. Other people needed me to be somebody to them that wasn't healthy for any of us. In all sorts of abusive sort of situations that children find themselves in, people in general. So I don't know.
Yeah, but we're
up by myself.
That's what we're here for, though, is to, we're here to go on that journey with you and support you in that journey. And, as we support others in, on their journey, we're helping ourselves too.
Right.
It's
absolutely.
it's a mutual thing. That's what's beautiful about it, is that it's ever encompassing. Like it's like instead of like, you know, having a perpetually like awful fucking cycle that like we're stuck in, we turn that cycle into something that is positive. Like we're like, all right, then we're going to turn this cycle into love, and we're going to put the energy towards that. And we're not going to grow that negativity anymore. We're going to say, no more of that.
That's us breaking.
We have to decide that and break it. Yeah.
Breaking these intergenerational cycles. I call it like changing a vicious cycle into a vivacious cycle. You know, the circle of life. I just maybe I guess I'm always just sort of thinking out loud, but it's sort of like just trying to be being aware of my own stuff that comes up in the moment, and trying to find that balance between being doing my work and doing my observation, but doing it in that gentle way where it's not becoming because it becomes an impediment after all. I worry sometimes, how did they just interpret what I said or whatever? Did I just say too much or whatever? Here I am, I'm on the World Wide Web sharing all this deeply personal shit, but I don't care. That's where I'm borrowing from what I've lived with my whole life in the suicidal ideation, how I've been able to flip that on its head, because that was always my power to begin with that I've come to recognize. So now I'm borrowing from it rather than giving into the idea of having no options but to check out completely, but borrow and say, fuck it. Well, if you're, you know, talking to that as if it were an external entity, if you're trying to get me to kill myself anyway, well, if I was going to die, then why not die with my boots on and trying to do something from my heart, making some good effort to, like, I have the anxiety about, like you said, the challenge, talking to the 5 people, or any number of things. It could be that small, it could be something bigger. I don't know. There's just something to I feel goofy sometimes and so self-conscious. I'm just trying to find that balance still between doing my work, being aware of all the processes that are going inside me, but just like not looking at myself so much like a science experiment. You know what I mean? Because I'm always, it's like then you or someone will come along and say, you know, you're good. And I'm like, okay, I was like bouncing or something. I was doing a Tigger for a minute there. I don't know.
Charlie,
does that make sense? What I'm saying though?
Yes, it does make sense, but I want you to not overthink it, and exactly what you're doing right now, talking about it and saying, like, am I going over this boundary? That's exactly what you need to do. Just ask. We'll give you an honest answer. You know, if I'm like, all right, guys, all right, you know, like, settle down, you know what I mean? I'll tell you, you know, and
that's why I said you guys the other night when you said, you know, here's the link if you guys want to come on, and it was, you guys were almost done anyway. I was like, don't get me started. I'll beat your bad, and I should probably hop off here too, because I got to get up in a few hours. But
I think I've been on for like 6 hours already. I can't believe how quick it goes. Like, it's it's great. It's like, I'm not having like new conversations with people I don't know. It's like, you know, I'm having conversations with people that, you know, it's like our souls are saying, it's nice to see you again. And we're just connecting, you know, again, you know, it's like, it's not like,
this has been amazing. Yeah, honestly. And like I said, it's just a nice, quaint example is that night, like I keep referring to when, Steve was playing, we were on his channel, and he was like I said, you know how the Dead play certain songs and segue to one another, and it's like, I don't know Steve's repertoire at that point, but I was listening, I was like, he's going to play this, and he's going to play this, and then he's going to play this, and it was some sort of synchronicity going on. I'm like, what the hell out of my head? But I like that. It was cool. There's definitely, with everybody, with it all, with your channel, Steve's channel, like the Convo Couch, like Slow News Day, like all these, like everybody over at Roar, it's just like, I feel like there's this family growing, like Warren, like who everybody's been saying, like, start your own channel, and people are fucking like, you started your own channel, and here we are having this discussion. We wouldn't have done this had you not taken that leap on your own to follow your intuition and go, I'm going to do this. We're going to put it out there. Let's see what happens. Thank you. You know, from my heart.
I was like, there's a need for this. I feel this.
Everybody
like,
in the chat.
It's not just mine. It's all of ours. You know, like.
Right on.
You know, it's for all of us. And that's what I think is so beautiful about it, is that it's like, you know, like we get to see each other in these chats, and we have this like great, like freaking network or community of people, this great family that we've like, we've all really gotten tighter over this time period, especially the last couple of years. It's really fucking amazing. Like, when you think about it, in a world that's so fucking divided and there's so much fucking negative shit spewing, we have this core group of fucking amazing people that really truly care about each other.
Yeah.
Like, we truly care, and we are here to help each other. And we found each other in the midst of all of this chaos. And look at where we are right now. You can't tell me that's not fucking magical, and that's not like, like that was fucking manifested by us. This was something we needed.
Yeah. It's every step that we take to listen to that little intuition that we have, and it's like, that's again something too I find it interesting, where I know I might be beating the whole polyvagal thing subject up a bit, but Dr. Porges said something at one point where he spoke, and I might have said this already before, but he spoke to basically that whole notion of like where you've seen the meme where someone goes to a traditional healer, a shaman or whomever, and they're,
shaman,
and they're like, please help me, and they ask you, it's like, and the questions from them will be, so when did you stop singing? When did you stop dancing? When did you stop making music? When did you stop being in community? And I had heard that, and it made sense. It hit me. And then, like, I listened to Dr. Porges. This guy's a neuroscientist. And then overlaying that with, like, the traditional wisdom component, perspective of it really drives it home for me. I really appreciate that, because it's just so visceral. It feels so true. And that's exactly what's going on, because everybody who is either in these conversations or the chats, everybody shows up. When they show up, puts a little bit of themselves out there, and you were listening to something like you had a need. Maybe you needed you felt like you needed community. Maybe we don't recognize what these needs are, but through talking this way, we can help us better suss out, like, what am I feeling right now? And like, so I showed up, and this is what I said, this is what I did. We can understand ourselves better, understand each other better. And then, Bob's your uncle, Fanny's your aunt. And, things have changed so drastically for so many. I honestly can't believe I just have to, I'm sitting here talking to you guys. I've been listening to you guys for months, and here we are in conversation. This is just amazing to me. And honestly, please,
we don't get to see this side of each other.
This is awesome. Again, anybody in the chat, it's like, Trish, if you don't want to be on camera, if you'd like to come on and share some of your, something from your heart, you can mute the camera and just come on and talk if you'd like. It's a pain in the butt to type for me sometimes. That's why this, in and of it, even, just in that regards, has been very helpful. I'm super tired. I'm getting funky. But it's just been great. It's like everybody hanging out.
Did you see what Trish said? She said, Charlie, you are helping me. I have struggled with trauma and self-doubt. Thank you. And then she said over here, it can be so hard to just live your life. Thanks for reaching out to me, from Mariana. Like, do you see this? It is amazing. Like, they say the proof is in the pudding or something, whatever that fucking shit is. If this isn't verification of how we feel and how we know that, like, holy shit, like, we all feel this. It's not one of us being crazy. No, this is
this pudding tastes mighty good, and it's plenty nutritious too, for sure, that we're making here. I don't know if you read the email that I had sent to Steve last night with the picture of Mojo in it, my cat. But then I had said that too because I wanted to make sure that you knew too. I kind of addressed it to the both of you, but I had just said in there that it's the proof. The world. I'll read it to you. Well, never mind. I had just said, the world's really strange right now, and it's very trying, but it's like the fact that all of us are putting ourselves out there to whatever feels appropriate to us. Every little bit helps. The next thing you know, you're bumping into people, and somebody says something that you needed to hear, or you know what I mean? It's just these little things are not little things.
We have a space to come and say, I'm having a fucking shitty day, guys. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, if you want to explain it or you don't, or you want the support, or you just want to come in and fucking listen to people that are blabbing and stoned and that you, like, relate to. It doesn't matter. Whatever you need, you're gonna find it. Whether you need to come and freaking, like, have a fucking debate and you're like, oh, this is pissing me off and you're doing this. Like, it's just about being real while we're doing it. That's what matters. It doesn't matter what we're doing. It's holding this space and just being real with each other. And the fact that we can do that in the middle of this climate together and like put ourselves out there, that's
from all over the world.
Amazing. Yeah, like what we're putting out here is for anybody can come and see it. And I don't care. Like, I don't need to justify who I am. I am who I am. I know I'm a good person. I know that I put I try my best, and I will always tell people what, like if they ask for advice or they need some guidance with something, I will always tell that person what I feel like is best for them, not what I want. Because I can say, oh, well, I want you to do this because, that's what I want you to do. But you can also look at it as in you say, instead of you take yourself out of that and you say, like, I really want this for you because I want what's best for you because I care about you. Like, it's not about me. It's about taking that, that ego out of it. It's like, okay, now take your feelings about like how, how can you find a positive way to help that person get through something that fucking sucks and it not be about you. You just keep it about them. Like that's
the way, but it's easier said than done, but that's absolutely, it's what we need to show up for each other that way. And again, like I said earlier, when Wobbly chimed in too, it was, the healing, the journey of discovery is part of the healing process in and of itself too. That's, I think, is what I'm understanding is part of the befriending process of our own selves. And again,
we need to do
be a friend to yourself. That's more likely to be. I'm more likely to be able to be there for you or whomever. That was my concern for babbling about being self-conscious a few minutes ago. I think is that I know I have that in me, that capacity to. I guess it's just the human thing, granted, but it's like you look at somebody, they're experiencing some sort of difficulty that's...
You're worth it. You are worth it. And you have so much value in this community, and you need to know that. Like, you are worth the energy for us to stop and tell you that you are loved and that you add so much to this community. Like, you need to stop and think about that for a moment. Hold that space. Hold that space of us telling you we value you as a human. You are helping us through tough situations at the same time that you're telling us that we're helping you. So hold on to that for a moment and just feel it. Like, that is something that you're giving and you're getting at the same time. And
I appreciate that.
It's
going to take a while for that to sink in. That's the weird thing that I try to endeavor to, like, if anybody's interested when I interact with them, to educate them on some elements to where I'm coming from. But then I'm like, my therapist is kind of like, well, you shouldn't really feel it. He didn't say it that way, but he's kind of like, you shouldn't have to feel like, he's not saying that, but you shouldn't have to feel like you have to explain yourself in order to be understood with people. I got so many problems. I don't even want to unpack it here. I'm just saying, like, the observational process of trying to be aware of, like, for any of us, whatever we're bringing to our interactions. I'm just trying to be cognizant of that stuff. And it's sort of, and it's like what I was going to say before too about all the channels, everybody we've been talking about. I think one of the things we all have in common from every channel that's in our universe, growing universe, is that humor we were talking about earlier too. Because on Roar, I love hanging out with everybody. Chanda, Amber, and Oz are hilarious, and yet they bring the fire. Same thing with Fee and Pasta.
And their relationship
Steve
is
over at
so
and Glory are hilarious. But
everybody,
they all have their own expertise. Something that they really are fucking on fire with, and when they bring it, there's often, and some of the shit, it's like it makes you want to cry, it makes you want to scream and all this stuff, and yet somehow we can, like, digest it because we come together and we can fucking find, at least for a moment, to laugh about it in some way or soften it up. And I'm really appreciative of that. But I think, again, I always come back to that and the animals in our lives. Like, there's something there that's really, there's a huge carryover. It seems like I was saying before, like humor and animals like squash so many of our petty human foibles and frailties and just bring us like, oh, you know, like here's a cool. So I got to spend the last week of my brother's life with him before he passed at his house. His folks were up in Canada, and I went over to keep him company. He was home alone. He tended to, you know, go off the rails a little bit, being miserable, lonely, and so forth. So, and we were sitting there one day in the living room, like trying to watch movies. We get like 10 minutes each into a movie. You can't just watch movies anymore. And like he starts saying something about how miserable he was feeling. Like he turned like out of the blue. I know I sound like let me finish this because it's too funny. So he's like, out of the blue, like just starts. I know this sounds insane. He like starts like out of the blue, like talking about like how fucking miserable he is, and like we used to go deep. Like we kept each other alive for a long time with the suicidal ideation. We both lived with that shit, and 1,000,000 o'clock in the morning, any time of the day or night, you know, 24/7, 365. Both of us could always call each other. But so he turns to me and he starts, I know this sounds nuts, but he starts doing like out of the blue, like unleashing. And I felt something was up for him for a little while anyway, and he was holding back. And I could have asked him earlier, and he didn't want to get into it. And like maybe it was what I had said to him earlier prompted this later on, but it was like a day later or something. And all of a sudden, roar! All this stuff. It wasn't about me or whatever. It was just life in general. Yeah. And there was some suicidal, right? There was some like I call it puking up poison, right? Honestly, or like they say in the Native American church, getting well. I really like that distinction. So he starts like raw, like all this stuff like out, and I don't know if it was the way he said it or whatever it was, but it was legit, like serious shit, and I don't know why, but I could not stop laughing. Like whatever he said prompted me. And like the more pissed, like initially he got pissed, like 2 or 3 times. He's like, dude, what the fuck? He looks over at me all indignant, and I'm like, and then like every time he got more indignant, it became funnier to me, and I have no idea why. But like by the second or third time, he looks over at me and he's about to like chastise me again, and it was quiet. We just looked at each other and we absolutely just died laughing. And then like, I don't remember what it really was. It was that he wanted to talk about, but then it was like the whole conversation just softened up, and like he was able to get out further whatever it was he needed to speak to, and it came out in such a more articulate and smooth manner. You could feel the energy change in the room between us, and you could see his demeanor change to the whole thing too. I just think and I don't know why. It was some sort of intuit. I don't know, because nothing he said was funny at all. So it wasn't even necessarily, maybe it's because we just knew each other for so long. I don't know. But it was like fucking, he's like, the look on his, I'll never forget. He's like, dude, what the fuck? And I'm like, I'm trying not to, I'm like 6 feet away from him. I'm like dying. Oh man.
You know why it happened? Because that's what you needed to happen.
Yeah.
Because instead of like feeling all the horror or the pain, you turn that around and we're just like, all right, well, we're just going to let that go. And here's how we're going to do it.
And we did. The thing is, we didn't let it go, though. We were able to change the vibe to embrace it, to invite it in. So instead of letting, it's like that demons in the cave thing. It's like basically, bake it a cake and make it some tea. And what have you got to teach me, I guess, or something? Because it changes. It is you're right. There is a letting go. The charge or whatever seemed to have dissipated in that way. But I think that happened because we were able to soften. The rigidity was gone from the laughter. I guess that's.
You took away some of that weight that was pulling you underwater. Yeah. Like, you have these weights and you're like, shit, and you're like, all right, I got this. I got a couple of these off. I can hold my head above water while I'm getting through this now. It's like you probably wouldn't have been able to process it before that because it was so heavy. That's why he had a hard time expressing it. And then for whatever reason, laughter, they say laughter is the best medicine. It is. What it does, like when you're laughing and smiling, like you are getting serotonin release. You're connecting and you're bonding, and like it's a whole, it's a whole plethora of things that are happening for you. all at once.
I think it's a fantastic way for us as humans to embody life itself, to embody our humanity and all the aspects with it. It softens everything up. Like we were saying earlier, I really would love to hear if Yona had any thoughts on that whole tradition of the sacred clown, like the Heyoka. I don't mean to be disrespectful because it is sort of a touchy subject for some nations. I don't mean, like I said, mean any disrespect.
I don't think
but it's,
that Yona would take offense.
I don't think either, but you know, I mean,
anything.
No, he's a good shit. I really is that he's another example of people who he's not perfect or whatever. My friend Hawk that I had asked him about talked about this at great length. He's no perfect person either. His name's Michael Spisak. He's actually written a couple books. The first book was Full Circle. I think it was called the End of the Beginning or something. The first half of the book was autobiographical, actually.
Oh,
but,
wow.
the second half, he wrote it as a novel. Maybe it's a spoiler, and I don't know if he'd want me even saying that, but the first half of the book is effectively autobiographical. The second half should be a Quentin Tarantino movie. I would love to put that book in Tarantino's hands. He would, because it would make a great follow-up to Django Unchained. But he used to say how there's like this. How did he used to put it? Leave the res and become a god. There's so many people like pouring sweat lodges and doing ceremony for money and doing all that stuff, and it's just such a strange happening that people are so, the poverty on the reservations is such that there's this like a side industry that popped up of like sort of like having to sort of deal with tourists and people looking for an Indian name and all this sort of stuff. It's a strange
survival.
Yeah, it is a strange thing that came up and all that, and he spoke to it quite a bit about. That's why, and I don't want to talk out of turn with people I don't know and all that in Indian country, especially. But the guy he didn't get to, David Swallow Jr. I guess my friend Hawk, when he Sundanced, he did his last 3. A Sundance is a commitment of 4 years, traditionally speaking.
Okay.
And they don't all have to be consecutive necessarily, but that's the tradition. That's what the commitment is, typically a 4-year commitment. Most people who do dance, they dance for life oftentimes. But he wasn't allowed to dance his vision with the first person at their Sundance that he danced. So he wound up, and David Swallow allowed him to do that. And then I guess all kinds of weird crap went down. Like he would, I don't know, maybe I shouldn't even say it. I don't know, but it was a lot of weird stuff going on. And he just kind of pointed out how, like, people are so desperate for meaning and connection that there becomes this space opened up to sort of like predatory behavior. I don't want to call anybody a predator per se, but you know what I mean? That
no, they're looking for an identity. They're looking for an identity, and they see in their identity and the freedom of certain cultures and that's why we're drawn to it, is because we want to have that sense of being, and we look at those like different cultures and we see, I mean, at least in my perception of it, it's like you see that it's like a family unit, you know what I mean? Like most people want to have like a family unit, to feel supported, to be able to know that, it's like a ride or die, like that's who I am. I'm a ride or die,
imperative. The human animal, our species needs it. It's a biological imperative. Again, replace want with need. Mm-hmm. It's and that's hard. That whole, again, we joked about that before because it was originally a joke when they came up with it. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps.
I know that's
it's a joke. It is. It was a joke when they came up with it, and yet it's somehow
possible. And then it became like, that's why it's like, no, like the words we use and the way we say things, they matter tremendously. Like there's so many things that I've started learning about, like words that we use, like very common things like uppity and picnic and like all these things that we use mindlessly, thinking that that's what it was, but the origins of those words are extremely like rooted in slavery and violence and
so many words, like the word fag. It's like, we used to whip that around like it was nothing in the 80s, and certainly it didn't even mean it towards homosexual people, but that was the parlance of the times. And now I learned the freaking history behind that is straight up fucking evil. If you know, it was like about burning people alive, like burning gay people alive, and all this kind of weird. I don't get it, man. But yeah, not knowing that, and it's like it's in there. It's in the lexicon.
They
you
called
don't think about
tobacco
any of
that
this shit.
too. A fag was tobacco, and gay was happy. So if people want to fucking call me, you want to call me gay, fucking go ahead, because I will take what the real meaning of that word is.
Right.
Fuck
Or the
you,
word
I'll take
queer.
that back.
The word queer means like exotic or different or something. It doesn't necessarily, people want to take whatever words and rock it, man. But the use of language, man, it like puts it like, again, going back to what Don Miguel Ruiz was saying in the 4 agreements. In was it the second agreement about being impeccable with your word, or is that the first? I forget.
Oh God.
But he, remember how he went on to talk about within that agreement, talking about how the use of language can be viewed as sort of like doing magic, and like, so speaking kindly from a place of love is like doing white magic, and otherwise is like doing black magic. And I mean, it might sound a little, new agey or whatever, but I mean, those are based on ancient Toltec teachings for whatever that's worth. But
yeah, it's not
that
new
makes a lot of sense.
It's not. There's nothing new age about it. Like, it's not new. This is ancient. It's ancient.
And I don't mean to even like make that like a like a pejorative by saying that, but it was like shit. I just lost my train of thought on that. What was I going to say? Crap. Squirrel.
Sorry. Well, you're saying the 4 agreements.
Oh, right. And so, like I was talking earlier, when I was speaking with my sister, we were talking a little bit about this and about the use of. She's got problems. Like she never met my grandfather. She met him in spirit. Like she's a sensitive, so they kind of got to know each other that way. But her and my grandfather's wife, obviously, became very tight, like personally and stuff. And it's like, so she's got beef with grandfather about some stuff, like being an imperfect person or whatever over the years. But the point was, like, she went off on this little tangent. She's not wrong. And I appreciate that. You can't put anybody on a pedestal. Which is what the whole reason, like why Hawk said, leave the res, become a god. It's like people want to put people up on a pedestal, but you're missing the lessons in your own life, in your own process, by putting someone up above you in that regards. But he was, shit. Where was I going with that? Again. Oh, right. So, but I pointed out to her, I said, look, you want to be. She said something that was sort of made it sound like, and I don't think that's what she meant, but we clarify about, like, words being, not meaning that much, or that like him saying something to me wasn't what was meaningful. She's like, oh, how she put it? He threw you a bone. And it's like, but you did the work. And you're like, well, you're right. But if he hadn't done his work, then he wouldn't have been able to pass whatever he was able to pass on to me. But the fact was that he did his work, and to the best of his ability, he shared his experience with me until he was the only person in my life who ever came and told me, he said, what you are experiencing is PTSD. He said, and it's like, but if he hadn't told me that, because I've had all these other words in my ear hole all these years talking about I'm a subhuman on so many levels and all this kind of crap, because people don't understand me, they don't understand themselves, and yet they're making judgments out of projection on the other people. I absorbed all that shit. I almost self-destructed. If grandfather hadn't come along and just simply spoken words to me like we're doing here and now, I wouldn't be here now. There's no hyperbole, there's no exaggeration. I would have self-destructed. And I'm not saying this to garner attention. I'm simply saying this because the power of words from a place of truth, of authenticity, of love, are utterly transformational. And I think we forget about that all too often.
Yeah.
I don't know. I remind myself. You guys remind me that all the time.
You don't need to justify yourself though either, like, because you are, you just are worth, you are worth it. So it doesn't, So I can kind of read this. Let me see.
It was the first one. Okay. Yeah, I can't read that.
Yeah, it's be impeccable with your word, speak with integrity, say only what you mean. Avoid using a word to speak against yourself or to gossip about others. Use your power of your word in the direction of truth and love. And then number 2 is don't take anything personally. Nothing others do. This is like, it's so funny because this is like my words, you know. Don't take anything personally. Nothing others do is because of you. What others say and do is projection of their own reality, their own dream. When you are immune to the opinions and actions of others, you won't be the victim of what is that? Relentless something suffering. I can't. Needless suffering. Yeah, like the one I'm looking at, it's very blurry because it's blown up so much. So don't make assumptions. Find the courage to ask. And let me see this one. I think I can read this one better. Okay, find the courage to ask questions and to express what you really want. Communicate with others as clearly as you can to avoid misunderstandings, sadness, and drama. Just with this one agreement, you can completely transform your life. Always do your best. Your best is going to change from moment to moment. It will be different when you are healthy as opposed to sick. Under any circumstance, simply do your best, and you will avoid self-judgment, self-abuse, and regret. And
have you read the book or listened to the audio version of it?
I have the book. I've scanned through it, like, you know. Oh my god!
Yeah, I have that audio version that you just showed up there with my. Actually, it was a gift from my former mother-in-law. Peter Coyote reads it. I don't know if you know who he is. He wrote a book about his life growing up called "Sleeping Where I Fall." He grew up in a commune. I don't know if you ever heard of the Diggers. Like it was like a movement to feed like poor people over in England, and they resurrected it over here. But they had all kinds of crazy shit going on. They were involved with like the Hells Angels and the Grateful Dead, and like they used to like show up and like feed people for free and do all this really wild shit.
Grateful Dead connection is so weird. There is so much weirdness.
Oh, it seems like what's the word I'm looking for? Like they sort of like wrangled Jerry against his will almost or something, or like play for us, boy, or I don't know. He played one of their weddings. I saw some footage where he played a wedding, a Hell's Angel wedding, or so. It was really weird. Like, oh, I'm sorry, I don't want to get whacked. I don't know if I should say this shit on the web, but there was some odd wedding vows. Let me put it that way. Some they're definitely to each their own, man. But it was interesting. I'll leave it at that.
Oh my god. Okay, I have to play this real quick. I have a favorite Jerry video. No.
Of playing or an interview?
It's just the interview, but I will show you. It's only like a few minutes.
Who was I think Billy Kreutzmann's son did a whole bunch of like quote home movies behind the scenes. There's a whole bunch of those.
Yeah, they have so
good
many
stuff.
Okay, is that showing up on there? Oh. Yeah. Okay.
Just got there. You go.
This is like my favorite like interview.
Oh yeah, I saw this. This was I think that was one of his last ones.
Experience also. My mom for like when I got on stage, what am I trying to accomplish? Okay, here's the story. There was one time we played. We were playing at the old Fillmore, and it was after Bill Graham wasn't running it anymore. So there was some independent, like a hippies, some hippies, local hippies, rented it for some cause or another or whatever. Anyway, we were playing that but Bill wasn't running it. So it was a little bit strange, and there like some weird bands were playing on the same bill with us, like maybe like at that time, say like the Flaming Groovies or somebody like, you know what I mean? Some of the bands that were happening back at that time, this like the late 60s. Or the middle late 60s. So this guy who was like sort of a famous freak that ran around the scene in those days comes in and he's got this big birthday cake. He's got this huge big birthday cake. You know, I'm looking at it thinking, that thing has got to be dosed. I just know this. I know. I'm looking at it. Yeah, that's right. Sure, it's done. And then I said, but it looked good. You know, it was beautiful. You know, so I thought, well, I'll just take a little of the frosting here. You know,
oh boy,
you know, I'll just take a little snack. So I took this, and then somebody comes in and says, "Yeah, we put about 800 hits of acid in that frosting." You know, and I go, "Oh God, you know, oh Jesus Christ, I'm gonna be totally fucking wiped out in this." You know. And by this time, I didn't really enjoy playing, you know, under the influence of psychedelics because I didn't have the freedom to quit if I wanted to. It wasn't really that much fun to play when you don't have the option, you know, when you don't have options. So I mean,
well, you do now.
It wasn't something I was looking forward to, and so I'm sitting there and I'm ready to play, and we're going later, just getting later, and I'm coming on. Now I'm going on like all the places swimming, and I start to overhear people, you know, and I'm going off in this paranoid space. I think, God, this place is full of mafia guys. They're all trying to kill me, you know. I got that notion in my head, you know. This guy comes in. He looks exactly like a mafia guy. Here, he wants something to drink. I'm like, poison, you know. No, thanks, you know. It's like everybody is armed to the teeth. They're all trying to kill me. Okay? So I'm waiting there going, oh shit, this is it. This is my last night on Earth. You know, I'm convinced of this now. It's still in this. I was like. And so we're going out on stage, you know, to go going out there and thinking, oh God, you know, Jesus, what have I done to deserve this? You know, I'm going to go out there and play, and they're going to fucking kill me. You know, the only thing I could think of to do was I said, okay, I'm just going to play for my life. I'm going to play for my life. That's what I'm going to do. You know, and so I played for my life, and they let me live. Since then, yeah, I mean, I thought that works, you know, for me is to play for my life, you know. So you know that you know, when I forget what I'm doing or why I'm doing it, I play for my life.
Wow, dude. So that is exactly what I was trying to describe to Steve, like the sound that comes out of the guitar that I make. If you want to call it music or not, that like he's like, you're really, what did he say? You went for it, or so I forget his expression or whatever, but that's like everything I do has been out of survival. So it's like, even when I go to pick up the guitar, it's because I absolutely needed to like express myself in that way. So like when it comes out, there always, it is bothersome to me when I'd like to come up with some different sound for my own liking, but when I revisit, it's like, I definitely recognize the sense of urgency in my music, even though I'm playing an acoustic guitar. Like, it sounds much different. Like even if I'm playing my acoustic electric, if I plug it into my amp so you can get the more electric sound, it's like a whole nother animal. My style of playing changes. So I got this little doohickey I plug into my, you know, the amp and just do it through my headphones. So I've been playing a lot more. It's all the different sounds coming up. There's always been that, what I recognize as a sense of urgency. And I often have marveled, not envied, but, you know, I mean, like really marveled over people like Steve who can, you know, do all that arranging, and just like his knowledge is just fucking just unbelievable. It's like, that's awesome. You know,
I'm so spoiled. I get that like every day. Like I get music live every day.
It sort of bummed me out for a second, and I know he didn't. I don't think he meant anything by it, but sort of like speaking to the sort of like self-depreciation thing when we were talking. Was it yesterday about or was that earlier? About you were talking about the Reiki. Was that last night? Maybe I don't know. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
whatever
yesterday.
It was. Oh, that's right. I wasn't in the chat. I had typed it, and I don't know if you guys had seen it, but I just wanted to make sure that he knew that in case he's watching this later. You know, you were speaking to the healing power of touch through the ability that you've garnered, you know, in the past, the path that took you to where you are to have that ability now. And I just wanted to iterate to Steve to think about, like, because he kind of, the way he said it, and again, I don't think he meant it that way, but just to make sure, like, he's like, I forget what he said that made me think of this. I'm sorry, I'm babbling, but it's like, I was just thinking as you were saying that, and he made some kind of comment right after that, it smacked of a little bit of self-depreciation or something. I'm thinking to myself, dude, through your fingers, you bring so much joy. You know what I mean? You're channeling through your fingers, your heart, your soul, your life experience. the universe, and this beautiful sound comes out of these instruments, whatever he picks up, whether it's the guitar, the harp. I just think that's amazing, and I'm really grateful. And it's like, we know what I really appreciate about Steve. He's humble. Like, he's he's a smart ass. I'm sure I don't know him that well, but it just,
what you see is what you get. That's Steve. You see him.
It's kind of remarkable to find somebody, in my experience anyway, bumping into like meeting musicians. It's like they're often the ego. It's a real hard thing to wrestle with, I think, for a lot of musicians. It's probably almost an inevitability. You have all this adulation coming at you, and the relational componentry of you and the audience, and all this sort of stuff going on. But I just appreciate that about Steve. He's just a quiet, he's a humble dude. He's a funny bastard, and just in that talent. I just hope, like, dude, if you're listening, I love you, brother. I appreciate that. And just like the healing that comes out of your hands too, I do hope you recognize that, man, because you've helped heal me, man. So
he is
straight up.
When he was playing in the band, like, well, I've known him forever. Like, he was in that band 25 years, and we've known each other from the music scene forever. Like, our family in this kind of like general area, the heads, all the we have a pretty big, music network family and all that. And he has brought me to my knees and like crying before in the middle of like a show, and people were like, "Oh my God, thinking something's wrong." I'm like, no, I'm fine. You need to, like, I'll get up in a minute. Like, but yeah, like it's really amazing. Like, we can be talking about something and he'll pick up the guitar and play something that completely, like, you can see like where it came from, like what triggered that to come out. You know what I mean? Like, it's a feeling, it's words that were said, something that, like, he knows what to play at that moment. Like, he's very interconnected. But yeah, he keeps, like,
that's the ability of a healer.
Humble. Yeah.
And I think that's important for us to all consider in whatever we're able to bring forward in our lives. And talking about earlier too, again, I forget who the hell I say what to or where, but
I know I get confused too. I talk to so many people like all the time. I'm like, I'm like, wait, did I say this with you? I'm like, I'm sorry if I'm repeating. Yeah,
exactly.
It gets to be a lot. Yeah.
That whole notion of trying to create a society, whatever that looks like, size-wise, of just trying to create a community or space where people are encouraged to figure out what they want to be actually do. Like, do you want to be doing the job you're doing now? Most people are probably going to say no. So if you could do whatever the hell you want to do, I'd love to just, like, boom, and everybody's doing what the hell they want to do, and just look at what that looks like and feel what that feels like. And that would be awesome, because then it's like, it would solve so many problems. I would love to see. That's what I told my son when he was younger. I said, it doesn't concern me whatsoever what you find under the sun to do, so much as that it feels right to you and that you rock it, and that you know that your mom and I always have your back with that, whatever you want to do. He's still figuring that out. He's 22. Hey, I'm 50. I'm still trying to figure out what I want to be when I grow up. So it's,
Yeah, I'm not growing up. Like, I don't.
But it's,
fuck if
that.
growing up means that you're full of propaganda, and that's, if you need a white picket fence to be happy, and 2.5 kids and a new sedan and a nice house, that's not what I want. That's not what makes me happy. That's not what fulfills, like, my soul and keeps me going. This is what fills my
idea
soul.
Of growing up is closing our hearts. I think that's what the society's idea of it, because that seems to be the general overlay that I see. And the thing is, it's that's where it becomes our personal work becomes all the more important. So because if we're able to have that compassion with ourselves, with all of our own human frailties, then when we meet other people who are struggling in their own, then we're less apt to go, you're a Republican, you're a Democrat, you're this, you're that, or whatever, get stuck in that dumb shit, and just go, oh, like they say in all the polyvagal stuff I'm looking at online, it's like, oh, I see another dysregulated nervous system. I see a human being experiencing, I don't know what. I don't know. Maybe it's not fair to I don't know. You're obviously having a hard time. Like I have really my road rage has never been a great thing. I'm a masshole for sure. I used to love to drive. I drove deliveries for a while around here, all over Western Mass. I took it very seriously, driving with somebody else's name on the door. But I used to drive like an absolute asshole when I was younger. I mean, it was suicidal, is what it was. Really, suicide on the installment plan.
What benefit do you get? What benefit do you get from getting stressed out and yelling while you're driving?
Right. You don't. And that's precisely the point. It's recognizing that I'm being triggered because I don't feel safe. Is the main overview of the situation. When you're on the road, everybody's driving a potentially deadly weapon. We're at speed on the highway. A quick snap of the brake, and any number of things could go wrong. It triggers a feeling of unsafety. Well, none of us are like, we all feel bullied, I think, in this society anyway. So there's always that going on. And who the hell was it? It was my ex or somebody said something about, it's like, we're driving around in these our own personal little bubbles with our opinion and bumper stickers slapped across the back of it. It's like, and then we want to like cut somebody off, drive in front of them and slam on the brakes so they read our bumper sticker. And it's like, what a way to communicate. We are a silly fucking animal, man. But that's been it. That's like laughing at myself, realizing all that, getting out of the left lane. I'll move over to the other lane and I'll realize, look at this person almost drove me off the road a few minutes ago. Like my first reaction is not a good reaction. I want to drive them down to the ditch or something, but I'm not doing that. And then it comes to me that will pass real quick. And I'll go, you know what? I'll keep an eye on this person. I don't know if they're having a seizure behind the wheel. Maybe they're drunk. Maybe they just had the worst fucking day of their life and they're either coming from the hospital or going to the hospital where a loved one is in the worst spot of their life. I don't know.
We don't know.
But being aware of that has changed my life. It's changed, and I take that, that's the rubber on the road, right?
That's human compassion. That is taking like the compassion that you would want someone else to show you and giving, like making, you know what I mean? Like you're using that same compassion to help someone else that, like, I mean, oh my gosh, like that's, when like think about if everyone did that. What if everybody said, wow, well, are they okay? Like, are you okay today? Like just checking in,
Oh man, how many, is there anybody, me and you or anybody in the chat ever experienced, at least not once in their life to have that, like where it's all that you needed was someone to say, hey, are you okay? A stranger, a loved one, whomever. I think it's better from strangers sometimes. I was busted flat in the middle of Cortez, Colorado after I left that gathering. Did I tell you they got in an argument over where to place the fucking peace pole? They got in an argument over a peace pole. I'm like, I gotta go. I was kind of a little despondent after that. I was like, that really put a sour taste in my mouth. So I'm sitting on a bench downtown Cortez, Colorado, and I must have looked like really bummed, I guess. And these two or three elderly First Nations gentlemen walk past me and go down past their way, and one of them turns around, walks like halfway down the street, walks up to me, goes, "Are you okay?" That was 1993, and that's where the conversation ended. I just said, I said, it wasn't true. I said, I'm okay, thank you. Maybe if I had thought about it, I didn't want to burden him with my problem, I think, at the moment. But the fact that this random stranger, unsolicited, turned around halfway down the block and said that to me. Like, I think I told you about that too, with that woman at that book signing I had gone to she had written a book about suicidal ideation, and I had left before getting my book signed, and she had been a little concerned that maybe I was feeling suicidal, dropped everything, signing the book and talking to people, and ran halfway down the block to come make sure I was okay. Again, that was nearly 10 years ago, and these things I don't forget, because not that they saved my life in that moment, but in a way they did, because in those moments where I did need somebody there and there wasn't somebody there, the memory of them being there when they were is there. I don't know if that was a tongue twister, but
that's something that's never gonna, that's something that can't be, like that can't be taken away from you. That's yours, and that was yours to have. Like that is beautiful, So I want to tell you about this one story. Because we were talking about how I I'm the one that's the freaking crazy brute with all the muscles and super strong, and Steve's got to keep his hands all very nice so he can play guitar. So this was Steve wasn't involved in this. He might have been playing at the bar that I'm thinking of, but my friend and I, we were at our local like pub that like I know the owner and like all of the people. Like, I mean, I could literally, if I was too fucked up to, you know what I mean, to get home safely, I could literally probably close my eyes and walk towards anybody in there or spin around and point my finger and someone there would get me home safe. Because like it was like my
Nice.
cheers, you know, like family. And so yeah, and Leo is, you know, he worked as security, you know, like and we didn't even want any pay. We just wanted water and be able to dance. So that was it. So yeah. So one night I was walking, we were there and we walked up around the corner. We were walking Leo outside and I'm with my other friend who's completely trashed and and we have Leo and we're walking up the sidewalk and this guy is there and he's just like I could just feel his like energy and like you could tell like he was just like I could read it. I could tell he was distressed. And I'm like, oh my gosh. I'm like, are you okay? He's like, well, can I, would I just be able to have like just, like the shorts of your cigarettes or whatever? And I was like, well, no, I'll give you one. I will, here's a cigarette. And I said, but first, like, can I give you a hug? Like, can I hug you? And yeah, I gave him a hug and he like cried on my shoulder, like sweetheart. His name was John. And there was these guys that were driving by that were like, you know, screaming awful things at him. Like calling him like, you know, faggot or whatever, you know, all those awful words. And, so then I, you know, after I hugged him, I asked him what his name was. I was like, oh, what is your name, by the way? You know, like that doesn't really matter. Like it didn't matter. He was a human that needed that in that moment. And so he explained to me that he had just gotten out of jail that day and they literally dumped him with nothing, no money, nothing. Like just, yep, here you go. Out of the courthouse. You were in jail. Yep. Now here you go. Now you're free. And he like the shelter in the town that we were in, like there was like a $9 fee for a night, which I'm like, what the fuck? Are you kidding me? So he needed that to be able to, you know, have somewhere to sleep. And like he was like told me how he had, you know, I was like, oh my gosh, well here, like I gave him some money. I think I gave him like 20 or 40 bucks. And I'm like, here, you know, that way at least you're, you know, you have something. And he was like, I was like, yeah, we're hanging out, you know, over here at the pub and blah, blah, blah. And he was like, yeah, I was supposed to go like to this restaurant and like clean up. And they were going to let me like, you know, like my bag is there, I think he said. And he was like, they were gonna, you know, pay me a little bit for just helping after they closed, do some cleaning. He's like, well, maybe I should just go get my bag and like, you know, like come with you guys. And I'm like, wait, if you can, you know, if you've already said that you were gonna work and do that, then I think you better do that. And then you get the money from that and you have the money that I gave you on top of that. That way you're, you know, you're ahead of the game a little bit, right? And like, you know, like that way you have more than what you thought you would, and you can have something for tomorrow and you can eat for tomorrow and have a shelter over your head for tomorrow, you know? And he didn't even think about it that way. It was like just the immediate, like I got that immediate relief of what I needed right now. I can go do, you know what I mean? I'll go and hang out. But I was like, well, why don't you do the job and, you know, we'll walk you down there. Cause like, you know, I'm a fucking shit kicker. You know, I got my Doc Martens on, and I don't freaking. I'm 5'3", but I walk with like complete confidence. Like nobody's gonna fuck with me. They just don't. So, you know, we walked him down there to the restaurant, and I went in, and it was like it was a family from like I think India, and oh my gosh, the restaurant, like it smelled so good. And I went in there, and I said, you know, namaste, and thank you for giving this kind soul a chance, you know, and being kind to him, so that, you know, and they looked at me like, wow, like, you know, because I'm like, we need more people like this. We need this, you know, and like it gave me this. It was like, you know, I could have just walked them there and not gone in and not said anything, but like I felt like I really needed to acknowledge them at that moment and like hold that
Right
space and
on.
say, you know, you really, really did do a great thing here. And like just affirm it for them, you know. And so, you know, we brought him down there and he worked, and then we went back, I think, and we walked back to the pub, and he said that, you know, he would get a hold of me if he needed me to come back and walk him, you know, back down or anything like that. But he ended up coming down after he worked for them, and like he was able to like continue that. And but it was just, it was such a beautiful moment. And like if we actually look at people, that was a few years back. It was more than probably 3 years ago, but that is the thing that happens, that I am the person that the stranger finds. I'm the person in the bar that I end up with the girl crying on me, telling me about her childhood trauma. That is who I am, you know, and that's who you are too. And it's the people that you know, the people that get it, we're the ones who, we get it for a reason. We get it because we've been there, or we understand it, or we have human compassion, and we, you know, we're intuitive and we read them, you know, like we feel that energy and we're like, okay, you know, like you just know when somebody needs you, when a stranger comes up and says that, like,
It's
yeah,
taken me
like
a
that.
while to get to the point where, because you know, there's a lot of trust issues I have too. So it's always been an interesting complication with that of sorts, I guess you could say. But yeah, it's always been that way. And there's really, I can't think of anything that's really made me happier in my life than to be able to be. And it's like I love my family and my friends, but I think sometimes it's just like being able to do something for someone you, neither one of you owes the other anything, and yet you still show up there as if you were family. Really, there's something to that. I mean, those are the moments. And I mean, anytime I've had a chance to be of any meaningful help to another person, it's always a blessing, and I'm grateful for it. But there's something especially of like, because I sit here sometimes at like what I call like 1,000,000 o'clock in the morning, like right now or whatever. You know, it's us night owls. I just
Mhm.
sit here sometimes, and maybe I'm watching a movie, or I'm, you know, doing some research or whatever, and I just, this feeling washes over me, or I have to, maybe something prompts it that I'm watching or whatever, but generally it doesn't even have to be that way. I'll just like, this feeling rushes over me. Hi, Bubba, you coming up? Come on. This feeling just rushes over me, and I have to shut everything off. If I'm reading, put everything down, and it's just, I sit here, and it's like I can feel the world cry out as one. I can feel like all the suffering, like all the stuff that's going on in the world to all these people, and our animal relatives, and I just sit here and cry, and like uncontrollably, that just like sobbing, and then it'll stop, and it's like, but so it's, I used to think that was a little weird, but then I realized it's like on some level I guess I've come to be grateful for that capacity, and to understand that I have that capacity. You know, I'm grateful, not by any means that there's that suffering out there, but
No, but you can
that I
feel it.
yeah, that I know that, I mean, it's not, I think that everything is already as it should be. It's just we don't realize it, and we get in the way of things, I think, is what a lot of stuff is going on in the world, you know. Certainly I recognize those patterns within myself. It's just, there's something like you say, there. Why is like we were talking before with Steve, that random person. He was a similar experience. They see you and they lock eyes with you and they walk right up to you and launch into. And is that synchronicity? Because that day, the moments leading up to it, like to be in that exact spot for that person to make eye contact. There's so much stuff that goes on with it. Hey, did you ever read the Celestine Prophecy by James Redfield? It's actually I think he made a trilogy out of it. They did, and they actually made a movie out of it, which wasn't the worst adaptation I've ever seen, but it wasn't anywhere near as good as the book.
No.
Lot to do with synchronicity. I guess when he first wrote the first book, a lot of people thought it was a true story and got pissed when they figured out it was just a novel. But, I mean, he talks about some pretty profound stuff in there that pushes the envelope of what is accepted, science and reality and all that stuff. But he's absolutely, I think, spot on with a lot of that stuff about the energy between us, and he makes up some interesting points with that. I've always found it amazing too that you could sit and listen to a piece of music that somebody wrote hundreds of years ago, and they might as well be in the room with you now. Like the sentiment, maybe it's. I love a lot of instrumental music in the past several years. It's like it seems to be most soothing for me, and to realize like you were saying, like you will have expressed something to Steve. And like without a word on his part, he'll pick up the guitar and interpret that feeling into the sound, and that brings that vibration in that space changes stuff, and there's that healing quality to it. I love that, and to think that's like time travel. That's like that goes beyond space. It goes beyond time. That's amazing to me. I don't know. I'm glad. I think part of like the developmental stuff I've experienced in my life has been with all the challenges that come with it. I'm grateful because I think it sort of left me as part of like a kid, like developmentally speaking. I don't know if it'll change. I think it has changed to some degree, so maybe it will continue to do so. But on some level, to some degree, I'm still a kid. And
Charlie, I love you just the way you are.
Right on. That's what I'm saying. I'm just like, I'm like, but this is a huge, like, this is like a real time discovery for me. Sometimes when I'm talking to people, it's like, this process that I'm on. People can't. And I don't want them to understand sometimes. So I wouldn't want anybody, even if they consider themselves my enemy, to ever experience the shit that I've experienced. But I don't know where I was going with that. I'm grateful for all this stuff. I think it's really hard for people to comprehend. Like, there's no hyperbole whatsoever when I'm talking about, like, everything I've done has been a fight for survival. And now that I'm reading about the polyvagal stuff and learning, I was like, oh shit, I've been right all along, and realizing that now, having a confirmation from it from like neuroscientists and shit. It's like, well, you put people up on a pedestal, but I'm like, damn, that's pretty freaking interesting. And I'm grateful for that awareness to come into my, but it's always this people. I don't think that a lot of their work looks different than mine. If they're doing their work at all, their work looks different than mine. I'm understanding that, but it's like, I can't even, I guess I have to save it for the book or something. Cause it's like, people don't seem to quite get the depth of understanding when I'm talking about this shit. That's like how very fucking serious it is. And I'm just grateful, like I said, that when that kid walked up to me that night who was about to go commit suicide, and I sat there with him for like 3 hours, it seemed like it was 5 minutes, and I'm grateful for that, because if I hadn't been able to cultivate that capacity within me and recognize what and I appreciate you and everybody in the fam, shining back at me. It's a process, I guess, is what I'm saying, because I was absolutely decimated. I keep writing the poem in the chat. I don't know if anybody's seen it before, but I had come up with it a while back. How did it go? It seems the captain went insane. He fished for love and landed pain. His soul was crashed upon the shores in the land of where I got mine and you get yours. And that's kind of how, like, I feel like living in this society, growing up as a traumatized child, growing into an adult, and it's like not being discouraged at every turn to speak our truths. And so I stuffed all that shit down, and I did my best to play whatever role was required of me in my relationships, both familial, friends, and in our society, to try and fit in and all that stuff. And it fell down and went boom. It doesn't work that way. And this journey of self-discovery is fucking amazing. It's scary. It's I'm still trying to find all those, to unpack my adjectives for all this stuff. And but it's why too I brought up earlier about the trying to be cognizant of my own maybe being needy in any given moment, and the tendency, I think, for me to unconsciously emotionally manipulate people to try and get my needs met. It's a strange dance, and it's weird, because if you're not in a group with people who are specifically that is their mission, which is, again, I think where I was referring to earlier about my trip out west, because everybody was in their own way, was on their own version of the mission that I was on, of self-discovery and self-acceptance and all that. When you're not, when you're split up, like we have each other here, but then once I get off here, then I got limited, resources in that regards. So I don't know. I'm tired and I'm punky on this, but it's this journey of self-discovery. It's like I'm the one that's like, here's all this stuff, and people are just trying to like get on with their regular. They're like, I don't want to fucking hear that. I can't relate to that. I don't understand that. I don't have time for that. And it's I get all of those things, but it's like my life has been such that we're like, the universe was like, you need to fucking sit here and look at all this shit, and like, do not pass go, do not collect your $200. And everything that I'm sharing now, everything that I do has been out of absolute survival on so many levels. And it's not to say that that's a bad thing. I think it's only negative, it's only bad, it's only unhealthy when we're not aware of it. We're not allowed to speak it, and we're not allowed to like move beyond what we've discovered that isn't functional for us, and having to, everybody being so damn miserable from their jobs and their commitments, which are legitimate in their end goals of supporting ourselves and our families and our communities. But again, like we've been saying right along, having to sacrifice our authentic selves in order to do that is like a pandemic in and of itself. It leaves everybody completely fucking stranded, and it's just dysfunctional. But I'm always appreciative of people sharing whatever they have to share. It's like I said, I'm an oversharer. I think somebody else was saying that recently, talking about being an oversharer. We were freaking laughing.
Yeah, but you know what? Like, what defines being an oversharer?
I was just gonna say, exactly. All these terms are so evaluative, right? That's like, again, something else.
I don't know what that means, because I want people to share what they need to share, because that's what's on their mind, and that's, what I mean?
Okay.
Who am I to restrict that? I'm not going to restrict anybody's.
If we were to leave it at that, I think that would be a disservice, right? So I guess maybe what would be a better way of what I was trying to get at would be, boy, am I tired. Like, wait, what did we just say? Repeat that back to me. There's another bowl or not another bowl, to smoke or not to smoke. What the hell? Right? I just lost my train of thought again. I'm so sorry. Good thing I'm not getting paid for this. It would be very unprofessional, right? Crap, I don't know.
Hey, I would rather have the bloops and the brain farts, like that's what makes this fun.
Agreed. Okay. It was just what the underlying what I was trying to get at was getting past the evaluative component of over speaking. It would be like something like my grandfather kind of taught me when we were in conversation. Is I wasn't used to. I'm still not to, as you can tell, this is my concern. I don't have really anybody anymore to talk to. So when I do, it's like I feel like I do it with my therapist all the time too. I might sound or feel a little manic because I feel like I'm like, come on, you got like 50 minutes to get this shit out. Let's go, or whatever. That's kind of the pattern in history. But what he helped me realize, and just trying to be cognizant of this, is of when in conversation with people, on this level of conversation especially, making sure to leave room for the other person to speak. And I have a tendency to do that. I'm concerned. I've done that a number of times tonight with you and some of the other folks who come in. That's a concern for me. Just that, I guess that's what I meant about over speaking, is just to, there's a point, I think, when any of us are sharing, that it's like, okay, and there's other people in the group here waiting to kick in on the conversation. It's like, okay, well, share what you need to share. Where I just have a hard time knowing where to cut that off, I guess is what I'm saying, because I want to make sure that I leave room for somebody else to jump in, because you'll be talking, something will come up, and you really feel like in that moment, I need to say this now. You don't want to interrupt the person. You let them go, and then like a squirrel, it's gone, and I can't remember it. So it's, I don't know.
Try to have a piece of paper like by you, so you can just be like, oh, and like write something down real quick.
I do that too. I have pads all over the freaking house now because of that. I'm trying to get back into that.
So bad. Oh my God. I take notes and jot things down like all the time. Like I have so many notebooks. Like I try to designate them for different things.
Yep. That's probably, if I wind up getting to the point where I can write a book, it's probably how it's going to be, is like just assemble some scraps of paper. I used to write like profound shit on pizza boxes. I don't know what the fuck it was. I love pizza. I'm a pizza hound. But for whatever reason, I would get a hold of a pizza box and I would just like do all this art, this crazy psychedelic art, but start writing like all this poetry and all these like, streams of consciousness. Oh, Josh, you have no idea. We've been on for 7 hours and 12 minutes.
Yeah, there's a timer. I know. It doesn't feel like we've been on that long, though. It just like I love the conversation. It flows.
In trouble from Noli or Steve or anybody for, is there a allotted amount of time you can be on, or? I might as well stay up with you until I gotta go, because it's like I was supposed to get up at 4:30 and it's 3.
Oh my God. What time is it? 3?
It's 3.
Oh my God, it's
just
so
hit
late.
the 3.
Oh my gosh.
I can stay. So, I mean, I'm happy to talk as long as you or anybody else would want to talk. I was hoping maybe somebody else might want to chime in, but
yeah. Oh, we got some people.
I was watching, my buddy Brad stopped over a couple nights ago, and I was psyched. I'm like, dude, I went on their show and I was talking to Stephen Lucky, and it was cool. I was like, I was trying to find you so I could tag you, and then I was playing some of it back, and we're sitting there for like 20 minutes, like listening to it. And I'm like, dude, this is just too weird. It's like, here's the link if you want to watch this later. But it's like, I've heard other actors talk about, it's like, I don't watch my shit. It's like, I don't know, it's kind of weird. It's kind of interesting because I go back, I'm like, do I look and sound like that? That's just so, I got like the issues with this whole thing going on here. So it's kind of.
You know what? It's weird. So Josh, hi Josh. Josh is in the chat. Josh kind of saw my evolution of like being like not wanting to be like in front of the camera and like, So Steve would be on Discord with them, and then like I remember a couple times, I think they were even on Franco a couple times, and I would just like get so upset by what people were saying. I would like come over and steal the mic from Steve and be like, wah! Like I would just pour this whole like thing out and just be like, all right, I'm dropping the mic. And then but it wasn't like in a negative way. It was kind of like, yo, dude, you're not listening. You don't realize that they are saying they fucking care about you enough to stop and talk to you about this. Like, I remember there was just like some drama, and I was like, this is stupid. And I like grabbed the mic and just fucking dropped a bunch of shit, and then I was good. So like I kept doing that like on Discord or whatever, and they would just be like, oh, hi Lucky, like they knew I would just grab the mic. And then eventually I started talking to everybody like on Discord all the time, and I would end up on Prop stream and Franco stream talking, and I just got like over it. Like just fucking got over it. Got used to just being like, talking my own voice, what I sound like, and it's weird sometimes when you do go back and you see yourself on a stream and it's like, that's so weird. Or like you hear things like part of the bits of the conversation that like because like when you're in the middle of conversation and you're streaming live, it's weird. Like if you are trying to pay attention to every word that you're saying, it doesn't come out naturally, right? And you're kind of like like it's You can tell it takes a lot more effort if you're paying attention to every word. But if you're just letting it flow and be natural and authentic and letting it just be reactionary, you can sometimes hear things that you don't hear the first time that you'll be like, oh yeah, okay, that's what, like, and it's funny to see how you interact with somebody else and like the way that, like the way that it happens, like from an outside perspective.
Right.
It's like, wow, that's pretty interesting. And like, I don't know, I pick up like some of my little like weird quirks and shit. I'm like, oh, I didn't even realize I even knew those things.
See, that could probably go either way. We can use it as a healthy means of observing ourselves, or we could take it and run with all of our, take the self-critic by the hand and go skipping off together and, beat the crap out of ourselves in our own head.
Yeah, I'm just not worried about it. I'm like, whatever.
I really
it's already
don't like
done.
The sound of my own
out
voice.
there.
Yeah. Oh well.
I always was weird about my voice too.
I'm really surprised that I had the courage to come on here on the World Wide Web and sit and just talk all this deep and personal shit. Like I said, that to me, borrowing from that, and again, I don't say these things to try, concern people or whatever, but borrowing it from that suicidal ideation to me is fucking like, wow. It's like it's changing the entire relationship to all of that thought and feeling and everything. And I'm like, wow, there's really something there. And I hope to be able to manage to keep digging into this stuff, because there's always like, it's like that onion.
Oh, absolutely.
But this is really weird to me to like it's just I don't know. I never thought I'd be doing this. I thought, I put up
I didn't think so either. Like, and that's how this evolved, is like I ended up like in all the chats, like, and like not like being able to hold back, like, my voice, my truth. Like, I'm like, all right, fine. Oh, I would get so like worked up on something that I would like say something, and then my voice just became it became like just like a regular, like, I'm very vocal like in normal life, but like, like where there's a record of it, where it's on a stage, you know what I mean? Like, that's different, it's a different thing than just like sitting with a friend and having a conversation. But when you remove all that fucking bullshit and go, I don't really give a shit, whatever, this is who I am. If I make a mistake, I make a mistake. If I say something wrong, then I'll correct it and be honest about that. Like, I'm coming from, good intentions. So, if I say something stupid or do something stupid, like, why do I care if people like want to judge me or be beyond? Like, okay, well, that's on you guys. You know what I mean? Like, I'm here for a positive reason, and I want to help everybody else get through their shit, as we all work out our shit together, or contribute in whatever way and support that we can for each other and to the larger world. Like, we can do anything together. And so back to that. Like, I never like thought I would like be doing a podcast. Like, that was never a thing that I was like, one day I strive to have a podcast. That was not something like at all. But like, I guess with like Steve being on the mic and like being around all the music equipment and just being used to it, I just kind of like
excuse me,
kind of like walked right into it, and it just was like, now it's just a natural thing for me to do.
And there's another beautiful example of somebody following their bliss and doing their thing and creating, an opportunity for somebody else to come out of their shell, so to speak, or to shine. Because Steve being it might be a natural or an obvious for him. He's a musician. He's a performer. That's his relationship with people in that regards. But like, it's his memory to be able to do all that is amazing in and of itself. But just to be able to put yourself out there like that, I mean, that's raw. To be able to play. I mean, he's really good. So I would imagine he has pretty good confidence in himself and all that stuff. But it goes beyond that. I think at some point it goes beyond confidence, and that becomes like that's not even a conversation. It seems to me there must be something else beyond that we're like, that's the rudiment. And it's like I don't know. again, with the language
when you let
and the
the
perception of
ego
things.
shed, when you shed the ego and you don't let yourself be driven by that, and you let just your raw, vulnerable self be the self that you are putting out there, and the more that becomes natural, that you are just you're not vulnerable once you just say, like, I'm not vulnerable anymore because I don't, I'm confident in who I am, and what everybody else is feeling about me, like, that's their business. It's not mine,
Right.
because I'm happy and I know who I am,
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, I guess that's kind of what I'm just I'm doing that here in my own right.
I think we're all kind of doing it together too, like it's a group thing, because even the people that aren't on screen, but yeah, I mean, like, you have a place that's safe for you to come here, and you know that you're going to be supported in what you're saying and expressing. And if you fucking say something that's bullshit, I'm going to tell you it's bullshit. And you might not agree with me, and that's okay too.
No, but I appreciate that about you and anybody who rolls like that. It's important. It's not an easy thing to do. I think I might have told you guys. My friend Tony in Tulsa, he used to. He didn't give a shit. He could just tell you, like, right what you. I don't know. I can't even explain. He just he could tell you to get stuffed, and you'd thank him, like the way he said it. He's like, oh, he let me crash on his couch when I first moved to Tulsa. And it's like, I'd be hanging out for like a week or something, and he's like, oh, me and Joyce need some time alone if you don't mind. And I forget, however he'd worded it, but like, no problem. And anything he said is like the hardest thing he did all day was breathe. I'm like, geez, dude. But he just didn't.
But it's when you're on it, like when it's your intention with something, you know what I mean? Like, if you're like, so imagine if he wasn't being real with you and wasn't being like authentic, and he just was like, oh, he never leaves. Oh, he never gives me that time. Right. He could have come at it in that other way and completely like internalized all that like resentment. Like, he could have done that, but no, he was like, hey man, this is what I need. And you were like, okay, man, I'm going to give you what you need. Thanks for telling me. And like,
exactly.
So it's like,
it was so easy. You know what I mean? It was like,
it's like, we can do that.
Right,
we can have communication, and like, it doesn't have to be some awkward, weird thing because I held all this resentment against you.
And I think that's what I was getting at earlier, speaking to the unspoken social agreements that we carry between us that don't allow us to evolve as individuals and therefore as any kind of collective family or whatever size group, because people's needs aren't being expressed there, and so if they're not being expressed, they're not going to be met. Or the needs will be expressed through, like we were talking. I went to bed hours ago. I assume Gamer was talking about how he was quit the booze and all these things that come up in our lives that we use that we call maladaptive or addiction and so far. They really have a problem with some of the wording on these things because they kind of abandon people.
They put you into a category of like this stereotype that everybody has this like preconceived notion that means this automatically. You know what I mean? Like, it's not really the word, it's the way that word has become a stereotype.
And the way that word affects our perception of ourselves, because that's what I'm getting at, is because all of this language, if we aren't able to find a way to approach whatever we've got going on that's not working for us in a gentle way, a tender way, a compassionate way, the nervous system just shuts down and is like, no, we're not. There's nothing new to learn here today. That's where things stagnate. That's where I feel like I've made a lot of progress.
And that's where the propaganda fills in, right? Like, that's where the propaganda fills in. When we're not being our authentic selves, and we're allowing, others influence, like the media, you know what I mean? Like, and it's not that you shouldn't like have, resources of information or influence on your friend or their opinion, but you shouldn't let that just take over yours. But you should be open-minded enough to say, all right, what you're saying makes sense. You know what I mean? Like don't let either extreme of that take over that. Like, don't let their opinion just automatically replace yours. It's like, like critically think about it, but don't
Right.
close your mind enough where you're like, oh no, that just can't be. You know what I mean? At
Holding
least try to
space
look
again.
at
Yeah.
it from their side. And like that's how we're going to have understanding with each other and being authentic and grow together. Like that's what we need.
Yeah. There seems to be an intentional form of that on some people's parts. I don't know, maybe that's a wild presumption, but it's like I don't think most people do that normally. I think it's a social conditioning that brings us into that sort of mental space, but not being aware of that can really screw you up, because I guess that's what I was talking about with the again what the polyvagal theory talks about, is that anything that we have going on is in service of survival. So if we look at it that way, then it's much easier to go, oh, again, I might have said this already, but it's like I've seen so many people who can't, like, maybe they quit drinking, but they are some of the most miserable people I've ever met in my life, and that's that dry drunk term, which another term. But it's because they weren't able to get at whatever.
Maybe it's not because of that. Maybe it's just because they were using that to cover something up that is a trauma. And it's not that they're a dry drunk. It's a matter of them. They don't have the substance that they were using to self-treat themselves. Like that was their self-treatment. That was how they coped. So you take away their coping mechanism and then they're pissed or they're angry, or you know what I mean? They don't have something to soothe that. They need
that's what I'm wondering about, because it seems to me at this point now that's not even that we need to dig a little deeper past that too, because what the polyvagal theory is positing is that again, like I said earlier, story follows state, as they say. You have a physiological state that you're experiencing, whatever that is, and oftentimes it's something to do with childhood or some sort of conditioning, traumatic or otherwise, and most of it is trauma. But it's and probably we pick certain behavioral aspects come up because of the context we're in, like our family. Maybe it's more acceptable in our family or our immediate a group of association to drink or to do drugs or this or that or whatever. So there might be a socially acceptable sort of componentry to that allows that behavior to come forth, but the behavior itself is always in service of survival. So I think what screws people up in relations, because like sounds like you're speaking from experience perhaps, and I don't want to throw any names or anybody under the bus or whatever, but like somebody and love in your life has a problem that they're not able to deal with. You can see that pretty clearly, and it's ill affecting you. You're doing your best to honor them by calling that out and saying, here's what I see, here's how I'm affected. But I think culturally speaking, what happens with all of the sort of addictive perspective on things is that we've been conditioned to believe that it's a choice. It's a conscious choice that we're making on some part, or even a subconscious choice, when apparently it's actually not a choice at all. It's a manifestation from a physiological perspective. There is ultimately the relationship that comes later when you develop a story as to why am I doing this, and that's where things get weird, because then you got that you don't know where the impetus was coming from. It's pain. We all, I think, on some level recognize that this is a form of like anesthetization. You're trying to, like you just touched on it, the behavior is trying to address some form of pain. Like Gabor Mate says, not the behavior, not the addiction, but why the pain. And I think it's very, it can strand people, I think, both in themselves and in their relationships with the people who are being, ill affected by whatever they've got going on, for it to seem like there's more of a choice involved than there is somehow. I think that's where I'd love to do a lot more digging in, both in myself and with other people, because that's really important. You know what I mean? Because we have to know at some point, okay, so this is what's going on. So, okay, I'm trying to figure out where is the impetus from all this stuff so that I can intervene. Where in this does it leave me the power to actually do something about it? Because I came at this stuff for about 10 years almost strictly from a cognitive perspective. I did EMDR and all manner of cognitive.
I did EMDR too. Yeah, that's
I threw the kitchen sink at it from the mainstream perspective of the medical models that we have in place right now, and it to some degree of effect. I guess what they're finding is the EMDR is most helpful for more of like a single shock trauma or something that isn't quite complex PTSD or the developmental PTSD. It's much easier that, and I can understand why that would happen. I really lucked out. I think I might have told you the guy that I was doing it with is actually he's a colleague of Dr. Francine Shapiro, the doctor who developed EMDR. So it's like I'm sort of like a third generation EMDR, like second generation Francine Shapiro student.
Yeah,
I did
and you
that for
have
like
to
5,
have
6
like
years.
specialized training as a therapist to do EMDR therapy. And we should maybe explain what that is to some, in case.
I lucked out with him because he actually, being a student of being a colleague or a student of hers, he teaches other doctors how to do that too. But where I was going with that was they're finding that it's not as helpful for like developmental trauma if you've got multiple things going on. Because why? Because that trauma is rooted in the nervous system. It's in the body. It's not merely in a cognitive place where you can just address it in that manner. You can work with it somewhat in bringing mindfulness to it, which is what really is the essence of any legitimate form of like cognitive behavioral therapy. Is really all it's mindfulness. So if you want to get rid of all the guilt and the shame, the blame, and save yourself the $100 an hour or whatever on the therapist, you can, like, Buddhism is a better way to go with that in a lot of ways, because that's the oldest form of psychology on the planet.
Yeah, absolutely it is. Yeah. I mean, and it just imagine if we just had like human compassion and it wasn't like a stigmatized thing every time, you needed some help, and it wasn't like, oh, you're a bad person because you need help. It's like, what if it was just, someone in the community needs help.
It's not to say, excuse me, I didn't mean by any means to dismiss your legitimate point of there's at least I think that's what you were touching on is excuse me, what is often referred to again as like accountability and responsibility. Wherein what you can't just say, oh, this, because one of the last interviews I was listening to, I think I won't get into who it was. I was just one of the a neuroscience conference I was listening to. They were talking about how originally they looked at, like, again, using the term addiction, they were looking at it as like, well, first it's a cognitive issue, and it's a choice, and then it shifted to it's a disease, and yet neither of those really got to the root of people's problems. And now the polyvagal theory comes out and like slides in underneath all of that, and it doesn't like displace those, it doesn't discount those modalities, but it makes them, I think it brings more power to them, so to speak, in that, again, recognizing the impetus where this is coming from is not, it's not a character defect, I guess, is probably where I'm going with all this. And I think that's where a lot of us, both the individual struggling with whatever it is and the people around them, are misperceiving what's going on as this person's making a series of shitty choices, because and then making all these wild presumptions about their character, whether they don't care or this and that, and more than likely nothing could be further from the truth. If they didn't care at all, they probably would have killed themselves and not wound up developing some sort of albeit maladaptive attempt to right themselves. That's why I think it's really it's been revelationary to me to really consider that everything that I've had going on in my life that I've been criminalized for or whatever, and all these problems in my life, is that it's actually been in service of survival. I'm like, holy crap, that's a hell of a lot of a different story than I was told, which almost got me killed. So
that's crazy. So I just wanted to pull something up in case anybody is just listening or listening later on. So what EMDR is like, okay, so this doesn't really have an exact, science as to what it is. But
that's the funny thing. They still don't know how it works, but for some people, it really does.
So
it's amazing.
They defined a traumatic event as a witness of death or an industry, combat, sexual assault, accidents, natural disaster, and child sexual abuse. And so EMDR is eye movement desensitization. Oh my God. Desensitizing, basically, and reprocessing. So they say that it helps with trauma and PTSD, addictions, depression, and anxiety. And the actual EMDR, like as in what it actually does, though, is not. Hang on, let me remove this. Okay. It's like a double vibration, right? It looks like it looks like the egg freaking vibrator things.
Oh, you
And
did the tactile?
yeah. Well, mine it was I had to hold one on the right and one on the left side for the EMDR therapy. So I put one on under my right leg and one under my left, like just so like I could feel them on each side. And as like the therapist did the work, basically, they vibrated back and forth. So it was like bilateral, like a constant pattern of back and forth. And then, the way that it was explained to me is that EMDR is very much like a trance-like state, but it's almost like a hypnosis, but like it's you journeying into that. Like it's not like they're taking you into hypnosis.
No.
It's almost like an internal meditation, and they just like they freaking I don't even know. They just pull the information out and they make the trauma like I don't know. She made it like easy for me to just like let things out.
Well, that's an important distinction, though, because it's not the practitioner doing it. It's your nervous system doing it, because you're looking at it again through the polyvagal perspective, what's going on in that process. You've just invoked the light trance state, allows you to get past your conscious mind down to your subconscious, and all of a sudden stuff is just your own body's like, oh, we're in a safe space now. Let's collate some files. Oh, well, we don't need that. That's garbage. Oh, well, this goes over here. It goes from dissociative memory to associative memory. And it's just, I call it bumping the jukebox. You get stuck and you get into this process, and it just allows you to like get past the conscious mental blocks that you've made up to try and make sense out of everything, and you allow your nervous system to just to kind of shake it off. Weren't we talking about that earlier? How I was describing, what the lower, the lower mammals from us are allowed to do in the animal kingdom is after a traumatic event, they go and they shake off the trauma, but we're not taught that way. In a social way, as higher mammals, and that's where the trauma gets locked in the body, and EMDR is good for that. But what they're finding is somatic experiencing is actually EMDR touches on that, winds up becoming a little component. You just touched on that you're feeling stuff bubbling up. Those sensations, it could be a body sensation, it could be a mental sensation, but it's that bilateral stimulation of both hemispheres of the brain. Because what they hypothesize is that they know that information goes from right to left, but what they think is what happens in trauma is it gets stuck on the right. That's what makes it dissociative. And so it's sort of like energy. It's like a memory with the live charge of the emotion still attached. And so when we can go into the light trance state of EMDR or something similar, slip down into that subconscious realm and just allow the body to sort of start taking care of itself. It's really important not to I think, and I don't want to put words in your mouth or step on what you're saying. I think it's important to kind of realize it's not really the practitioner's there to help facilitate what's going on, but they're not doing it. It's like it's you, because you took the courage to go and sit on the couch and
no
talk to a stranger about shit you don't want to think about, let alone talk to anybody, let alone a stranger. So,
well, I went there
I think
because I
it's
wanted to get past that stuff. Like I went
yeah,
there with
you-
that
and-
intention. She didn't, she
yeah,
didn't do that, no,
yeah,
but like it's the same thing as like the Reiki when somebody comes to me and they, I find that they need healing work. It's the same thing. I'm just the vessel. I'm just, it flows through me. I'm just
yeah,
there to hold
yeah.
that space and bring the energy there, and they decide that they want that healing energy or not. I can't force energy on to anybody, and that's why I can say I'm sending you healing energy. I can send it to your like aura, your outer aura, and if you accept it and you want that, then you can take it in, and you know what I mean, like you will
Yep.
use it. But I can't. I don't have the ability nor the desire to forcefully do anything like that to somebody else. That's not for me to do.
And I
You
think that
know?
pretty much goes without saying for any healing modality. And I think that our society doesn't realize that. They think that like, oh, well, there's some expert that's got a bead on whatever the specific problem is. Send this person over here. They're going to wait, thump them over the head with a magic wand and they're going to be all better. It doesn't work that way. AA themselves report something like an 80% failure rate. Not that the program doesn't work or can't work for some people if they work it, but the problem is most of the people who go there are either court ordered or, guilted by their family because the drinking has become problematic, but nobody in that whole realm of experience realizes that it's not the drinking's problematic for sure, but it's not the problem. And, if we're not careful how we word things, we leave people stranded and then they don't know what to fucking do. And then it only gets worse from there.
Well,
Maybe they quit drinking or whatever the issue is, but I call that whack-a-mole of the soul. You can stuff it down over here, but it's a biological imperative. It's gonna pop up somewhere else, and you might not realize it then because it's time out of place.
Yeah, like when I've helped a lot of friends like through addiction issues, and I always feel like something that is missing in that process is that it's not just that you're addicted to something. That's just a freaking side effect of the real issue. Why is it that your brain or your body is not getting what it needs, or what are you trying to escape? There's a reason why these things happen. And when all these things are always stigmatized and nobody talks about them, then it just makes us sicker. And it's like, if everybody's dealing with these things, then why the fuck does everybody feel like they gotta hide it?
Right.
Why?
That's a
If we
damn
all
good
are
question.
really like, why are we all not just being fucking authentic and saying the fucking things that matter? Like, why do we feel like we got to be like, oh, like, why? It's so fucking ridiculous to me. Like,
in the face of such suffering, especially, I mean, when you start realizing it, it's like, damn, that's why I really, this is why I continue to do my work, it's for the best of I can, just try and just like put, bring that. My ex and our son and I went to my dad's gravesite one day several years ago. Well, when he was little, so it's more than several years ago. And I remember as we're walking over, we were going to plant some bleeding hearts on my dad's gravesite, and we're walking over there. And as we're walking past this other gravestone, somebody had put like a little batik flag on another loved one's gravestone, and it had some beautiful lettering on it, and it said, "The greatest gift a person can give to the world is a life well lived." And I'll never forget that. And it made me think about like that. That's what I feel like I'm doing with my own personal work, in whatever shape that continues to take place. And it's like being able to, just be that, if I have to be that bastard to keep, pointing out to people, can we please like stop for a second? Can we please dig into the language here a little bit? And I know it gets tedious for people because the conversation we want to, everybody's got something to say. Everything's important, but it's like, if we don't go about doing it in a way that's more as mindful as possible, we trip over ourselves, and we wound up, excuse me, I think we wind up creating problems where there aren't any. Sometimes I think I said this before in conversation, that I think a lot of what we label disability in this culture, obvious actual disability notwithstanding, I think is really social handicaps. It's like that ableist crap. It's like you started talking earlier about being different and stuff, and it's like that word neurodiversity. It keeps coming back to me. And it's like, well, yeah, exactly. So all that means to me is like, well, yeah, everybody's a person. You mean then? Like, what is this
Imagine
normal?
imagine a world where everybody is the same. Like,
yeah, no,
what?
I
no,
like vanilla.
Thank you.
But I like to have some stuff smushed into it too, please. Or preferably dark chocolate. But
I know,
yeah,
it's like,
I
do
don't
you want to just eat vanilla for the rest of your life? Like, that's it, ever. Like, you pick
really,
one flavor.
And putting it that way, like you're putting it right now, I think is helpful, because it's like, just from that, like a slightly different perspective than saying, oh, well, just for the sake of, novelty and interest and keeping yeah, like the diversity is, it's treasure, man. I think one of the greatest gifts that, humankind has ever been given is the ability to see through each other's eyes. You come and say hi.
Yeah,
I wish sometimes he's concerned I talk for a long time, and I think maybe he thinks I'm talking to him, and he's like, "What the hell are you babbling about?" Let's go. Hi.
He just knows when you need that love.
I don't know if you can hear him purring, but he's got that happy rumble. Huh. I don't mean to talk to you about your third person here. Hi. Come say hi. There you go. Show your beautiful mush.
Oh my gosh, he's so
Show
cute.
the world your beautiful mush. He is a handsome dude. He doesn't like me saying that too.
Oh, he gets all like ego shy. He's like, no. He's like, I know you.
I've never met anybody who met this dude and didn't instantly fall in love with him. Huh? You're awesome. Yeah, you are.
People that are like, I don't like small dogs are like, okay, your dog's like awesome.
Yeah, we're talking about you, mister.
Oh, I should probably get off the thing. Yeah. I can't believe we've almost done an 8-hour stream.
I don't even know if I should bother trying to get an hour's worth of sleep. It'd probably backfire on me. I'll just go make some coffee now. And
I know, right? It might be one of those
sleep at some point today.
Stay up nights. Yeah, sometimes it's better. We do that sometimes.
Well, I think they said his surgery was but from the time I drop him off at the hospital to when I pick him up, it's going to be about 7 hours if everything goes well. So
then,
I don't know where I'm going to find myself in the mix of all that. When my mom went through all this shit, sometimes I just go out in the car and sleep. Just I was going to say where you can get it, but I don't sleep too good. I don't sleep. I have finally, after 50 years, finally got a mattress that's worth a damn. I got it really cheap. It's one of those memory foam ones, but it's like one of the most comfortable things I've ever slept on. But I can barely sleep on that freaking thing, let alone sleeping upright in a car. We'll see.
That's why I like the van. I have a bed, a full-size bed in the back of the van. And let me tell you, it's not like, with my back, I need a comfortable bed. So what I used is couch cushions that are like, they're thick. I got couch cushions from friends that were like getting rid of couches or whatever. And so I made that the base of the bed. So not only can I take the couch cushions out and I have a platform, because it's a raised bed. So not only is I have that, it's almost exactly a full-size bed in the back of my van. Nice. And because it's raised up, you can like look out the 2 back windows and everything. It's fantastic. You got
like storage underneath?
Mm-hmm. 4 huge drawers. I saved a bunk bed from the side of the road. And oh my gosh, it was my ex at the time. He was like, oh my God, this is just going to be blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, no, dude, first off, it's a bunch of really good freaking wood. The huge drawers are like 2 by 3 feet were already built because it was like someone's like custom made like bunk bed, like, so it had all this cool shit. And I was like, no, you know what? And if it's crap, then I'll get rid of it. But it's already out to the side of the, like, it was like a couple doors down from me. And we took that. We had to buy 1 piece of plywood to put over the top because we didn't have that part. But everything else to build that whole thing was all recycled.
Cool. That's what I love to do that too. I make it a challenge for myself to try and I literally made my bed we had one of those old metal folding frames. It's like the temporary frames with little plastic wheels that pop out on it. It's the folding one. I took the whole thing apart. I cut a bunch of stuff off. I don't have a welder, so I couldn't do it exactly what I wanted, but I made some feet for it. I raised it up way up off the ground. I put like a sheet of plywood over the whole thing, and yeah, it just sits. It's great. When I moved out with my ex, when we split up, and I wound up moving back in here with my folks, helped take care of my mom. Worked out well for me too. But I was living. It was like a storage area down here where my room is now, and it was like I was living like a refugee. Slowly but surely, like all my furniture is all like stuff found on the road, or someone was going to get rid of it. My stereo system's like 40 years old. I pulled out of the storage. The TV I'm using as a monitor, somebody was getting rid of. They didn't think it worked anymore. I found a cord for it. It worked. The couch I'm sitting on, my ex's friends were going to throw it out. Their kids had mashed the, it's got these beautiful, I don't know what the hell they are, like 6-7 inches wide oak arms and stuff. I redid that. So yeah, it's a challenge. Like everything I have, it's like my stepfather used to freak out. Like all the shit I kept in the garage, little bits and bobs and stuff. And so when you go to the sweat lodge today, I'm going to throw all this stuff in the garbage. I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? I'm like, no, you're not. I'm like, I just fixed like this with that, and I fixed that with this, and I'm like, no, you don't want to do that.
I am the same
So,
way.
it's kind of fun.
I love redoing
Challenging.
like furniture and all that too. Like, I think it's awesome when you can get something that someone else was going to throw away. Like my couches that I have in my living room, it's a set. Like my friend works for like Allied Moving Company, and he like, you know, he lived up here in Connecticut. Actually, he's my friend that I went to middle school with, and we used to go smoke weed by the creek. And we talked about the creek like a long time ago. So, yeah, he was moving somebody, and people just get rid of shit like all the time when they're moving. And it was this like brand new couch and love seat. And so he brought it up from North Carolina for me, and like just like brought it in, dropped it off. And like, you know, it was a few years ago, but I needed a new couch. And I was like, holy shit, you know what I mean? Like I got a really nice set for free. Like,
nice.
And it didn't go to a dump.
Exactly. That's another, you know, yeah, exactly. I take everything apart that I can. Like the last computer I had that crapped out on me, I mean, I completely disassembled the whole thing and took like anything I could get off of it that could possibly be reused. And even the outer shell, I cut it up with my angle grinder, and I just like, I just so I can stack it flat. And I don't even have a use for it right now, but it's good thick metal. And I just stack it up and I leave it, and I come up with, I fix stuff all the time, and half the stuff I don't, it's like stuff, we don't have money for nothing around here anymore. So it's like when something goes wrong, I get real creative and I fix stuff with, you know, found items and shit all the time. I do that for people all the time. Like, how'd you fix that? Where'd you find the part for that? I'm like, I made one out of some random crap. And they're like,
see what happens?
It works, you know.
Innovation.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, mother necessity, right?
That's how we have what we have. That's why. Oh my gosh.
I miss my Vans too, Wes.
Yes. Oh my gosh.
That was the first comfortable mattress I had, was my VW bus. It was like the most comfortable piece of foam I had ever slept on. It was so nice.
Yeah,
I think we're all hitting the hay at this point.
Is good. Yeah, I gotta definitely hit the bed. Oh my gosh, we still have 10 people that have hung in with us. People have come in and out, but it's been really awesome. We've had a steady amount of people, like, you know, hanging out with us, like in these last 8 hours of streaming.
I can't believe
this is like, I think the longest one we've done. I might have to see if I can get Steve to chop up some of it, you know, just so it's not, it could be a little overwhelming.
You guys ain't gonna put the link in the StreamYard link in the chat no more at this rate.
Oh no,
don't send it to Charlie Brown. Jesus Christ, that guy never shuts up.
No.
I knew that though when I we started talking. I'm like, oh, and you had said, oh, I'm a night owl too. I'm like, oh, there's another one.
Yeah.
Freaking Steve's freaking out in 11 minutes, enjoying a nice freaking night's sleep, and we're up here freaking talking all this.
He's been sleeping like this whole time. Like,
that's awesome. I'm glad somebody's getting some sleep. God bless you, brother.
I heard him get up and go to the bathroom like a time or two, maybe. But yeah, he's sleeping. He's gonna be like,
well, this
really?
has been great. Thank you, and thank everybody in the chat as always, chat fam. You guys are freaking awesome.
I'm so grateful really for all of you and everything that you guys bring to the table. Like you matter, and I'm just so grateful for all of you. Like I know I say that like all the time, nonstop, and I won't stop saying it. So just get used to it.
Can never say thank you too much. And there's so many ways to say thank you too. It ain't always with our words, right?
Absolutely. Thank you all for hanging out with us and listening. And oh my gosh, we did such a long stream. All right, I love y'all.
We're gonna go 5 more minutes and make it 4 more minutes and make it an even 8, or kick it here. I'm just kidding.
Oh my god, I know. Oh,
all right, everybody, have a good night.
Just short of 8 hours.
Yeah, that way you could say, well, at least it wasn't 8 hours.
Yeah.
If somebody has beef with
I went shorter than 8 hours. Technically. All right. I love you.
All right. Much love, Sam. Be well all. See you soon.